Chapter 1. Selling Snacks in a Different World. On a fantastical continent, at the border of the Northern Kingdom, lies the town of Snowy Mountain. This town, with a population of 90,000, can best be described with the word ancient. The houses lining the streets are mostly old and unadorned, lacking novelty or grandeur yet. They exude a profound sense of history and quiet dignity. Snowy Mountain seems to exist in an eternal state of tranquility, poised to endure for millennia. However, even such a town is subtly undergoing change. A stroll down one of the town's streets makes this transformation immediately apparent. Vendors set up stalls along the roadside, displaying all manner of vegetables, prepared foods, and various other wares. Amidst the bustling crowd, shopkeepers shout energetically to attract passers-by, while older women and merchants haggle over prices, and spirited children chase each other in playful abandon. In reality, this is the marketplace of Snowy Mountain, where the phrase bustling market perfectly captures the scene. Yet at the far end of this lively street stands a shop with an entirely different atmosphere, one that is somber and lifeless. The store is not large, and its decor starkly contrasts with the surrounding architecture, creating a jarring sense of dissonance. While it attracts attention, no one dares to approach. In harmony with the shop's quietude, a sigh escapes from within. Sigh. The one letting out this sigh is named Allan. Though his name sounds somewhat sophisticated, he does not belong to this world. He hails from Earth. Indeed, his surname is Allan, and he is a traveler from another realm. Allan's father was a merchant who diligently spent most of his life in trade, amassing a considerable fortune. However, as his son, Allan inherited none of his father's industrious spirit. He was lazy, uninterested in business, and spent his days idly. Coupled with his extravagant spending habits, he earned the scorn of others as a wastrel, but he simply shrugged off their comments, living off of his father's wealth. Until one day, fate intervened. Allan vividly recalls the moment. It was when he was sipping cola, and in a careless moment, he choked. Then everything went dark. When he next awakened, he found himself in this new world. How could I have fallen from being a high-flying, wealthy, and handsome man to running a shop in a different dimension? What is the meaning of this? Allan couldn't help but voice his grievances. It was only natural his shop had been operational for some time, yet he had sold not a single item. How could he not feel frustrated? He surveyed his store, well decorated, with a rational layout, ample light, and fresh air. The environment was splendid, and as a new establishment, it should have attracted countless customers. Yet, not a single item had been sold. Allan's gaze shifted to the shelves behind him, where neatly arranged products awaited attention, his expression filled with complexity. Those products were cola. Indeed, the very cola that had choked him to unconsciousness. On Earth, this would be an entirely ordinary scene, but here, in a fantastical world teeming with elves, dwarves, beastmen, and dragons, no one had any idea what cola was. It was no surprise that it wasn't selling. But that was not the crux of the issue. As Allan pondered, a melodious voice chimed in, capturing his attention. He looked up to see a girl with gentle features standing before him. Her first impression was one of warmth, suggesting that her smile could be even more beautiful than most. The sudden appearance of this charming girl sent Allan's heart racing, his pulse quickening. Could she be the little lamb he had been waiting for? With that thought in mind, his gaze instantly became fervent, and he hurried to greet her. Hello, hello. Are you here to buy something? Please take a look at your leisure. I have all sorts of goods. The girl's expression turned slightly peculiar as she glanced at the shelf displaying only cola. Allan quickly realized he might have overpromised and swiftly corrected himself. Ahem. Although my inventory is limited, everything here is of premium quality, certain to please you. What may I call you, miss? My name is Anna. Ah, Anna, what a lovely name. Not only are you beautiful, but your name is as delightful as your person. No wonder I've been encountering fortune. Lately, I had thought I was favored by the goddess of luck, but it seems that you, Miss Anna, are my true goddess. Well. Though the girl said nothing, the corners of her mouth lifted ever so slightly, betraying her delight. While Allan's face radiated enthusiasm, he inwardly chuckled to himself. Surely, she was an easy mark. He was quite adept at this. It must be noted that he had a thick skin, coming from a merchant family, or perhaps just a tad thicker than most. So, what does your shop sell, owner? I don't believe I've seen these before. That would be cola, a type of beverage. Cola? Yes, it's quite delicious. With a faint smile, Allan embarked on an enthusiastic explanation how it could enhance beauty, boost intelligence, and help one become slender. He spun an elaborate tale that left the girl wide-eyed. Such an incredible drink exists? I certainly must try it. How much is it? Here we go. After deceiving her for so long, the moment had come for the lamb to be led to slaughter. Allan held his breath, whispering the price. 30 universal coins. How much? The girl raised an eyebrow, and Allan's heart plummeted. Though an ominous feeling bubbled within him, he repeated himself. Ahem, 30 universal coins. The air thickened with tension as the girl fell silent for a few seconds then. Have you lost your mind over money? She cast him a look as if he were insane, then turned on her heel and left without a backward glance. Allan stared at her retreating figure, speechless. Universal coins were the local currency, and based on price conversions, one universal coin equated to approximately $1. In other words, cola was priced at $30 a bottle. And therein lay the reason Allan had failed to sell even one bottle. His pricing was simply too steep. After wasting half a day's breath, he had let his lamb slip away. Allan seethed with frustration, shouting inwardly, "Snack stand, show yourself." A voice responded to his outburst, seemingly echoing from above, though it felt as though it resonated within his mind. "What is your concern, my lord? Don't play dumb with me. You said cola cost 30 coins. How you expect me to sell it at that price? How you market your wares is your responsibility. It has nothing to do with me." Listening to the indifferent tone of the entity and recalling its prior antics, Allan's anger surged. The reason he was trapped in this store, unable to leave, was due to this entity, or rather, due to this building itself. At first glance, it appeared to be an utterly unremarkable two-story house, but beneath that ordinary exterior was a sentient being capable of speech. Indeed, it was a system disguised as a house. Allan had heard tales of monsters that disguised themselves as buildings, appearing benign until a curious soul entered, at which point they would reveal their true form and devour the hapless victim. Truly terrifying. But this system was no monster. It didn't consume Allan. Instead, it demanded that he run a shop specializing in snacks. As for the reason, well, Allan still felt a pang in his stomach at the thought. Chapter 2. The Joyful Beverage. The system's words were as follows. My Lord Allan, I am the snack shop system. You may simply refer to me as the snack shop, due to your leisurely lifestyle, which has tarnished your family's reputation and had a profoundly negative impact. I shall oversee your management of a snack shop in this world until you evolve into an outstanding snack merchant. Naturally, Allan was unwilling to accept this. After all, having traversed to a new world, his immediate desire was to embark on adventures far and wide, not to be confined to selling snacks. Thus, he took off in haste, only to find himself beset by a splitting headache the moment he stepped outside. Not only was he unable to escape, he could barely stand. Only upon returning to the shop did the pain dissipate. It was abundantly clear that the snack shop had placed a binding spell on him to prevent his escape. Did he think that was where it ended? Certainly not. The snack shop then proceeded to set a small target for him. Now, I hereby establish a goal for you. Sell 100 million items in this world. The road ahead is long and arduous, so please strive towards this objective. Just look at that, right out of the gate. 100 million. It was easy to talk when one was the one doing the work. That to achieve such a target would likely mean being confined in this shop for a lifetime. Had it not been for the snack shop's subsequent remarks, Allan might have collapsed on the spot, for those words were precisely why he reluctantly agreed to remain and operate the shop. Given your lackadaisical attitude, I shall activate the experience point system for you. With each item you sell, you will earn 1 experience point, which can be used to enhance your personal level. Upon leveling up, your physical attributes will be improved. The mention of physical attributes made Allan's eyes light up, for that was precisely what he needed at that moment. According to the memories in his mind, the man he had inhabited was named Allan Bright, hailing from a distant land and a wealthy merchant family. However, he had no interest in inheriting the family business. His sole aspiration was to become a swordsman. Thus, he departed from his homeland, traveling the world while honing his skills against various swordsmen, rapidly gaining renown. Due to his elusive presence, he earned the moniker the Wind Blade Artisan. One day, Allan Bright learned of a dragon wreaking havoc on the borders of the Northern Kingdom and resolved to slay it. However, on the eve of his departure, he was poisoned. Though he barely managed to preserve his life, he lost all his abilities and became incapacitated. Unable to wield a sword, Allan Bright, stripped of everything, ultimately succumbed to despair and passed away. Which was how Allan found himself in this new world. Influenced by the residual toxins, this body was exceedingly frail. Even a deep breath felt exhausting, and he feared that he might perish at any moment. Thus, upon hearing of a reward that could improve his physical condition, it was only natural for Allan to be intrigued. However, snack shop, while I have agreed to stay and run this shop, you cannot play me like this. The price of cola is exorbitantly high. How am I supposed to sell it? The price is quite reasonable, without question. Reasonable, you say? A bottle of cola costs 30 coins. You are robbing me. One gets what one pays for. I assure you. The price is set with the utmost integrity. Nonsense, thought Allan disdainfully. Given that the currency ratio between the two worlds was the same, it implied that the cost of living was not significantly different. If this were Earth, anyone daring enough to sell a bottle of cola for 30 coins would have faced countless complaints. And in this world of swords and sorcery, provoking consumers could lead to not just complaints, but a hail of arrows or magical bombardments. He might even end up as mere bones, that is, if sensing Allan's skepticism. The snack shop explained. My cola is crafted using an ancient alchemical recipe long lost to the elven race. The cola produced from this recipe not only possesses a superior flavor, but also has intrinsic cooling properties, along with several hidden effects. Hidden effects? Allan's brow furrowed slightly. His first instinct was to think the snack shop was pulling a fast one, having just experienced something similar himself. Yet upon reflection, it seemed plausible that a system like this might possess some unique capabilities. Then let me ask you, what are these hidden... He intended to inquire about the hidden effects, but reconsidered, knowing such questions would likely be met with obfuscation. Instead, may I have a bottle of cola to taste? Certainly, but the cola you consume will not count towards your experience points. Unnoted. Retrieving a bottle of cola from the shelf, he twisted off the cap. A delightful aroma wafted into the air. Hold on, perhaps delightful was up for debate. For an ordinary person, it might indeed be pleasant. But for Allan, who had once choked on cola, the memories were far from favorable. Perhaps recalling his embarrassing demise, he felt an overwhelming resistance to the cola before him, as if it were a vial of poison. Yet, this was not the time for childish whims. Allan steeled himself, dismissing his aversion, and tilted his head back, taking a generous gulp. The moment the cold, dark liquid touched his tongue, his eyes widened involuntarily. It felt as though countless bubbles erupted in his mouth. The sound of sizzling filling the air, while the sweet flavor danced across his taste buds, spreading delight throughout his entire mouth. As he swallowed, the searing heat of his stomach was cooled, expanding rather than contracting. And an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged forth, culminating in a resounding belch. That moment, one word echoed within Allan's mind. Exhilarating. The sensation, the exquisite taste. Could this truly be just a bottle of cola? Not even a 1982 law fight could compare. One sip was hardly sufficient. Allan felt as though he were under a spell, tilting the bottle back and consuming it in a frenzy until it was completely drained. Gazing at the empty bottle in his hand, he let out another resounding belch. While he had previously enjoyed cola, it was merely a small can on hot days. Yet now, he felt an overwhelming urge to have another guzzle. It was simply too delightful. Setting down the bottle, Allan savored the lingering taste, and miraculously, the feelings of resistance and unease vanished, replaced by an indescribable sense of euphoria. Indeed, he felt wonderful. Exceedingly so. In summary, it was sheer bliss, joyful, exhilarating, comforting, enveloped in such a liberating sensation. He pondered whether he might sprout wings and soar through the skies. The effects of the cola were unmistakable. It brought happiness, truly a beverage of joy. As its name suggested, Allan's mouth fell slightly agape, perhaps influenced by the euphoria brought on by the cola. His mindset began to shift. He contemplated that if all the snacks in this shop were as delicious as the cola, possessing some wondrous effects, it was easy to imagine an influx of customers. The potential for this snack shop was indeed promising. Chapter 3. The marvelous snack shop. Since he was committed to the endeavor, he aimed for excellence. It all began with making a good impression on the customers. Sloppiness simply wouldn't do. Allan ascended to the second floor, intending to tidy up his appearance. Perhaps the snack shop had considered his habits, for the house was equipped with numerous modern amenities, including electrical appliances, fluorescent lights, a water heater, a refrigerator, and more. Truly a great boon, sparing him from the drudgery of oil lamps and firewood. Allan first took a shower, then meticulously shaved his scruffy face, and finally combed his hair neatly. The reflection in the mirror revealed a fresh and capable-looking individual. Allan Bright, is it? He mused as he gazed at his reflection. This body belonged to Allan Bright, and perhaps by coincidence, their appearances bore a striking resemblance. A twinge of sympathy arose within him for this swordsman. At least he had been granted a second chance at life, while the other could only lament unfulfilled ambitions. Such a tragic end for a hero. As for avenging the previous owner, Allan harbored no such thoughts at present. Given his current weakness, he could hardly protect himself, let alone seek vengeance. Thus, that matter would have to wait. Returning downstairs, Allan approached the entrance and called out to the snack shop, "I intend to explore the vicinity. Do not impose any binding spells on me. As long as you have no thoughts of escape, all will be well." With his mind at ease, Allan stepped outside and surveyed his surroundings. The cobbled streets were laid with green stones, and the buildings were similarly constructed, evoking a medieval atmosphere. Most of the pedestrians were human, though there were also glimpses of beastmen and dwarves amidst the crowd, that as if to emphasize that this world was indeed extraordinary. A giant over 3 meters tall strode past him, bathed in the unreserved gazes of passers-by. Allan felt the undeniable truth of his existence in this otherworldly realm. Turning around, he gazed upward at the imposing sign above. Marvelous Snack Shop. As he softly read the words, a warmth blossomed in his heart. Elven maidens emerged from the shop, laden with bags, while beastmen youths squatted by the shelves, meticulously selecting their items, and dwarves were huddled together, bargaining with the shopkeepers. Such a wondrous scene might very well come to pass in the near future. However, the bright sunlight poured down upon the earth, casting a solitary shadow on the ground. Allan glanced back, and a wave of melancholy washed over him, due to his father's constant preoccupation with managing the family business. Allan has essentially lived in solitude. Now, having traversed into another realm, he finds himself alone once more. The loneliness weighs heavily upon him, that in his previous life, he possessed an inexhaustible wealth, a sum that ordinary individuals toil their entire lives to earn. Yet to him, it was merely a figure devoid of meaning. Nevertheless, what significance does wealth hold if it cannot purchase even a fleeting moment to share a meal with family, even on the rare occasions when they reunited? Conversation invariably revolved around the cold, sterile topic of business, to others. Allan may appear to be a spendthrift, but only he understands that he seeks to fill the void within himself with fleeting indulgences and superficial grandeur. With a sigh, Allan retreated into the store, mentally activating the experience points system interface. Profession: apprentice snack merchant level. 1 physical condition. 3 number of sold items. 0 experience points. 0 100 according to the snack shop's records. The average human possesses a physical condition of 5, whereas Allan languishes at a mere 3, rendering him incapable of even minimal competition in the realm of gaming. Such a disparity in foundational attributes would warrant a complete restart. Yet the real world offers no such luxury, is it possible that a second demise might allow for another chance at traversal. For now, he must adapt to his current physical state. Leveling up would enhance his physical condition by 0.5, and to reach the standard of an ordinary human, he must ascend at least 4 levels, which translates to selling 400 bottles of cola. However, given the current lack of customers in the shop, one can only speculate how long this endeavor might take. Yet one can envision that should his level rise, Allan would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable presence. For instance, upon reaching a physical condition of 15, he would be a rarity among humans. At level 20, he might dare to challenge half-orcs or orcs, and at 30, he could stand a chance against giants. By level 100, he may even engage in a contest of strength with dragons. Of course, this is but a limited estimation. For races less reliant on physical prowess, such as the magically adept elves or the tool-wielding dwarves, such metrics may prove inadequate, that a problem easily resolved by a spell or a cannonball is not one to be confronted head-on. Factors such as magic, equipment, skill, and experience all influence an individual's strength, and countless examples exist of the weak triumphing over the strong. Over-reliance on numerical values can lead to dire consequences. Thus, this world is fraught with unknowns, and many matters require time for gradual exploration. Fortunately, Allan possesses an abundance of time, allowing him to proceed at a leisurely pace. Gazing out at the road beyond his shop, he surmised that it would be a while before any customers arrived. With little else to occupy his thoughts, he continued to sift through the memories of his predecessor. First and foremost, he learned that this place is known as Snow Mountain Town, a border settlement belonging to the Northern Kingdom established by the human race. The town lies at the foot of a snow-capped mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles, with a different realm belonging to other races located on the opposite side. The formidable barrier of the snow-capped peaks has rendered inter-country relations sparse. Yet recent events have altered this status quo. In summary, the dragon that slumbers within the mountains has awakened. Dragons are the mightiest beings in existence. They soar through the skies, exhaling breath of fire. Their scales impenetrable, and their physical abilities unparalleled. The elder dragons can even wield magic. They possess lifespans that far exceed those of other races, and their accumulated wisdom commands the respect of sages. The dragons inhabiting this snowy region are referred to as frost dragons. While dragons are feared for their fiery breath, frost dragons unleash a frigid exhalation capable of instantly freezing their foes. The awakening of such a powerful entity has plunged the townsfolk in a panic. In response, the kingdom, after thorough deliberation, has resolved to issue a bounty, summoning brave warriors from across the realm to converge upon Snow Mountain Town to confront the frost dragon. Drawn by the promise of substantial rewards, an increasing number of individuals have flocked to this remote settlement, eager to challenge the dragon. Among these challengers is Allan Bright, a swordsman who, regrettably, has failed in his attempt. Furthermore, the ranks of contenders have begun to include not only humans, but also orcs, dwarves, and even elves, as the disturbances caused by the frost dragon affect not merely humanity, but other neighboring nations as well. The battle against the frost dragon transcends racial boundaries, uniting diverse beings in the face of a common adversary, which explains the presence of various races in the streets. Upon learning of this world's complexities, Allan felt a surge of anxiety. He had never interacted with beings of other races and wondered if he could truly manage this snack shop effectively. Contemplating these matters, his confidence began to wane. Chapter 4. The first business transaction. Allan stood at the entrance, observing the scene outside. Passers-by frequently strolled by, their gazes drawn to his shop, which boasted a distinctly unique exterior, yet none approached, merely maintaining a spectator's curiosity. Allan pondered the reason for this phenomenon, that he rose on tiptoes to survey the street, noting that his establishment was situated at the far end of the thoroughfare. While this location was not entirely devoid of foot traffic, it certainly paled in comparison to shops positioned nearer the center. Moreover, those who reached this point likely had already acquired their desired goods, leaving little room for further purchases. Savvy merchants typically avoid such locations. What course of action should he take? As he pondered this dilemma, the image of his father flashed through his mind, that in his youth, his father had built their business from the ground up. Often sharing the wisdom of his success, whenever time permitted, that he emphasized the importance of maintaining a clean and orderly shop environment, ensuring customers felt at ease upon entry, as well as the necessity of arranging products neatly for easy access. In the past, Allan found his father's lectures tedious, yet now he cherished those insights as invaluable business acumen. Just as he resolved to revisit his father's teachings, he heard the soft sound of footsteps behind him. Realizing that someone had entered, Allan swiftly turned, only to be momentarily taken aback. Stepping through the door was a diminutive figure, shrouded in a long black robe that concealed their entire form, their face obscured by a white mask that entirely hid their features. The only visible aspect was the narrow slits for their eyes, too thin to discern the color of their irises. Even their hands were clad in black gloves, leaving no skin exposed. It was no wonder that Allan questioned whether this being was human. What a peculiar individual. This thought flitted through Allan's mind, yet he masked his surprise with a smile, greeting the newcomer politely, "Welcome." The masked figure paid no heed to Allan's salutation, silently making their way to the shelves. Despite the cold reception, Allan chose not to take offense nor approach, opting instead to observe from a distance. Fatigue had settled in, After an exhausting attempt at persuasion, the customer remained unresponsive, and he felt disinclined to push further. This reluctance stemmed not only from fatigue but also from his father's teachings echoing in his mind. His father had once remarked that most customers prefer to browse freely, seeking comfort in their shopping experience. If a shopkeeper were to shadow them closely, mimicking their every movement, it would create an uncomfortable atmosphere that might dissuade them from making purchases. Thus, it is best to allow customers to explore at their own pace. Additionally, upon discovering that this world was home to races beyond humanity, Allan resolved to treat all beings equally. This decision was grounded in his values. Having been raised in a society that espoused equality for all, he felt this principle should extend beyond humans to encompass other races, at least those who posed no threat and could engage in civilized discourse. Moreover, from a pragmatic standpoint, he recognized that catering exclusively to human patrons could breed resentment among other races that speak frankly. Offending a temperamental race could spell disaster for his fledgling shop, given his current vulnerabilities. He must avoid unnecessary trouble and strive for stability. As Allan contemplated these matters, the masked figure had completed a circuit of the store. Given the sparsity of inventory, the scene was hardly befitting of a shop, leaving Allan with an urge to apologize for the state of affairs. Emerging from behind a towering shelf, the masked individual remained silent. The mask obscured any hint of expression, leaving Allan unable to gauge their satisfaction. Though it was reasonable to assume they were not pleased, it seemed yet another business opportunity might slip through his fingers. Just as despair began to cloud his thoughts, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the masked figure's hand, which held a bottle of cola. The figure approached him directly, head tilted upward, presenting the beverage to Allan. "This one," came a voice that was difficult to decipher. Perhaps the mask distorted the sound, rendering it oddly flat and emotionless. Yet it bore a youthful quality, leaving Allan unable to discern the speaker's gender. Due to his unclear tone, Allan mistakenly assumed he was inquiring about the nature of the drink, and thus patiently elaborated. "This is cola. A beverage." "Cola," the masked figure echoed softly. Though his emotions remained inscrutable, he seemed to exhibit a flicker of interest. Observing this, Allan felt a surge of hope and seized the moment to promote the drink further. "Indeed, it's called cola. It's delightful, and once consumed, it will surely bring you joy. If it doesn't, you won't owe a penny." Whether it was Allan's persuasive pitch or not, the masked individual pondered for a brief second before declaring, "I shall purchase this." Success! Allan was exhilarated at having secured his first transaction, but he was immediately taken aback by the next question uttered by the masked figure. "How much?" He had forgotten this crucial aspect. Previous deals had faltered at this juncture. Would this one succeed? How much? Noticing Allan's prolonged silence, the masked man inquired once more. 30 universal coins. Allan, regaining his composure, responded promptly, albeit in a whisper that barely carried, yet was sufficient for the other to hear. Was this price truly acceptable? He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he awaited the masked man's reaction. Still obscured by the mask, Allan could not discern the other's expression, which only heightened his tension. His heart racing as if it might leap from his chest, they even fancied that the expression beneath the mask was contorting, about to erupt in anger. After a brief silence, the clinking of metal echoed as the masked figure reached into a pouch at his waist. Retrieving a handful of coins, quietly counting them, seemingly preparing to pay, a sigh of relief escaped Allan's lips. The absence of complaints about the price indicated acceptance. After meticulously counting out 30 coins and placing them in Allan's palm, the masked figure returned the remaining coins to the now deflated pouch and silently turned to depart. What should have been a momentous first transaction turned out to be far more mundane than anticipated. Devoid of any thrill, Allan gazed at the coins in his hand, then at the figure receding into the distance, scratching his head. Chapter 5. In search of the enigmatic maiden, Ellie strolled down the street. Compared to the towering beast folk or the strikingly beautiful elves, her diminutive stature rendered her inconspicuous. Yet, in a negative sense, her appearance drew the attention of many. This was due to her hooded cloak that concealed her entire form and the mask that obscured her face. In such attire, it was impossible to discern whether she was human or subhuman, and the dark hues of her garb starkly contrasted with the generally vibrant colors of the street, making her particularly eye-catching. However, Ellie paid no mind to the gazes of passers-by. Their opinions were of no concern to her. Through the slits of her mask, she noticed a set of steps nestled in the shade of a tree, prompting her to quicken her pace. Although summer was approaching, this small town, owing to its proximity to the snow-capped mountains, frequently enjoyed gentle breezes, keeping the weather pleasantly cool, a climate Ellie appreciated. Nevertheless, she harbored a deep aversion to sunlight, which was why she enveloped herself to avoid exposure. That Ellie's true nature was that of a vampire, a being whose very name instilled fear and prompted avoidance. Vampires were terrifying creatures subsisting on the blood of others, often regarded as enemies by most races. Yet, Ellie was different. In truth, she was unclear about her own uniqueness. It was Miss Sarah from the orphanage who had secretly informed her that she was special and did not rely on blood for survival. At that time, Ellie was too young to fully comprehend and did not pay much attention. After Miss Sarah left the orphanage, no one knew of her origins. Yet, Ellie cared little, at least when she was alone. Upon reaching the shade, she unceremoniously seated herself on the steps, oblivious to the discontent of a nearby couple, who were engaged in tender exchanges of affection. They cast disapproving glances at this unwelcome interruption, which of course went unnoticed by Ellie. Though visibly irritated, the couple begrudgingly relocated to a more distant spot. The cool touch of the stone steps soothed Ellie's sun-frazzled psyche, and she retrieved a bottle containing a dark liquid from beneath her cloak. Cola. Ellie recalled the name of the beverage, a term she had never encountered before, yet one that rolled off the tongue effortlessly. That said, she had not intended to purchase a drink, as her funds were dwindling. In the months since leaving the orphanage, Ellie had been spending freely, seeking shelter when tired, purchasing food when hungry, and acquiring drinks without a second thought. To as a result, the pocket money given to her by the chapel's nuns had quickly dwindled to 60 universal coins, leaving her with 30 after deducting the cost of the drink. Regret began to creep in. She should have asked those nuns, who often pinched her cheeks, for more spending money. Still, why had she opted for such an expensive drink when her funds were so low? In truth, it was the shop's name that had lured her inside. The Enigmatic Snack House. She understood the meaning of enigmatic. When Miss Sarah was still around, she had shared tales of the outside world, describing lakes that sparkled like blue crystals, trees grander than castles, and prairies stretching endlessly, culminating in a parting sentiment. If given the chance, one must witness the wonders of the outside world. Thus, Ellie had ventured from the orphanage in search of the enigmatic Sarah had spoken of. Along her journey, she had encountered no lakes, seen plenty of trees, yet the tallest was scarcely taller than the chapel spire, far inferior to the castles in the royal city, as for prairies. The largest stretch of grass, she recalled, was merely a lawn outside a grand house. She had intended to lie down and take a nap there. But the old man inside was shouting angrily, disrupting her peace, prompting her to leave. In summary, Ellie had failed to discover the so-called enigmatic. However, just as she was about to forget her purpose for venturing out, a shop named Enigmatic appeared before her eyes, leading to the previous encounter. Staring at the dark liquid within the transparent bottle, Ellie pursed her lips beneath her mask. Fruit shops sell fruits, fish shops sell fish. Similarly, if a shop is called enigmatic, then it must sell something enigmatic. Although she could not fathom how the shopkeeper had bottled up lakes, trees, and prairies, it mattered little. The only thought occupying Ellie's mind was the desire to consume it. Indeed, if she drank this beverage called cola, she would surely experience the enigmatic, albeit not through her eyes, but through her mouth. After a brief examination, she finally managed to twist off the bottle cap. Unlike the beverages she had previously encountered, which were sealed with corks requiring considerable effort to extract, this bottle was different. With the right technique, it could be easily opened with a few gentle turns. The moment the cap was released, a loud hiss echoed, startling Ellie, who quickly leaned over the bottle. A thick layer of white foam rose to the surface of the dark liquid, emitting a continuous fizzing sound reminiscent of a beverage called beer. Ellie had secretly sampled beer once, but had found its taste unpalatable, spitting it out after a single sip. Could this drink be beer? Ellie harbored doubts as she adjusted her mask to reveal her nose and mouth, attempting to catch a whiff from the bottle's opening. What an enticing aroma! What was this? It was a peculiar scent, one she struggled to describe, yet it stirred an overwhelming urge within her to drink the beverage immediately. Though a part of her feared encountering the unpleasant flavor of beer again, the enchanting aroma, akin to a spell of allure, overwhelmed her wavering resolve. Yes, I shall drink it. With newfound determination, Ellie brought the bottle to her lips and took a small sip. The drink bore no bitter taste that would induce a grimace. Instead, it offered a sweetness entirely distinct from fruits or honey, an intense sensation that surged across her tongue, as if countless tiny bubbles were bursting in her mouth. Yet it was not at all disagreeable. Delicious. It was truly delightful, far superior to any beverage she had ever tasted. Ellie cast aside all restraint, gulping down sip after sip. The drink was slightly cold and somewhat tickled her throat, making it a tad challenging to swallow, yet its refreshing chill was immensely enjoyable. Miss Sarah had warned her that overly sweet things could be detrimental to her health, leading to cavities. However, Ellie paid no heed. Her teeth were robust and had never fallen ill. She continued to drink relentlessly, and soon the bottle of cola was nearly empty, a wave of satisfaction washing over her, prompting her to close her eyes, with her senses momentarily detached from the world. Ellie sensed a peculiar transformation occurring within her body. It felt as though she were basking in a gentle breeze or soaking in cool water. The heat induced by the sun was rapidly dissipating, as if some force were siphoning away the warmth, a sensation she cherished to know there was something else. Ellie sensed a pressure building in her chest, a slight fullness that was not uncomfortable, merely a sensation, an indication that something was on the verge of emerging. Her intuition was correct. With a delightful burp, the fragrance of cola wafted into the air. Due to an overwhelming sense of comfort, Ellie nearly let out a moan that moment. She felt as if she were reclining on the grassy banks of a lake, blissfully enjoying the cool shade beneath the trees. Wait a moment. With the lake, the meadow, and the grand trees all present, wasn't this precisely the wonder she had been seeking? It turned out that the shop had not been deceiving her. The items sold there were indeed wonderful, and Ellie felt a profound sense of satisfaction in her purchase. Soda. Gazing at the empty bottle in her hand, she repeated the name of the beverage, lamenting the fact that she had consumed it all in one go. She yearned for another drink, that a strong desire for one more bottle surged within her mind. But a single soda cost 30 universal coins, exactly the sum of her remaining funds that if she were to buy another bottle, she would be left with no money. What would happen if she had no money? Ellie tilted her head slightly, pondering this question. After only a brief moment of contemplation, she arrived at a conclusion. Being broke meant she could no longer purchase soda. Wasn't that rather dreadful? For the first time, Ellie experienced an emotion she would label as panic, and she knew she had to devise a solution. She fell into deep thought once more, but this time the answer eluded her. She pondered and pondered until her mind felt like it was on fire. Yet she could not conceive of a satisfactory plan, so she simply chose to stop thinking. After all, she still possessed 30 universal coins, enough to buy another bottle of soda. With this thought in mind, Ellie rose, reminding herself to temporarily set her worries aside and to deal with them after she spent her money. Chapter 6. Protection Fee. Allan meticulously arranged the gleaming coins scattered across the counter, then picked one up to examine it closely. One side of the coin bore the profile of a man, while the other displayed numbers inscribed in the script of this world, along with various smaller texts. There was no doubt that the presence of numbers indicated the currency of this realm had denominations, and these coins were the very universal coins used by that masked patron during payment, 30 coins. All of denomination 1, that reflecting on the fact that he would be interacting with this currency daily. Allan, feeling somewhat idle, began to search his memory for knowledge on the subject. That in simple terms, universal coins were guaranteed by the royal family of the Northern Kingdom, akin to a voucher for exchange, and could be utilized in neighboring nations. The issuance of such currency was prompted by the increasing presence of diverse races in the kingdom, each using their own national or tribal currencies. This necessitated complex calculations of gold content during transactions, which was quite cumbersome and often led to the circulation of counterfeit coins. To remedy this situation, the kingdom introduced universal coins. To prevent forgery. These coins were crafted with great precision, and the existence of denominations facilitated high-value transactions, allowing buyers and sellers to avoid carrying large sums of currency, which was exceedingly convenient. Moreover, as more races began to adopt universal coins, several nearby nations also accepted them, permitting their circulation within their territories, thus establishing universal coins as a veritable international currency. After acquiring this knowledge, Allan stored the coins in the drawer of the counter and leaned back in his chair, casting his gaze towards the street outside. Business remained rather slow. Opening a shop was evidently not as simple as he had envisioned. Thus far, he had only sold 1 bottle of soda, counting the one he had consumed himself. That amounted to a mere 2 bottles. Did he truly have to resort to standing at the entrance like the other shopkeepers on the street, loudly beckoning customers? Allan scratched his head in frustration. Although he was not lacking in boldness, he had never engaged in such a practice and felt somewhat embarrassed at the prospect. Unfortunately, the location of his shop was far from ideal. Most of the individuals passing by had already completed their shopping and were preoccupied with returning home, leaving little opportunity for them to browse other stores. Had his shop been located at the other end of the street, the situation would have been quite different, regardless of the business outcome. At least he would have attracted a good number of customers. Allan glanced at the shelf stocked with soda, 500 bottles in total. The snack shop had informed him that he needed to sell them all in order to unlock the next tier of products. At the current pace, he had no idea how long that would take. With no customers and nothing to occupy his time, Allan yawned in boredom. Just then, the sound of footsteps at the door shattered the monotonous atmosphere within the shop. He immediately stood up, a smile spreading across his face. "Welcome." Before he could finish his greeting, Allan couldn't help but furrow his brow. The peculiar man who entered was enough to provoke such a reaction. His skin, pale with a hint of green, seemed untouched by sunlight. His sharp gaze and gaunt cheeks resembled that of a predatory bird. The loose black clothing he wore undoubtedly concealed something sinister within. Additionally, whether it was merely a figment of his imagination or not, Allan detected a faint scent of blood, a scent that sharply stimulated his instincts. The remnants of his past as a swordsman warned him that this individual was not to be trifled with. Allan swallowed the unspoken welcome and instead inquired, "May I ask who you are?" This question was undeniably pointless, but he had no better inquiries to make, given the stranger's inexplicable presence. "I am merely an unremarkable individual with a touch of confidence in my abilities. If you insist on knowing my name, you may call me Sharpie." Noticing the man's cold smirk, Allan realized that his instincts had not failed him. The man's sneer resembled that of a cruel hunter mocking his prey for falling into a trap. It was evident that he felt secure enough to swagger in and utter words laced with provocation. Although Allan was uncertain of the man's intentions, he was acutely aware that he was not there to make a purchase. "I see. Then, Sharpie, what brings you to my humble establishment today?" Allan cautiously chose his words and tone. He was, after all, from a merchant family and was somewhat adept in such matters. "May we discuss this inside?" "Of course." Allan could not refuse. There were numerous reasons for this, but the most significant was that he was no match for the man before him. There was no doubt about it. The individual named Sharpie was formidable. The instincts of his past self were sending strong warnings, advising him to avoid confrontation. So he had no choice but to acquiesce to the man's wishes. Allan guided Sharpie to the lounge on the second floor, where they sat facing each other. Allan then introduced himself before proceeding to ask, "So, what is it that you wish to discuss?" In response to Allan's inquiry, Sharpie pretended to clear his throat before speaking slowly. "Your shop is new, is it not?" "That is indeed the case. Your face appears rather unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" Allan nodded and, with a questioning glance, inquired, "What of it?" "Very well, then allow me to explain a few things. Anyone opening a shop here is required to pay a management fee to my side." "A management fee?" Allan frowned inwardly. "What is that?" "It's nothing but a long-standing rule. Everyone complies, so you are no exception. In short, once this fee is paid, you will encounter no issues. However, should you choose not to pay, if you face difficulties in the future, do not come to me for assistance." Allan quickly grasped the man's intent. Just as depicted in television dramas, this individual had come to collect protection money. This town was a melting pot of various elements, and it was not surprising that underground organizations engaged in illicit activities. Allan had considered such matters previously. However, he had not anticipated their arrival would come so swiftly, leaving him entirely unprepared. What should he do? The idea of turning the situation around was futile. The man had undoubtedly come fully prepared, and his defeat was a foregone conclusion. Thus, rather than contemplating how to avoid failure, Allan thinking like a businessman, began to strategize on how to minimize his losses, just as Allan was attempting to find leverage for negotiation. Sharpie made a surprising concession first. That said, considering your shop has just opened, I can grant you a little extra time to gather the fee. Extra time? Indeed. Sometimes pushing people too hard can yield undesirable outcomes. I've encountered desperate individuals before. While resolving such matters was relatively straightforward, erasing evidence was quite a laborious task. The IT truly exhausted me at the time. As Sharpie feigned stretching his shoulders, he smiled with ill intent. The implication was clear. Fatten them up before the kill, wasn't it? Understanding this, Allan managed to force a smile at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, that makes sense. In any case, I have said all that I needed to say. That I plan to return in a month. Did I ask that acceptable, Mr. Allan? All right. With that agreement, Allan rose from the sofa to see Sharpie out. Upon reaching the ground floor, Sharpie stood at the entrance and smiled at Allan, offering him a parting remark. Though I came prepared, I did not anticipate your cooperation. Allow me to express my gratitude. You have truly saved me a great deal of trouble. As Sharpie departed, his words concealed a clear sense of mockery and derision, for he was certain Allan was without recourse and that victory was assured. Watching the man leave, Allan's expression revealed no particular emotions. However, deep within his eyes, a certain unmistakable feeling began to surface. That it was indignation. From a young age, Allan had always been the one to bully others. He had never experienced such humiliation. Snack shop. Did you hear all of that? Allan silently called out to the snack shop, fully aware it was listening. This was merely a confirmation, and the snack shop responded affirmatively. Of course. Then what will you do about it? I have already stated that my role is solely to oversee your management of the shop. I shall not intervene in any other matters. In the silence that ensued, Allan remained resolute, refusing to utter a word. He would not bow to the forces of evil. He would absolutely not pay the so-called management fee. Hence, there was only one course of action left to him. It means there's no time to waste, right? One must possess sufficient strength to avoid being at the mercy of others. Fortunately, you can enhance your physical capabilities through selling goods, enabling you to grow rapidly in a short span of time. Indeed, you are quite fortunate. Is that truly luck? Allan pondered. Just as footsteps echoed once more at the entrance, he turned towards the sound, unable to suppress a faint awe. How could it be him again? Chapter 7. I am willing. The reason for his reaction was that the newcomer was none other than the shop's very first customer. The masked man that it hadn't been long. Why had he returned? Allan felt a twinge of confusion, wondering if perhaps the soda he had just consumed was already finished. That a bottle of soda held quite a substantial amount, and even a man of Allan's stature felt a bit full after downing it in one go, let alone someone of the masked man's smaller build. Despite his lingering doubts, Allan felt a surge of happiness at the return of a repeat customer, and his previously stiff expression softened slightly as he cheerfully greeted, "Welcome." Just as before, the masked man completely disregarded Allan's welcome and walked straight to the shelves. Allan continued to follow him with his gaze, but whether it was merely an illusion, he sensed that the masked man's footsteps seemed more hurried than before. In no time, the masked man approached with a bottle of soda in hand, presenting it to Allan. "I'll buy this." Indeed, he had returned for the soda, prompting a smile to blossom on Allan's face. "Thank you for your patronage. That will be 30 thorns. 30 thorns, which translates to 30 thorn coins, is customary in the kingdom and its neighboring regions. Upon recalling this during his earlier contemplation, Allan mimicked the phrasing accordingly. As for why he made such a deliberate imitation. One could liken it to the original world. When a customer inquires about the price, the shopkeeper typically replies with $30. However, if the shopkeeper suddenly exclaimed 30 soft sister coins, it would undoubtedly feel awkward to anyone. This is what one might call being grounded. The masked man nodded, unfastened a pouch from his waist, and promptly emptied its contents onto the counter without counting, merely pushing the scattered coins towards Allan. Allan counted the coins, confirming the amount was precisely correct. Yet before he could utter "Thank you for your patronage," the masked man abruptly turned to leave. That said, his steps faltered at the threshold. Allan squinted slightly, contemplating the masked man's intentions. What was he doing? With no clues to decipher his thoughts, Allan could only continue to observe without making a sound. The masked man lowered his head in contemplation for a brief moment, then seemingly reached a decision, turning back to the counter. Are you hiring here? Ah! Allan was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard. Perhaps he thought he hadn't understood, as the masked man reiterated. Are you hiring here? About that. Allan initially intended to decline, but after some hesitation, he considered that employing someone to assist in the shop might not be such a bad idea after the recent events. Previously, without a clear goal, Allan had managed the shop at a leisurely pace alone, but circumstances had changed to combat the sand vulture. He needed to sell products swiftly within a month to elevate his level, which would undoubtedly increase his workload. Managing alone might prove overwhelming. From this perspective, having someone proactively offer their services was indeed a stroke of good fortune. But you were certainly welcome to apply, but would you mind removing your mask? Because, how should I put it? Your current attire seems somewhat inappropriate. The reason Allan made this request was simply to ascertain what the individual looked like, based on their appearance. He would then decide whether or not to hire them. Allan did not wish to judge solely by looks. Yet, generally speaking, a pleasingly attractive employee would likely garner more favorable impressions from customers than one of average appearance. However, uncertain of the reason behind the masked man's disguise, perhaps it was some sort of religious custom, Allan feared that such a request might be offensive. Thus he added, "Of course, it's not mandatory to remove the mask. If you prefer not to, that is entirely fine." The masked man shook his head, indicating that it was no issue, then glanced outside the door as if confirming something before taking a small step inward and finally reaching up to remove the mask. Allan instinctively directed his gaze towards the unveiled face, and then his breath hitched. This was no metaphor. He genuinely forgot to breathe, gazing upwards at the masked man. No, it would be quite disrespectful to refer to her as such. She was, in truth, an exceptionally beautiful young lady. Her exquisitely crafted features seemed almost sculpted, devoid of any imperfections. Her bright eyes shone with the cold brilliance of red gemstones, while her golden hair, released from the confines of her hood, cascaded gently down her back, complementing her striking visage. Though her plain black cloak appeared unremarkable, it transformed into a luxurious garment upon her form. Her perfectly symmetrical face was so striking it could captivate hearts. And Allan found himself blushing as he averted his gaze, unable to bear the intensity of her stare. To be honest, such a reaction felt somewhat embarrassing, yet the young lady appeared oblivious, her expression remaining unchanged. No, rather than being unchanged, it would be more accurate to say she bore no expression at all, that if one were to nitpick her appearance, it would be that her demeanor exuded a doll-like coldness. Especially in her eyes, there was an absence of any emotion. One might say those were eyes from which no feelings could be discerned. Her finely crafted features were undeniably exquisite, yet in a less flattering light. They resembled a beautifully crafted mask. "Am I allowed to work now?" The young lady finally spoke. Her voice, though devoid of inflection, matched her striking appearance, resonating pleasantly in the air. Allan was taken aback for a moment before responding. "Yes." "Oh no, wait, there are still some issues." "What issues?" "Though it may seem somewhat rude, I must ask for the sake of caution. How old are you this year?" The young lady tilted her head slightly, as if puzzled by Allan's inquiry. In doing so, her face remained devoid of any expression. "Is that really important?" "Of course it is. How should I put it? You don't appear old enough to be working." The young lady's petite stature gave her an impression of youthfulness. And despite Allan's eagerness to hire someone, he could scarcely employ a child. Upon hearing Allan's words, the young lady's expression seemed to flicker momentarily, but the change was so subtle and fleeting that he could not discern its nature. "Why?" Her question left Allan awkwardly smiling. "If you must ask why, it seems quite self-evident. Children cannot work." "I am not a child." "No, you certainly look like one." "I am not a child." Faced with the young lady's persistent assertions, Allan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, pleading for her to relent. Even if she truly wasn't a child, he could not bring himself to hire her. This world is one of diverse races coexisting, just as there are towering giants. There also exist smaller races. However, while one cannot determine age solely by height, facial maturity can serve as an indicator of adulthood. Yet, generally, only closely related races can gauge maturity based on appearance. Ultimately, if the young lady insists she is not a child, Perhaps the demi-human races might overlook it, but human society would likely not accept such an explanation. If others were to witness Allan employing a child, what judgment would they cast upon him? He would surely be seen as a monster of child exploitation. Allan had no desire to be perceived in such a manner. He wished to avoid attracting troublesome attention. The young lady, unaware of Allan's thoughts, continued to gaze intently at him. While it would be a pity to refuse such a beautiful girl, he also wished to avoid trouble. Thus he needed to dismiss her. All right, let us assume you're not a child, but I must tell you honestly, working here comes with one condition. There is no salary. Are you willing to stay? Upon stating this, Allan displayed a victorious smile. In his view, the young lady must surely be seeking monetary compensation for her application and would naturally depart upon learning there was none. However, to his astonishment, the young lady nodded without hesitation. I am willing. Chapter 8. A New Customer. The young lady's unexpected response sent Allan's carefully constructed thoughts spiraling into disarray. Well, you said you were willing? Yes, I am willing. Confirming he had not misheard, Allan blinked in disbelief. What was this girl thinking? Defying all expectations? Wait a moment. The lack of salary means I want to be paying you. Are you sure you understand? I am certain. You truly understand? I am certain. No matter how he pressed, the young lady remained steadfast, indicating she was not joking. Allan could not help but furrow his brow, contemplating whether he had made a grave mistake. That no, she must be bluffing. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to work for free. She must think I'm deceiving her. If that were the case, he decided to continue to intimidate her. Oh, I forgot to mention, working for me means not only no salary but also a plethora of tasks, leaving you exhausted and weary every day, to the point of aching backs and unsteady legs. After hearing all this, do you still intend to work here? These are, of course, mere fabrications. Allan would never coerce a child into labor. He lacks such a cruel disposition. This is simply a benevolent fib intended to dissuade the young lady from her pursuits. Allan silently offered his apologies in his heart. Yet, I wish to work here. The girl's unwavering response persisted. Faced with the girl's impassive expression, Allan could not restrain a frown. Why was she so determined to work here? He found himself perplexed and was about to inquire further when a sudden commotion erupted from outside the door. As three figures gradually approached the entrance, Allan realized customers were arriving. An idea struck him, and he turned to the girl, asking, "What is your name?" "Ellie Mura," she replied, adding, "You can just call me Ellie." Ellie, the name evoked a sense of warmth in Allan. He was Allan, and the girl was Ellie. The names flowed together harmoniously, almost like a family, that he mused that should he ever have a daughter, naming her Ellie would indeed be splendid. However, this was not the time for fanciful thoughts. Suppressing his fondness, he redirected his gaze to the girl before him. "So, you are Ellie, correct? I am Allan. Here is the deal. If you can sell cola to the customers, I will permit you to work here." How does that sound? Allan thought that even he struggled to sell products, and surely a mere child would find it impossible, thus allowing him to refuse her without guilt. As for Ellie, she seemed blissfully unaware of Allan's ulterior motives. Nodding in agreement without hesitation, three goblins marched side by side along the road. These goblins were robust and towering, their strides powerful, defying the conventional image of diminutive goblins. They were clad in seemingly sturdy rope armor that encased their muscular forms, wielding formidable thick-bladed cleavers upon their backs, and adorned with durable fur shoes on their feet, complemented by leather pouches at their waists, presenting a fully armed appearance. Ordinary passers-by, upon encountering these three goblins, hastily sidestepped, while the goblins appeared unfazed, conversing amongst themselves. "I heard something unusual is happening in the forest," one goblin remarked. "What sort of situation?" another inquired. "Not entirely certain. I've heard from human hunters that they discovered hundreds of creature tracks heading south from the forest." "Is it a large-scale hunting operation?" the third goblin interjected. "Though there is no concrete evidence." "I doubt it. It seems more like something has transpired deep within the northern forest," the first goblin replied, shaking his head. "Could it be that the frost dragon has begun to stir?" The three goblins, including the one who spoke, instinctively reacted to this statement, lifting their gazes towards the distant northern skyline where massive snow-capped mountains loomed at the horizon. For heaven's sake, Could you utter something more fortuitous? We had agreed to hunt in the forest tonight. Does your suggestion not spell doom for our plans? I was counting on trading our catch for some drinking money. Logically thinking, that should not be the case. Frost dragons fear heat. They tend to slumber in summer and emerge in winter, so I believe the likelihood is quite low. Never mind, I don't wish to discuss this any further. It's still early. I think we should find a tavern and enjoy a few drinks. Excellent idea? The mere mention of drinking transformed the expressions of the three goblins, as if invigorated by a sudden gust of energy. How about we go to the Heavy Hammer? The Heavy Hammer. You mean that tavern run by the dwarf whose face resembles an anvil? No, that place is out of the question. Their food is abominably tasteless. You fool, we're not going there to eat. We're going to drink. Do you not realize how delightful their rye beer is? Nonsense. The best drink there is the apricot mushroom wine. What are you babbling about? The best drink is surely the turbid wine, with its rich flavor that is simply beyond description. Nonsense. I see none of you truly understand the art of drinking. Rye beer is undoubtedly the superior choice. Are you daft? It is clearly the apricot mushroom wine. You are all mistaken. Trust me, you will not go wrong. If we drink, it must be the turbid wine. The three goblins became embroiled in a heated argument, glaring fiercely at one another, the atmosphere brimming with potential violence, drawing the attention of passers-by. Just then, one goblin abruptly halted, turning towards a particular direction, prompting the other two to follow suit in an instant. Their quarrel ceased as if it had never occurred. The focal point of their gaze was a shop by the roadside. The store's walls were impeccably painted, adorned with large, transparent glass windows of remarkable clarity. Devoid of any impurities, it is worth noting that glass as a building material is typically reserved for grand cathedrals or castles, and is often colored and impure. This transparent glass was a rare sight indeed. To be able to afford such an uncommon material, what manner of proprietor ran this establishment? The goblins, sharing the same curiosity, peered through the glass into the interior, where neatly arranged rows of metal shelves stood. With one shelf seemingly stocked with bottles containing some liquid, they could all distinctly see the black liquid inside, so vivid that the three goblins were momentarily captivated, falling into silence. Shall we go in for a look? It was unclear who made the suggestion, but the three were of one mind as they stepped toward the shop's entrance. Chapter 9. Is cola alcohol? The goblins arrived at the door, though they had anticipated that the decor inside would be impressive. They had underestimated it. What greeted their eyes was a spacious hall with a soaring ceiling, the walls painted in a soft blue hue, bright yet not blinding. The furnishings within were tastefully arranged. A feast for the eyes. Particularly striking was the imposing metallic counter directly opposite the entrance, exuding an indescribable weightiness. Even those who were ignorant of the value of such items could tell that it must be quite expensive. Even the floor beneath their feet was so pristine that they hesitated to tread upon it in shoes, as if it were carved from crystal, smooth and polished to the point of reflecting their shadows. While the goblins hesitated on whether to enter, Allan was also observing them. Goblins? Allan had seen these creatures in games and animations, so he could recognize them, albeit the three goblins appeared somewhat different. When one thinks of goblins, sharp fangs, long pointed ears, green skin, and grotesque faces typically come to mind, and these three possessed those characteristics, allowing Allan to identify them at a glance. The only distinction was their remarkably strong physiques. Generally speaking, goblins are a race whose height, weight, and muscle mass are inferior to that of humans, yet these three goblins defied that notion. Although they were shorter, perhaps only reaching Allan's waist, their muscular builds were impressive. Contrasting sharply with the frail goblins that Allan was accustomed to, moreover, each goblin was armed, their robust limbs exuding an aura characteristic of those who wield violence that a flicker of unease crossed Allan's mind. Could they be here to collect protection money? Though apprehensive, he maintained a welcoming demeanor, offering a smile as he greeted the three goblins. Welcome. Ellie, standing beside him, echoed the sentiment in kind. Upon hearing their voices, the goblins turned their attention towards them, appraising the duo. The first was merely a typical human male, seemingly unremarkable, and sharing that thought, the three shifted their gaze to the latter, their eyes widening in astonishment that a remarkably beautiful young lady, goblins, being subhuman, should not have a distinct perception of human beauty. Yet having coexisted with humans in this town for an extended period, they had gradually come to understand human aesthetics. Hence, they could discern that this girl belonged to the category of the exceptionally attractive. Particularly her features, which appeared as though meticulously sculpted, flawless in every regard. Noticing the goblins lingering at the entrance without stepping inside, Allan inferred their hesitance indicated they were not akin to the predatory sand vultures, which relieved him, prompting him to wave them in. Please, come in and feel free to look around. Relax. With his courteous invitation, the three goblins shed their apprehension and entered the store. They had intended to explore this extravagantly decorated shop. But their hopes were swiftly dashed, for most of the shelves were bare, with the sole product being the black beverage they had seen outside. Boss, what's going on with your store? Is there only one product? After a brief exploration, the goblins regarded Allan with skepticism. I apologize. As it is a new store opening, we have a limited selection of products, but new items will be gradually introduced, Allan explained. I see. Well, it doesn't matter. I have a question for you. What is that? The goblin pointed towards the cola on the shelf. That is cola, a type of beverage. Cola, the goblin pondered. Indeed, a name I have never heard before. How much does it cost? Allan hesitated for a moment. 30 tongs. Three goblins widened their eyes in unison, perhaps thinking they had misheard. After confirming with one another, they were certain they had not erred. 30 common coins were enough for them to enjoy 2 large mugs at the tavern. Yet here, it could only purchase a mere bottle of beverage. The three goblins, sharing the same sentiment, felt a surge of irritation. How dare they sell a single bottle of drink for 30 common coins? It seemed utterly outrageous. Boss, you must have made a mistake in pricing, one of the goblins remarked with a hint of displeasure. Initially, he had thought the shop's decor was quite appealing, but he never anticipated the exorbitant prices, leading him to suspect it might be a trap to lure customers in with a lavish facade only to fleece them later. About that. Allan shrugged helplessly, fully aware that they would question the cost. However, after learning about the marvelous effects of the cola, he felt the price was justified. After all, according to the snack shop, this beverage was concocted using a long-lost ancient alchemy of the elven race, making it nearly inaccessible to the average person. Yet, upon reflection, could the reason this alchemy had been lost be that the snack shop had appropriated it? What would the elves think if they discovered this? Allan felt as though the snack shop was digging a pit for him, and it was somewhat unsettling that he couldn't afford to indulge in such thoughts now. The immediate concern was how to alleviate the customer's doubts about the price. Allan certainly did not intend to ponder the answer himself. He had not forgotten his plan, but he gestured with his chin to Ellie, who nodded in understanding and stepped forward. The gaze of the three goblins converged upon her. The price of the cola is correct, Ellie stated slowly. Her nonchalant demeanor took the goblins by surprise. While humans were indeed cunning, they weren't inherently skilled at deception. This young girl appeared quite youthful, yet maintained such composure, giving no impression of falsehood. Could she truly be confident in the quality of the beverage? For them, the price was secondary. It was the taste that mattered most. Just as they would splurge on a rare fine wine despite its steep price, if this drink called cola was truly delightful, the 30 common coins might be deemed acceptable. However, the prerequisite was, so little girl, I ask you, is this drink called cola alcoholic? Upon hearing the word alcohol, the eyes of the two other goblins brightened, and Allan, who had been quietly observing, noted their candid reaction. It is not, Ellie replied. Allan then observed the glimmer in the goblin's eyes swiftly dim. These three goblins had a penchant for alcohol, but he jotted down a note in his mind. A drink that isn't even alcoholic dares to be sold for 30 common coins. What a waste of time. Brothers, the leading goblin began to beckon his companions to leave when Ellie interrupted him. However, the cola is quite delicious. As she spoke, she picked up the bottle of cola she had purchased earlier and took a generous sip, a look of rapture adorning her face that in reality, Ellie maintained a neutral expression. Her apparent ecstasy stemmed from the large gulp she had taken, which had surprised her throat and caused her to instinctively squeeze her eyes shut, giving an impression of bliss. Though merely a coincidence, the effect was immediate, drawing the attention of all three goblins. Hey, look at her. That drink called cola seems truly delightful. Allan overheard the goblins' hushed whispers that it was not intentional eavesdropping. Their loud voices made it nearly impossible not to hear. Could it be? I refuse to believe there exists a beverage more delectable than wine. Do you think that girl drinks wine? Perhaps she finds that drink delightful simply because she has never tasted alcohol. She seems too young to drink. We can't trust someone who doesn't drink. Really? There's a saying, better to believe in its existence than to miss out on something good. Listening to the Goblins' discussions, Allan couldn't help but feel inclined to give Ellie a thumbs up. He hadn't anticipated that the girl had such a knack for persuasion. At that moment, Ellie spoke again. Goblin gentlemen. Upon hearing Ellie call to them, the three goblins turned their heads in unison. That instant, a peculiar premonition washed over Allan, compelling him to stop Ellie immediately. Yet curiosity piqued his interest in what she intended to say. Then he regretted it. Your faces look quite green. You seem rather unfortunate. This statement from Ellie instantly filled the atmosphere with an electrifying tension. The goblins wore grim expressions, and one even bared its fangs. I apologize, she is new here. Allan hastily stepped forward to explain, though he had not expected Ellie to succeed in her sales pitch. He certainly did not want to anger them. It would be one thing if the business fell through, but if the shop were to be vandalized, it would be a disaster. However, one goblin quickly raised a hand, interrupting him. It's fine. Ha! The tone of this goblin seemed to lack any anger. Allan questioned his hearing. Upon closer inspection, this goblin's teeth were bared even more, yet its tone remained so relaxed. What was happening? This incomprehensible situation left Allan utterly perplexed. Yet, as he further observed, understanding dawned upon him. This goblin was not angry. It was smiling. The bared teeth appeared fearsome due to its subhuman features, as goblins and humans possess significantly different facial characteristics. Even the same expression could yield vastly different interpretations between a goblin and a human. Allan suddenly found himself in a quandary. His father had once said that capturing subtle customer expressions to gauge their psychology was one of the keys to successful business. However, given the existence of subhumans in this world, deciphering customer expressions would undoubtedly become more complicated. As Allan pondered this, the goblins began to engage with Ellie. You speak rather straightforwardly, little girl. What is your name? I'm not in the mood to share my name today, Ellie replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by the goblin's menacing smile. That's a real pity. I would be willing to share my name, that I am Arno. I am Shiva. I am Singo. The three goblins introduced themselves in succession, while Allan diligently committed their names to memory. However, a new dilemma arose. Their names were not particularly difficult to remember, but matching the names to their faces posed a challenge. T.O. Allan. These three goblins appeared as three identical faces lined up together. If they were to switch places, he would be utterly unable to distinguish one from the other. Anxiety and confusion flooded his mind. If these three goblins returned to the shop and he could not recall their names, would they accuse him of not paying attention when they had introduced themselves? Such a scenario would be exceedingly awkward. Regardless, they had shared their names, and it would be impolite to remain indifferent. Thus, Allan stepped forward and said, Greetings to you three. I am Allan, the owner of this establishment. Oh, so you are the owner. Allan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Arno nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze back to Ellie. As for you, little girl, starting work at such a young age is impressive. When I was your age, I was still playing in the mud. That said, regardless of your youth, you should not provoke customers. I am not provoking anyone. I am promoting cola. The faces of the three goblins contorted in unison, displaying expressions of confusion. In truth, it was not only them. Even Allan was baffled, cursing the customer's misfortune while promoting a product. What kind of logic was that? Did I offend you? Ellie asked, misinterpreting their expressions. Not at all. Arno shrugged. No matter what others think. I quite like your personality. That expression of yours that seems to disregard others is completely different from those cowardly vermin who flee upon seeing me. Huh. Allan was taken aback. An expression that disregards others? Indeed, she always maintained the same expression when looking at people. I feel the same way. It's a pity she cannot drink, but her expression is fantastic, with such a strong gaze, Shiva added. Indeed, it is evident that this girl is quite a remarkable character, Singo concurred. Remarkable character. This was getting more absurd by the moment. Allan alternated his gaze between the goblins and Ellie, scrutinizing them for any signs of jest, yet they bore no semblance of humor. Perhaps it could be said that goblins have a rather unique perspective on people. Umph. Feeling proud, Ellie responded, extending her finger in a victory pose, all while maintaining her strong expression. Ha ha, you are quite amusing, little girl. Arno erupted in hearty laughter at her reaction. Noting that the atmosphere remained pleasant, Allan offered a gentle bow. In any case, I sincerely apologize for any trouble caused. The customer's indifference is one matter, while one's own expression of intent is another. When a mistake is made, an apology is warranted. Ultimately, it is never a fault, and perhaps it might even pass a hidden test set by the customer. This was something old father once mentioned. A time when Allan dismissed it as irrelevant, finding it tedious and merely chuckled it off. Yet, reflecting upon it now, he realizes that no knowledge is without its merit. Allan cannot help but feel a pang of regret. Wishing he had paid closer attention back then. Is it still not too late to learn? In response to Allan's sincere apology, Arno waved dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence, then turned his gaze towards Ellie. But speaking of which, little girl, I find myself quite curious. What does your misfortune have to do with that bottle of cola in your hand? Care to enlighten me? Arno pointed at the cola Ellie was holding. And the other two goblins nodded in agreement, their expressions slightly contorted, which Allan surmised was a manifestation of curiosity. Under the weight of their inquisitive stares, Ellie slowly opened her mouth. Misfortune leads to bad things. Indeed, experiencing bad things results in a sour mood. That's true. When one is in a sour mood, one ought to drink cola. Why is that? Because cola brings happiness. Allan was taken aback. After such a roundabout discussion, they had finally arrived at the crux of the matter. As Ellie stated, the essence of cola is to evoke joy. A fact Allan was well aware of. At first, Ellie's sales pitch seemed nonsensical. Yet upon reflection, it was remarkably astute, her reasoning sound and her logic impeccable. Initially, Allan doubted Ellie's capacity to aid the shop. But now he felt an inkling that this child might indeed be a sales prodigy. While Allan marveled internally, the goblins wore expressions of discomfort. It brings happiness. As far as I know, the only thing capable of such a feat is alcohol. Though I hold you in high regard, my funds for drink have dwindled of late. I cannot partake in your business just yet. Perhaps after I hunt tonight and replenish my coin. Then we shall see, next time for sure. With that, the three goblins waved their hands and made their way out the door. Allan felt a twinge of disappointment. After such a stellar performance from Ellie, they still could not close the deal. However, just then, clash. The sound of a hard object shattering made Allan's shoulder jerk, and he quickly turned to the source of the noise, only to discover that a flower pot from the second floor had plummeted down, shattering right before Arno. With no time to comprehend why a pot placed inside the window would fall without warning, Allan hurried over to inquire if anyone was injured, but Ellie spoke up first. See? You encountered a stroke of bad luck. She raised the cola. Buy some cola. Though startled by the sudden turn of events, Arno, a seasoned woodsman, exhaled slowly to regain his composure and turned to Ellie with a smile. You truly hit the nail on the head, little girl. However, I still maintain that drinking alcohol is more enjoyable. If you had been crushed just now, would the other two goblin gentlemen find joy in drinking alcohol? Ellie pressed on relentlessly. Shiwa and Singo exchanged glances, appearing hesitant to speak. In that situation, it would indeed be quite distressing. Even as those who dance on the edge of life and death, losing a companion is still. Exactly. Arno sighed. We three are comrades who have faced life and death together. If one of us were to perish, even drinking would only serve to remind us of the absent drinking companion. Thus, buy some cola. It will surely lift your spirits. The trio of goblins, being hunters who often ventured into the perilous woods beyond the town, understood that one could meet their demise at any moment. Hence, such topics were no jest at that moment. They pondered for a few seconds, exchanged glances, and finally nodded in unison. Very well. In that case, let us purchase 3 bottles of cola and see how it goes. Allan stood nearby, utterly speechless. With this, his suspicions regarding Ellie's prodigious talent were all but confirmed. Chapter 11. This girl is quite different. Once the goblins departed, Allan gazed at the gleaming coins on the counter, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Thanks to Ellie's clever salesmanship, This transaction had concluded successfully. Although luck played a role in the pitch, it did not diminish Ellie's potential. He envisioned that as long as she remained, selling would never be a concern. Allan naturally changed his mind, deciding to retain Ellie. However, the issue lay in her youthful visage. Should anyone accuse him of forcing a child to work, he would have no reasonable defense. Thus, how could he allow Ellie to stay at the shop without raising suspicions? The answer was simple. Exempt her from labor and let her enjoy the provisions of the shop. This way, no one could cast blame upon her. Yet, she was here for a job, and to allow her to do nothing felt unjust to Allan. Therefore, he resolved to assign her tasks suitable for her capabilities. And if questioned, he would simply state she was his daughter, one who, out of concern for her hard-working father, voluntarily assists him. What could be wrong with that? Allan nodded inwardly, feeling quite clever about his plan. However, he soon contemplated the potential ramifications of keeping this girl by his side. His predecessor had enemies, and having recently crossed a local power, the future promised to be tumultuous. Bringing Ellie along might inadvertently put her in harm's way. He felt a pang of guilt at the thought of dragging trouble into someone else's life. Ellie, there is something I must tell you. What is it? Working here will be arduous and tiring. Are you certain you wish to stay? Upon hearing this, Ellie tilted her head in confusion. You mentioned this just a moment ago, did you not? Yes, I know. I simply wanted to ask you once more. What is your answer? I am willing. Seeing Ellie nod without hesitation, Allan felt that familiar question arise in his mind. Why was she so determined to remain here? Though he longed to uncover the answer, the timing was not right to inquire, so he set his curiosity aside and smiled warmly at Ellie. Well then, Ellie, I believe you possess a natural talent for being a shop assistant. You remind me quite a bit of my younger self, so I've decided to hire you. What do you think? I am very happy. While Ellie spoke those words, her expression bore no semblance of joy. To an unknowing observer, it would seem she was lying. Yet, Allan had grown accustomed to her impassive demeanor. With an additional capable helper, Allan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Turning to open a window for ventilation, as he drew back the curtains, the bright sunlight flooded the room, but suddenly, the girl behind him dashed forward and swiftly pulled the curtains shut once more. This stark contrast to her previously serene demeanor left Allan momentarily astonished. What's wrong? Sunlight, I do not like it. Are you afraid of the heat? Yes. Allan, having received her affirmative reply, discreetly scrutinized the girl's attire. Initially thought to be a hooded cloak, upon closer inspection, it was merely a piece of fabric tied with a string. The clothing beneath it was tattered and worn, suggesting it had seen many days. Although it appeared to be female garb, the loose sleeves were cinched with a string, and the originally skirt-like hem had been cut to resemble trousers, an embodiment of practicality that if she feared the heat. Why then did she wrap herself so tightly? As Allan pondered this, his gaze inadvertently met Ellie's that her eyes were calm, like a deep pool, their depths a rich crimson akin to blood, for reasons unknown. Looking into those eyes, Allan felt an uncanny sensation that this girl before him was not human, that a shiver ran through him, and he quickly dismissed the unsettling thought, chastising himself for such a disrespectful notion. He took a deep breath. Remarkably, Ellie bore no odors whatsoever that on this scorching day. She was bundled tightly, yet not a hint of perspiration wafted from her. Could it be that, just as the saying goes, the sweat of a beautiful maiden is fragrant? Certainly not. The reality was that no scent lingered. The only aroma emanating from Ellie was the dust clinging to her ragged clothing. Nonetheless, Allan felt it imperative for her to change into cleaner attire. She could not possibly continue to work in such a state. Ellie, why not take a bath first? I will find you some clean clothes. Okay. Seeing Ellie agree without question, Allan felt a considerable sense of relief wash over him. That it is inherently awkward to suggest that a female take a bath. And he was grateful that Ellie did not pry into the reasoning. Had she done so, any explanation he offered would have appeared suspicious. That if she deemed him a pervert, it could irreparably damage their relationship. As they made their way to the bathroom, Allan feigned casual conversation with Ellie. From your appearance, you seem not to be from around here. I came from the royal capital. Allan had no knowledge of where the royal capital was or how far it lay. Yet he nodded in a semblance of understanding. And what of your parents? Do they not worry about you? I have no parents. Even as she uttered words that cast a shadow over the mood, Ellie's exquisitely sculpted visage remained impervious. Allan responded with a murmur, as if the emotionless girl had somehow infected him, causing his own expression to vanish. How to articulate it? Upon hearing Ellie's reply, he found himself surprisingly unperturbed, perhaps due to the girl's lack of expression. He sensed an uncommon tranquility in her that far surpassed that of his peers, allowing him to unconsciously predict her answer. It might sound rather unflattering, but this outcome only intensified the sense of familiarity he felt towards her. Allan had traversed here alone, just as Ellie was solitary, and in a certain sense, they bore a resemblance, leading him to believe that there might be opportunities for their relationship to deepen in the future. However, such sentiments were not something he could voice before her, for he did not know her thoughts, and it would be inappropriate to inquire. If this were a burden she could not bear, a casual question could prove disastrous. For now, he resolved to maintain the status quo, deferring any future matters for another time. Allan escorted Ellie to the bathroom and instructed her on how to operate the shower, but he had anticipated her curiosity, expecting questions like where does the hot water come from? Or why does that bottle of lotion create bubbles? Yet surprisingly, she remained utterly silent, merely nodding throughout. One could only conclude that this girl truly was unlike her contemporaries. After closing the door and confirming the sound of running water within, Allan stepped away from the bathroom, gazing up at the ceiling as if deep in thought. Where could he find a change of clothes? After pondering for a while, a light bulb suddenly flickered to life in his mind. Snack house. Are you there? What can I do for you, Lord Allan? Upon hearing the response from the snack house, Allan quickly fashioned a pleasing smile on his face. Snack house, could you procure a few outfits for me? I am but a snack house, selling only snacks. I am not a department store. Given the snack house's curt reply, Allan discerned that his attempts at flattery were futile, prompting him to swiftly alter his strategy, transforming his smile into a plea for sympathy. For a merchant, this level of adaptability was fundamental, nothing remarkable. Please, father, I am truly at my wit's end. Aside from you, there is no one else who can assist me. Besides, acquiring a few outfits should be a trivial matter for you. Correct? Ahem. Father? What are you saying? Ahem. I am not as formidable as you suggest, but I am not lacking either. Hearing this somewhat unusual tone, Allan narrowed his eyes in thought. He had merely called him father, so why the sudden change? Could it be that the snack house was susceptible to such flattery? Chapter 12. The father from nothing to validate his suspicion. Allan tried softly calling out, Father! Cough! Do not ask again. I will not acquiesce to such unreasonable demands. The snack house's voice reverted to its original icy tone. Yet this abrupt change only served to confirm that it was concealing its emotions. Thus, Allan intensified his approach, persisting with his gentle coaxing. Father, please help me. Cough, ahem. Flattery will not sway me. I will not alter my decision. How stubborn. Allan sneered internally, escalating his efforts further. Father, please show some respect. Father, please, Dad, all right, enough. It seemed the snack house could no longer endure, emitting an uncharacteristic sound of distress. Yet to mask its fluster, it swiftly reverted to its usual emotionless tone. Ahem. Since you were so earnest, I shall make an exception this time. Thank you, Father. The tactic of conjuring a father from thin air proved wildly successful, and Allan beamed with delight, silently celebrating his victory. At that moment, the snack house interjected. However, the garments I provide are not free. You must pay for them. I will pay, Allan replied nonchalantly, having anticipated this outcome. He felt no surprise that if the snack house had claimed there would be no charge. That would have truly been puzzling. Then, please choose the style of clothing. As the snack house's voice faded, a multitude of outfits flooded Allan's mind. The sheer number of styles left him feeling dizzy. And since he was not well-versed in women's fashion, he reluctantly sought the snack house's assistance. These clothes are for Ellie. Could you help me coordinate a few outfits? Understood. I shall select suitable combinations based on the target's appearance and physique. Please hold on. After approximately 10 seconds, the snack house announced, the garments have been delivered to the wardrobe. Each outfit costs 50 universal coins, and the bill will be sent along. Please check for it. Allan nodded. Finding the price quite reasonable, that he approached the wardrobe, opened the door, and found 6 brand new outfits in 3 different styles hanging inside. The snack house had thoughtfully attached notes to each outfit, indicating labels such as work attire, casual wear, and sleepwear. The work attire consisted of a light blue dress, complete with a pristine apron and lace headpiece, paired with white long socks adorned with lace, and a pair of brown flats tied with charming bows. The casual wear was a sailor suit paired with a navy pleated skirt and a red ribbon tie, complemented by white ankle socks and black uniform shoes. As for the sleepwear, it was a simple, loose-fitting white ensemble, devoid of the usual frills or lace commonly found on sleepwear, focusing solely on comfort. They even prepared sleepwear. Allan internally mused, wondering if this meant Ellie was meant to stay the night. Yet, upon further reflection, it made sense. Ellie had no parents and was presumably wandering without a home, and coincidentally, there was a vacant room available here for her to stay. The question remained, how to broach the subject with her? Allan found himself frowning in distress. The warm water cascaded down, washing away the grime from his body, which had been exposed to the elements for over a month, providing a long-awaited sense of cleanliness. How delightful, Ellie thought. Her body did not excrete sweat. A simple rinse was sufficient for cleanliness, eliminating the need for prolonged showers. However, an inexplicable sensation within her made her forget this fact that so warm. Was it the water temperature that was too high? Following Allan's earlier demonstration, Ellie attempted to adjust the tap, and as if under a spell, the water cooled, yet she still felt warm. Her chest felt hot. It was as if her long-dormant heart had begun to beat anew. Ellie did not know what this meant. She only knew one thing. She deeply missed the feeling of being cared for. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Ellie emerged from the bathroom enveloped in a cloud of white steam, Allan awaited her with several garments in hand. How was it? Did you find it comfortable? I found you a work outfit. Try it on and see if it fits. As Allan extended the clothes towards Ellie, he made an effort to turn his head away, trying not to gaze at her, as she was only wrapped loosely in a towel, which felt somewhat embarrassing, in contrast to Allan's awkward demeanor. Ellie appeared remarkably composed, accepting the clothes with deliberate slowness, as if entirely unperturbed by her nudity, exuding no hint of shyness. This scene caused Allan to furrow his brow slightly, as an emotion he termed "I must speak up" began to stir within him. Compelled by this feeling, he naturally opened his mouth. Ellie, as a girl, you must learn to protect yourself. You cannot allow others to see your body so freely. Do you understand? Speaking these words filled Allan with satisfaction, granting him a sense of fulfillment akin to a father guiding his daughter. However, Ellie merely nodded in an unremarkable manner, responding with a simple "I understand," before her gaze shifted to the clothes in her hands. Do you know how to wear these? Allan asked with concern, but as soon as the question left his lips, he realized how foolish it was. Even if Ellie replied, "I don't know," his lack of experience would render him incapable of assisting her, given that he had never worn women's clothing. Fortunately, that scenario did not unfold. Ellie nodded. I've seen similar outfits before, so it should be fine. That is good. Go ahead and change, and I will wait for you downstairs," after Allan concluded. He descended the stairs, realizing that this round of chaos had consumed considerable time, and he needed to reopen the shop to resume business, as selling the cola was currently the top priority. Upon opening the door, Allan glanced at the street. The passers-by, as usual, showed no inclination to enter, prompting him to sigh and return inside. His gaze inadvertently landed on a bottle of cola on the counter. It was the cola Ellie had left unfinished. Staring at the bottle, Allan remembered an important matter and quickly lifted his head to inquire. "Snack house, will the cola Ellie drinks in the future count towards experience points?" "As long as she pays, it will count," the snack house replied tersely, pausing before adding, as if with deeper meaning. "But will you require her to pay?" The answer was, of course, no. Although Allan did not respond, the snack house seemed to glean his thoughts. Continuing, "The cola she previously purchased has already been paid for, so it will still count towards the task. This means that the total number of colas sold thus far is 5, yielding a total of 5 experience points." "Only 5 points?" Allan sighed, feeling weary after a long morning, only to garner a meager amount of experience points that did not even suffice to level up. "Snack house, may I inquire how much physical prowess I need to defeat that sand vulture? I am not particularly skilled in combat, so I can only offer a rough estimate. Your physical attributes must reach at least 13, which means you need to ascend to level 20. Allan nearly gasped in astonishment. It appeared his initial instinct had not failed him. Indeed, that man was formidable. The problem was at this pace, reaching level 20 within a month seemed utterly implausible, and he would inevitably become a lamb to the slaughter. This situation could not continue. Furrowing his brow in deep thought, he was suddenly alerted by footsteps from the staircase. Instinctively, he glanced over and caught sight of Ellie descending from above. She appeared completely transformed. Adorned with a delicate white hairpin, her previously unkempt golden locks were now neatly styled, radiating a beautiful sheen. Clad in a light blue dress complemented by an ethereal white apron, paired with pristine white stockings and polished shoes, her attire was simple, yet elegantly enhanced her charm without overshadowing it. Notably, the primary hue of Ellie's outfit, light blue paired with white, harmonized perfectly with the decor of the shop, a testament to the meticulous effort put into the establishment's aesthetics. Upon seeing such a beautiful girl, Allan felt the shadows in his heart dissipate, his face breaking into a smile. "That outfit suits you perfectly. You look truly lovely." Ellie nodded. "The dress is a bit cumbersome, but it's fine." "That's good to hear," Allan replied, nodding that if she were an ordinary girl, she would likely exhibit a shy demeanor at such praise. Yet, Ellie maintained her calm aura, her expression unchanged, that it was evident that something had transpired in her past, prompting Allan to remind himself to tread carefully around this topic, avoiding any touch on her scars. Now, he needed to ponder the matter at hand. Chapter 13. How wonderful. Earlier, Ellie had explicitly stated her agreement to forego a salary. However, Allan felt it would be unwise to excessively rely on her naivety and goodwill. Work should be justly compensated. "Ellie, are you truly not intending to receive a salary?" Ellie continued to nod without hesitation. Just as Allan was about to express his thoughts, she added, "As long as I can have cola, that's enough." "Huh?" Allan blinked in surprise, then murmured, "So that's it." He finally grasped Ellie's motivation. The answer was cola. Even without a salary, she wished to work here solely for the privilege of drinking cola. In other words, this young girl had become utterly enamored with this beverage called cola after her first taste. He never anticipated that a single bottle of cola could lure such a beautiful girl into his life. What a bargain, Allan thought with a twinge of guilt. Also, Ellie continued, it would be even better if there was a place to sleep at night. This was an incredibly fortuitous proposition for Allan. Considering Snack House had even prepared pajamas for her, he was at a loss for how to express his approval, but quickly nodded in agreement. At the same time, he couldn't help but be astonished by Ellie's level of trust in him. Of course, Allan had indeed spoken to her with utmost sincerity to ensure she felt as comfortable as possible. Nevertheless, whether she chose to trust him was ultimately her decision, implying that she had placed her faith in the words of a complete stranger. Receiving such a degree of trust left Allan feeling even more indebted, resolute in his belief that he should offer her compensation as a means to reciprocate her faith. The question is, how much should I pay her? Allan's gaze shifted toward the drawer of the counter. Upon opening it, he discovered merely a handful of coins, today's meager earnings. I heard my father mention that even the monthly salary of a regular employee amounts to 1,500, and that's for 2 shifts, so Ellie should at least receive 3,000. Well, I don't have that much money. Allan cradled his head in thought, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. I've got it! Since Ellie loves cola so much, I can substitute her salary with cola. A bottle of cola costs 30 coins, so 3,000 coins would equate to 100 bottles. Problem solved. Yet, as he reached this conclusion, a bitter expression crossed his face. The goods he sold depended on supplies from Snack House, and he pondered where he would acquire the funds for restocking. Ultimately, I still lack money, he mused to himself, realizing he had been talking to himself more frequently. Due to his father's business commitments, he had lived alone since childhood and had long recognized his penchant for soliloquy. Yet, even with Ellie standing beside him, he continued to mutter to himself. Was it a habit? Or was it because he still felt alone? Allan chuckled softly in his solitude that, of course, with Ellie right beside him, it felt unfair to call himself alone. Perhaps he thought this way because their acquaintance was still new, and they had yet to delve deeply into one another's lives. Allan sighed, glancing at the time. He had unknowingly passed noon and suddenly remembered he had not eaten breakfast, a wave of hunger crashing over him. It was time for lunch. Instinctively reaching for his phone to order takeout, he recalled that this was a different world where such services did not exist. What to do? There was a kitchen upstairs. And with a glimmer of hope that there might be some leftovers in the fridge, he called out to Ellie. Ellie, I'm going to prepare lunch now. Could you please watch the shop? Ellie nodded without hesitation. Allan made his way to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. While there were plenty of ingredients, there was not a single ready-made dish. Frowning in dismay, he thought, could he really be expected to cook? Speaking of which, Allan had never even held a kitchen knife before, but with 2 mouths to feed, he had no choice but to muster the courage to give it a try. After laboring for nearly an hour upstairs, Allan descended with a clay pot in hand, calling out to the dazed Ellie standing at the door. I apologize for taking a bit longer. The food is ready. Come eat. He had thoughtfully set up a small table in the little hall at the foot of the stairs. After Ellie silently walked over and seated herself, he lifted the lid of the clay pot. Inside was a pot of plain rice porridge that, if one counted the few floating vegetable leaves, it could be considered vegetable porridge. Indeed, this bowl of vegetable porridge was the result of his hour-long struggle in the kitchen. While it appeared rather humble for a novice like him, merely managing to cook the food was an accomplishment. After working all morning, you must be hungry. Please, don't hold back, come eat. Ellie seemed somewhat hesitant, unsure of how to proceed. Allan offered her a bowl with a wooden spoon. Although Ellie remained still, he did not press her to eat. In the past, he would have likely grown impatient by this point. Although a thought flickered in his mind questioning why he was being so patient, he hadn't forgotten the sense of closeness he felt earlier. After a prolonged moment, Ellie finally made a move. She grasped the wooden spoon, took a small scoop of the porridge, and brought it to her mouth, swallowing it down. How is it? Allan inquired cautiously. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ellie softly replied, It's edible. Oh, is that so? Allan responded with a wry smile. Ellie was not the type to offer flattery, which meant that lunch could be deemed a passable success. Opting for a seemingly straightforward dish like porridge had proven wise, though he would keep the fact that his first 2 attempts had ended in disaster a secret. Watching Ellie take up the spoon again, a smile crept onto Allan's lips. Simply observing her eat filled him with a warmth he could only describe as happiness. Though a small joy, it brought him great satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. This feeling led Allan to consider himself fortunate to have encountered Ellie, and it solidified his resolve to protect this warmth and tranquility. As night fell, the absence of light rendered this world particularly dark, the night air thick with its essence that on Earth. Nighttime typically marked a peak in consumer activity, with shops remaining open late. However, here, people were accustomed to retiring at sunset, as lighting required expenditure, prompting many small-town families to live by the rhythm of rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Allan stood at the doorway, surveying the quiet, darkened street, estimating that no further customers would arrive. After a goblin had purchased 3 bottles of cola earlier in the day, no other patrons had visited the shop. Approaching the calendar, he marked the date with a 5, signifying today's meager sales results. For a new establishment, selling only 5 bottles of cola on its opening day was disheartening, and it would be a lie to say Allan felt no pangs of disappointment. However, when he turned to look at the girl behind him, all negative feelings instantly evaporated. Dressed in a pristine white apron, Ellie stood a short distance away, silently gazing at the overhead fluorescent light, her refined features reflecting the glow of the bright tube. Her shimmering figure creating an ethereal presence that, while somewhat uncanny, did not detract from her beauty. Moreover, despite her striking appearance, her presence felt remarkably subdued, as if she had descended from a realm beyond. In silent admiration of her beauty, Allan confirmed once more that no one else would come, closed the door, locked it from the inside, and approached Ellie. Noticing someone approaching, Ellie diverted her gaze from the fluorescent light she had been staring at for quite some time and turned towards Allan. Perhaps due to her innate disposition, Ellie seldom exhibited curiosity towards the modern amenities within the room, her sole fascination being the fluorescent light. Consequently, Allan took it upon himself to explain. This device is known as a fluorescent light. It is a magical apparatus that emulates sunlight. Emulates sunlight. In contrast to Allan's fanciful description of a magical apparatus, Ellie was primarily intrigued by the notion of emulating sunlight, which took Allan by surprise. Could it be that magic was not an uncommon phenomenon in this world? Speculating thus, Allan followed along with Ellie's curiosity, elaborating. Indeed, the light it emits closely resembles that of the sun, illuminating a room as brightly as day, even during the night. But it doesn't feel warm, Ellie remarked, raising an arm, her fair hand extending from the pale blue sleeve towards the fluorescent tube as if yearning for the light. Of course not, for it is not genuine sunlight. Hence, it does not generate heat, Allan clarified. How wonderful, she mused. Indeed, it is quite advantageous that it remains cool, Allan agreed, fully aware of Ellie's aversion to heat, that he assumed she was simply pleased by this feature and did not dwell on it further. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still a bit early, but he decided it was prudent to rest in preparation for the next day's business. Ellie, that will be all for today's work. You've done well. Allow me to escort you to your room for a proper rest. Ellie withdrew her gaze from the fluorescent light and nodded in agreement. Chapter 14. The second function of Kola in the dead of night. The wilderness. Arno, Shiva, and Singo, 3 goblins, ventured deeper into the forest, braving the chilly air. Their objective was to hunt weaker creatures such as wild boar monsters and cat demons, whose pelts could fetch anywhere from dozens to 100 universal coins. In the case of rarer mutated varieties, they could even be sold for thousands, though such opportunities were rare. Naturally, there were times when ill fortune led them to encounter more formidable foes, necessitating utmost vigilance against lurking dangers. The vast forest remained eerily silent. Aside from the faint rustle of the wind weaving through the treetops and the distant chirping of insects, it was almost completely devoid of sound, with only the footsteps of the 3 goblins echoing in the enclosed space. Arno, do you sense that it's unusually quiet around here? Shiva whispered to Arno in a hushed tone, perceiving something amiss. Indeed, upon surveying their surroundings, there were no signs of life. The area was absurdly quiet, devoid of any creatures. According to reason, the deeper one ventured into the forest, the more abundant life should be, yet they had not encountered a single monster thus far. This feels rather ominous. It seems there is something lurking in this forest, Arno replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead despite the chill, a testament to his growing anxiety. Shiva's expression turned contemplative, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Meanwhile, Singo appeared to have reached a similar conclusion, murmuring, "Could it be related to the migration of creatures we mentioned during the day? Quite possibly. It must be that some powerful monster has made an appearance in the forest, causing the weaker creatures to flee in terror." Arno's response sent his companions into a state of alarm. Surely it can't be a frost dragon? That would be disastrous. This place is far too perilous. We should hasten our departure. The two shouted as they turned to flee, only for Arno to abruptly grab hold of them. Wait! They jumped in surprise as Arno gestured for silence. Realizing that an unusual situation was at hand, they ceased their movements and strained to listen. From a great distance, the sound of something parting the underbrush approached. What is that something is coming towards us? And it seems deliberate, as if it's targeting us. Quick, conceal yourselves. The 3 goblins stifled their hurried breaths, hiding in the shadows. Although creatures that roamed at night typically possessed enhanced vision, seeking refuge still provided a modicum of psychological comfort. As the sounds grew increasingly pronounced, it wasn't long before the monster revealed itself. The goblins widened their eyes in unison, unmistakably wearing the expressions of those who had encountered a formidable foe. "It's the black demon dog," Arno muttered, naming the creature. That it was a beast resembling a massive wolfhound, yet it was unmistakably a monster. Its body wavered like mist, undulating with the night breeze, its eyes gleaming with a blinding red light. And 2 horns protruded from its head, jutting forward like a sign of aggression. The black demon dog was an exceptionally powerful creature, undoubtedly the source of the forest's eerie stillness, although it was not a dog. The black demon dog snorted like one, its face contorting into a devilish grin as it slowly fixed its gaze upon the trees where the goblins concealed themselves. Exposed, the goblins' faces turned ashen, though they were green to begin with. There's no escaping this. We must charge. With flight impossible. Arno roared, signaling the 3 goblins to confront their fierce adversary. Whatever you do, do not meet its gaze. Legend has it that locking eyes 3 times will lead to death. Don't say I didn't warn you. A fierce battle ensued. After 30 grueling minutes, The black demon dog finally collapsed like a marionette with severed strings. We did it. Arno gasped, covered in wounds yet triumphant. Although they had exhausted all their recovery items, they had emerged victorious. Shiva and Singo were equally battered, lacking the strength to stand, and instead leaning against one another on the ground, their eyes dim as they gazed at the barely breathing black demon dog. I can't believe the three of us actually defeated the black demon dog. It feels like a dream. I've heard that the horns and claws of the black demon dog fetch a handsome price. We're going to be rich. Haha. Indeed, though this beast was tough to deal with, it is a treasure trove. Its pelt can be fashioned into armor. Its teeth, claws, and horns are rare alchemical materials, and I've even heard that the black market pays high prices for the eyes of the black demon dog. Haha. Although I've run out of potions, if we only consider gains versus losses, this battle was an incredible windfall. Despite their disheveled appearance, the glimmer of relief from surviving and the satisfaction of newfound wealth illuminated their eyes. The spoils of this battle would sustain them comfortably for quite some time, truly a case of fortune favoring the bold. Just as the three were reveling in their victory, a voice suddenly froze them in place. To their disbelief, another identical creature appeared behind the fallen black demon dog, that a second black demon dog in terms of size. This second creature was smaller, its horns shorter, indicating that it was weaker than the first. However, the problem was that Arno and his companions were currently in no condition to face even a cat demon, let alone another black demon dog. The second black demon dog nudged its fallen companion with its nose, seemingly enraged by its condition, its face contorting in fury as its menacing gaze locked onto the three goblins. Grrrr. The black demon dog emitted a low growl filled with hostility. Hey, must you be so cruel? A second one? Spare me, please. Shiva and Singo lamented bitterly, while Arno felt the same, but found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at his trembling right hand, drenched in sweat. They could not simply sit idly by. Arno's survival instincts kicked in, and he steadied his breath, urgently instructing Shiva and Singo behind him. If you have the energy to complain, then hurry and escape. Fools, climb the tree quickly. I'll hold it off for you. Despite their extreme fatigue, Shiva and Singo gritted their teeth and stood, grasping nearby branches in an attempt to ascend. The black demon dog, keen to their intentions, lunged without hesitation. Arno, positioned in front, evaded its attack and swung his blade fiercely at the creature, though the dulled edge failed to harm it. He succeeded in knocking it aside. Then, without looking back, Arno sprinted away, leaping high to grasp the hands extended from above. Shiva and Singo, having reached the tree first, exerted all their strength to pull him up. Roar! The black demon dog frantically clawed and bit at the base of the tree. Yet it could not reach the height where the goblins perched. The trio initially believed they could catch their breath, but ominous sounds soon reached their ears. The black demon dog roared, savagely tearing at the tree trunk, which splintered at an alarming rate, threatening to collapse under the assault. With no escape in sight, the goblins closed their eyes, expressions of resignation reflecting their acceptance of fate. If only I had a drink, one sighed. Indeed, if we could share a final drink, I would have no regrets, even in death, Singo remarked wistfully, to which Shiva nodded in agreement. Arno wished to contribute something, but as he opened his mouth, he appeared to recall something, rummaging through his bag to produce a bottle filled with a pitch-black liquid, murmuring incantations. Is that cola? Perhaps due to the recent battle, the drink inside the bottle exhibited signs of agitation, with a thick layer of white foam floating atop the black liquid. This brought to mind his favorite, rye beer. Although it was somewhat regrettable that his last drink before death was not alcohol, it was said to be a beverage that could induce happiness. If that were the case, then let him consume it and joyfully embrace his demise. With newfound resolve, Arno opened the bottle cap, and with a vigorous hiss, the foam erupted from the bottle like a volcanic eruption, releasing a scent unlike the sweet aroma of alcohol. Drawn by the sound and fragrance, Shiva and Singo's eyes sparkled as they simultaneously retrieved their own cola from their backpacks, without uttering a word. The three clinked their bottles together and tilted their heads back, gulping the beverage down with fervor. They then exclaimed in unison, "This is exquisite! What kind of drink is this? The sweetness and sourness are perfectly balanced." refreshing and invigorating. I could drink this endlessly. The trio could distinctly feel the despair stemming from the specter of death dissipating, replaced by an indescribable sense of euphoria. Ah, I feel so lighthearted. Since coming here, it seems like we are experiencing relaxation for the first time. Perhaps dying like this wouldn't be so bad. Leaning against a tree trunk, they listened to the gentle rustle of the wind through the treetops. Suddenly, they felt a surge of energy within them. Was it the delightful drink that invigorated their bodies? They were astonished that a mere beverage could elicit such intense pleasure. Clearly, cola had the power to bring joy, and the shopkeeper was not exaggerating. Wait, perhaps it wasn't quite that simple. The trio sensed something amiss, and upon closer reflection, their eyes widened in realization. They perceived that the fatigue within them was vanishing as swiftly as the retreating tide, akin to having consumed a restorative potion. No, the effects were even more pronounced. While they could not comprehend the underlying phenomenon, they were acutely aware that they would not be meeting their demise today. Chapter 15. Thank you. In the early morning, Allan awoke from his slumber, and he felt as though he had dreamt of traversing to another world, where he encountered a beautiful maiden. Rising from bed, he approached the window and gazed outside, quickly realizing that he was not dreaming. Before him lay the same stone-paved road from yesterday, and although dawn had just broken, he could already see vendors setting up stalls along the roadside, creating a bustling scene. What vibrant energy! The atmosphere is delightful, Allan remarked to himself. This small town on the border may not be affluent, yet its residents radiated cheerfulness, their voices mingling in a lively din, with diligent laborers visible in every corner, an ambience only those who believe in a brighter future could cultivate. It seems I must also strive harder. Inspired by this atmosphere, Allan murmured softly that a new day had dawned. And with the progress of his upgrade quest lagging, he knew he had to exert more effort. After dressing and freshening up, Allan found himself standing before a door that had been tightly closed. This room was once empty, but after a bit of tidying up last night, it had transformed into Ellie's quarters. Allan contemplated knocking but hesitated. The silence within suggested that Ellie was still asleep, and he felt reluctant to disturb her. After all, Ellie was still quite young, and having toiled diligently the previous day, she surely deserved a bit more rest. I've grown a little, understanding the need to think of others, Allan reflected with a mix of emotions. In the past, he had solely focused on himself. If not for Ellie's arrival, he would never have learned to consider such matters. Allan sensed that he had matured through experience, and if he continued on this path, he would surely become someone of significance. He hoped so. Ultimately, he chose not to awaken Ellie and quietly descended the stairs that he opened the main door to air out the shop, followed by tidying up. By the time sweat beaded on his forehead, he had finally completed his tasks. That it must be said that Allan's current physique was rather frail. After only a modest amount of labor, he was already drenched in perspiration. That it was no wonder his predecessor had met an untimely end. With such poor physical condition, he would struggle to even wield a sword, let alone run a few steps. During this time, although foot traffic remained sparse, the shop's unique decor had piqued the curiosity of some passers-by. First, two tall, elven women, followed by an elderly human man, who, after glancing at the items on the shelves, shook his head and walked away. Fortunately, Allan had grown accustomed to this. Even on Earth, not everyone had a taste for cola. It was likely that only those like the three goblins from yesterday, who had a penchant for alcohol, would mistake cola for liquor and enter the shop. I wonder if those three goblins will return today, Allan mused, feeling both hopeful and anxious. Although Ellie had successfully sold them the cola, would they truly enjoy its flavor? Spending 30 common coins on an unfamiliar drink seemed less appealing than indulging in their well-established habit of alcohol. Just as Allan's mind wandered to these thoughts, seeking to fill the void of boredom, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. No, not just one set, but several. Allan glanced out the door, and indeed, the goblin trio from yesterday had arrived as he prepared to greet them. Their expressions instantly morphed upon seeing him, their features contorting in a manner that appeared quite fearsome. What on earth was happening? Startled, Allan stumbled backward, but the goblins were quicker. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him, and a pair of strong, muscular arms seized his wrist. Allan attempted to break free, but it felt as though his shoulder was in a vice, rendering him immobile. This was it. His journey to another world was coming to an abrupt end on the second day, all due to a ridiculous consumer dispute, and he would become the most pitiful protagonist in the annals of time. This thought flashed through Allan's mind. He surmised that the goblins were furious because the cola did not suit their taste. This was precisely why he had been concerned. A beverage designed for humans might not be suitable for subhumans. The same drink could taste sweet to humans while being bitter for subhumans, highlighting the disparities between races. Wait a moment. Disparity? The moment that word crossed his mind, Allan recalled a lesson learned just the day before. Due to the differences in facial features between subhumans and humans, a smile from a subhuman might be perceived as a threat by humans, in other words. With this realization, Allan scrutinized the expressions of the goblins once more. At first glance, they did appear angry. But judging by their eyes, they seemed quite excited, and perhaps even grateful. The next moment confirmed that Allan's suspicion was indeed correct. "Allan, boss, thank you so much. You saved our lives." The goblin gripping Allan's wrist spoke fervently, his words flying out in a flurry. The features of subhumans were often difficult to read, but after several seconds of mental comparison, Allan was able to recognize him as Arno. However, thank me for saving his life. What does that even mean? Arno's gratitude left Allan utterly bewildered. Could it be that the snack shop had taken control of his body while he slept and done something extraordinary, like transforming into a superhero to defeat a vile foe? As this thought crossed his mind, he sought confirmation from the snack shop, only to receive the reply, "I have no interest in your body and certainly wouldn't engage in such strange activities at night." While that sounded a bit odd, it at least cleared the snack shop of any involvement, that if it wasn't the snack shop's doing, then what had transpired? Allan braced himself and patiently awaited the goblins to calm down before inquiring about the events that had unfolded. Essentially, Arno and his companions had encountered a formidable monster while hunting in the forest. After a grueling battle, they managed to defeat the first creature, only to be confronted by a second. Why then? They were utterly exhausted and in desperation, drank the cola they had purchased earlier that day. To their astonishment, once the cola entered their system, their fatigue vanished instantaneously, and their strength surged back, enabling them to collaboratively defeat the second monster and return safely from the forest. Upon hearing their account, Allan finally grasped the reason for the goblins' gratitude. Yet more questions arose. Could cola truly possess the power to alleviate fatigue? Chapter 16. I want to buy 10 bottles. When Allan had sampled the cola himself, he had only felt a heightened sense of joy. As for the alleviation of fatigue, he engaged in any strenuous activity at the time, so he felt particularly tired and thus lacked any pronounced sensation. To clarify his doubts, Allan posed a question to the snack shop in his mind. "Snack shop, does cola really have a second function?" "Indeed, the cola I have modified possesses both the ability to induce joy and to alleviate fatigue." "If that is the case, why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Because you didn't ask." The snack shop's unapologetic response made Allan furrow his brow slightly. Hadn't he asked? As he attempted to recall the events of that day, it indeed seemed true. He had assumed the snack shop would make excuses to evade his inquiries, so he hadn't bothered to ask, instead opting to smartly experiment on his own, drawing the conclusion that cola brought happiness. How ironic that his cleverness had backfired. Allan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Uncertain of how Arno interpreted Allan's recent silence, he exchanged glances with his fellow goblins, seemingly reaching a silent agreement, and nodded. "Regardless, Allan boss, we owe our safe return to the cola you sell. So on our way here, I discussed with my companions that we would share half of the spoils from defeating the Black Hellhound with you." Huh. Allan was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing those words, his initial reaction was, of course, one of joy. Acquiring wealth is undoubtedly a desirable fortune. However, he did not wish to leave the impression of being overly greedy, so he deliberately cleared his throat and cautiously inquired, "Well, how much is the profit?" "The specifics are still unclear, but it certainly won't be less than 5,000 coins, considering we managed to take down 2 black hounds this time." 5,000? Allan was astonished. To earn 5,000 coins in merely one night. Was the profession of a hunter truly that lucrative? Although his first reaction was one of surprise and envy, upon reflection, he realized that such earnings were proportional to the difficulty involved. 5,000 coins might sound substantial at first, But Arnold and his companions had nearly risked their lives. It would not be an exaggeration to say they exchanged their lives for money. Moreover, one could not expect to encounter valuable prey every day. After contemplating, Allan began to feel he could not accept this money. While he was indeed in dire need of funds, he had not yet reached the point of requiring charity from others. To be clear, Arnold and his companions did not intend it as charity, but rather as a gesture of gratitude. Nonetheless, he could not accept it. After all, it was money they had earned through perilous endeavors. And Allan felt it would be inappropriate to accept, especially since he had not contributed much. Even if Kola had helped them through a difficult situation, they had purchased it with their own money, and it had no bearing on Allan. Forfeiting easily attainable benefits was no simple task. It took Allan quite some time to convince himself, and shaking his head at the three goblins. He stated, "I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept the money." The three goblins' faces contorted in unison, and Allan surmised that it was likely an expression of confusion that moment. Arnold spoke again. "Do you think I am jesting with you?" "No. No. How could that be, Mr. Arnold? I can sense your sincerity, but I genuinely cannot accept it," Allan hastily clarified. "Why not?" Arnold tilted his head, pressing further. Allan initially contemplated responding that accepting gifts would render him beholden. But the words caught in his throat, and he decided to phrase his response differently. "How should I put it? I am merely a small businessman. As long as I can sell my goods to customers and earn a modest living for myself and my family, that is sufficient. That if I were to accept your money today, I fear it would disrupt my mindset, and I do not wish for that." Allan finished speaking in one breath, looking at the goblins before him. He noticed Arnold exchanging glances with his two companions, and then they all offered Allan a wry smile. "Boss Allan, I truly do not know whether to commend you for lacking ambition or to criticize you for your stubbornness. But since you insist, we shall not press the matter. I am glad you understand. That being said, the fact that you are our savior remains unchanged. To not repay a debt of gratitude would sour even the joy of drinking. If you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call on us. In that case, please take good care of my business," Allan mused, smiling. "Oh, that is a trivial matter." With that, Arnold turned his gaze towards the shelves. "In any case, I will purchase 10 bottles of cola. Then I shall also buy 10 bottles. Me too, I want 10 bottles as well. Each person 10 bottles, which amounts to 30 bottles. Are you certain you wish to buy so many?" Allan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Boss Allan, to be frank, we all drank cola last night. How should I say this? Setting aside which tastes better in comparison to alcohol, in terms of recovery effects, 1 bottle of cola is equivalent to 1 bottle of a mid-level potion." Arnold began to tally the costs on his fingers. 1 bottle of cola is 30 coins, while a mid-level potion costs 100 coins. One could buy 3 bottles of cola instead. That be why this calculation. Purchasing cola is an absolute bargain. Such a life-saving item. We must certainly stock up. In the forest, hunting always carried the risk of danger, making it essential to maintain sufficient stamina to ensure their safety. Arnold and his companions prepared ample restorative potions each time they ventured into the woods. But the taste of the potions could only be described as unpalatable. Merely swallowing them required considerable courage, and long-term consumption would lead to the body developing a resistance, diminishing their efficacy. However, cola was different. For Arnold and his companions, who were fond of drinking, cola might not replace alcohol, but its flavor was certainly not inferior, and consuming it bore no psychological burden. Furthermore, regarding its restorative effects, while cola was stimulating to the palate, its recovery effect was remarkably gentle. Upon drinking, one could feel every corner of their body being nourished, contrasting starkly with the sensation of energy being forcefully shoved into the body by potions, thereby avoiding any bodily rejection. Of course, cola was not without its drawbacks. Compared to small bottles of potions, the volume of cola was somewhat excessive. An ordinary person would feel full after 1 bottle. However, for Arnold and his companions, this was no issue. During their drinking sessions, they could easily down a dozen cups of alcohol without difficulty, so a mere cola would pose no challenge to them. In this light, cola seemed almost tailor-made as a restorative potion for them. Observing the three who stuffed their bags full of cola, Allan felt a profound sense of accomplishment and satisfaction, leading him to ponder that perhaps his father had traversed a similar path toward success with such sentiments. With these thoughts in mind, Allan couldn't help but smile. Chapter 17. She is my daughter after paying. The three goblins patted their bulging bags contentedly. At that moment, Arnold appeared to recall something, his gaze scanning the shop as if searching for something. Allan, noticing this, blinked and approached, inquiring, "Mr. Arnold, is there anything else you desire?" "Boss Allan, that little girl from yesterday, that young lady, where's she? I do not see her." Upon hearing Arnold refer to her as young lady, Allan was somewhat taken aback. But he quickly composed his expression, donning an awkward smile. "I apologize. To be honest, she has not yet risen. She is still asleep in broad daylight, and I truly hope the three of you can forgive me." "I see. But there is no need to feel embarrassed. After all, she is still quite young, and a little extra sleep is not unusual." Arnold grinned, appearing unconcerned, but a fleeting look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. The expressions of subhumans are indeed difficult to read, yet their eyes do not lie. Allan, being observant, keenly caught this detail, that he understood why they might feel disheartened. After all, it had been Ellie who had sold them the cola yesterday. And ultimately, Ellie was their true savior. They likely wished to express their gratitude to her in person. If that were the case, if you three wish to see her, I can call her down. The sun has been up for quite a while, and it is time for her to awaken. No. Arnold waved his hands repeatedly. "There is no need to wake her for our sake. We will be back again in the future, so we can talk next time." It must be said that these three goblins were rather amusing, despite their formidable physiques and fearsome appearances that would terrify anyone. Their demeanor was gentler than that of a kitten. This was a perfect example of tough on the outside, gentle on the inside. "By the way, Boss Allan, what is your relationship with that girl?" one of them asked, prompting Allan to smile slightly, that he had anticipated such a question since first meeting Ellie, and thus he answered with calm assurance, "She is my daughter." "Huh!" The goblins instantly displayed expressions of confusion, gazing at Allan with astonishment, and began whispering among themselves. Allan could hear their murmurs. "He said she is his daughter? That seems entirely different, doesn't it? I always thought she was a distant relative or something." Dismissing their hushed conversations, Allan continued shamelessly, "Doesn't she resemble me?" The goblins appeared to be in a quandary, glancing downward. That it is said that merchants have thick skin, and it seems this adage holds true. They were experiencing it firsthand today. However, it is only natural, as those lacking a tough exterior cannot thrive in the business world. Embracing the notion of believing that the two were indeed father and daughter, the goblins began to re-evaluate Allan. This man only introduced himself as Allan, without revealing a surname. Perhaps there was a reason he preferred to keep it undisclosed. Furthermore, the shop's interior decor, with its crystal-like shining floors, magically glowing fixtures, and the clear, transparent windows, only intensified their curiosity. Who exactly was this man named Allan? In response to this question, the three of them simultaneously shook their heads, realizing that prying into others' affairs could be deemed impolite. It was not uncommon for curiosity about others' private matters to lead to dire consequences, especially in towns with diverse races, where such inquiries were treated with heightened sensitivity. For these reasons, they suppressed their curiosity and waved goodbye to Allan. "It is getting late. We should be off to sell the spoils of last night. In any case, thank you once again, Boss Allan." "No need for thanks." Allan smiled and shook his head. It was only the beginning of the day, and he had already sold 30 bottles of cola, which correspondingly raised his experience points by 30, that he was the one who ought to express gratitude. Oh, and one more thing. As Arnold prepared to leave, he could not refrain from glancing back at Allan. "This shop is called the Wonderful Snack House, right?" "Yes, indeed." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, just curious." Arnold waved his hand with a smile. In truth, he pondered that since it was called the Marvelous Snack House, it implied that the products launched thereafter should possess some wondrous effects akin to that of cola. This undoubtedly sparked a sense of anticipation within him. If the first product, cola, was so extraordinary, what might the others be like? Ellie opened her eyes, feeling wonderfully refreshed. The sensation of fullness, coupled with the comfort of clean, soft clothing and a freshly washed body, created a synergistic effect that soothed her spirit, allowing her to succumb to slumber as soon as she lay down. It had been a long time since she had slept so soundly. Free from the orphanage's matron calling her to work or the hotel proprietor rudely evicting her from her room. This was the first time since Miss Sarah's departure that she felt such tranquility. Since Miss Sarah had left the orphanage, Ellie had led a life that seemed to bear no relation to the word stability. But now, that stability had returned, that if only this were not a dream. She mused, rising from her bed. After Arnold and the others departed, Allan approached the calendar and wrote the number 30 beneath today's date. Compared to yesterday's 5, this number appeared so much more inviting. And his mood soared to the point where he nearly began to hum a tune. Just then, he heard footsteps on the stairs and turned to see Ellie descending in her nightgown. The white garments suited her perfectly, and in terms of her overall appearance, charming seemed a more fitting descriptor than mere cuteness. Observing this delightful scene, Allan's spirits lifted even further, and he greeted Ellie cheerfully. "Good morning. How did you sleep?" "Well, I slept very well," came her soft reply. Her voice sounded somewhat lacking in energy, and finding it curious, Allan glanced back at Ellie. She appeared perfectly normal, with nothing amiss. Perhaps she was still waking up. Watching Ellie rub her eyes, Allan couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Despite her claim of having slept well, it seemed she was still a bit weary, that he began to ponder whether he should shorten the business hours to allow Ellie a bit more rest. "Ellie, if you're still feeling tired, it's perfectly fine to go back to sleep. I can handle the shop on my own," he offered. "No, I can start working now," she insisted. "Is that so?" Allan was uncertain whether she was being polite or sincere. But given her disposition, he leaned towards the latter and nodded. "Just don't overexert yourself, that I in any case. Go change your clothes. I'll prepare breakfast, and then we can work after we eat." Ellie nodded and turned to head upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, Allan scratched his head in mild confusion. "So, what should I do for breakfast?" Chapter 18. "I want cola." Allan opened the refrigerator, gazing despondently at the ingredients within, rather than catering to Ellie's tastes. It was more about accommodating his own novice culinary skills that yesterday's lunch and dinner had consisted of simple porridge, and while Ellie had claimed she could eat it, such monotony could not persist indefinitely. What simple dishes could he prepare? Allan found himself ensnared in a whirlpool of contemplation, unable to arrive at a conclusion. Instead of grappling alone with what to make, it would be far better to ask Ellie what she desired, striving towards a clear objective rather than floundering like a headless chicken. With this thought in mind, Allan exited the kitchen just as Ellie emerged from her room, now dressed. The flowing apron she wore always appeared delightful on her, prompting an involuntary smile to grace Allan's face. "Ellie is truly a little beauty." "Thank you," Ellie replied, slightly averting her gaze as if shy, though her expression remained inscrutable. Allan took note of this detail, chuckling softly before inquiring, "I'm about to make breakfast. What would you like to eat?" Cola," Ellie contemplated before responding. "Cola?" Allan blinked in surprise, thinking that perhaps the child had developed an excessive fondness for it, then shook his head. "No, you can't have cola in the morning." "Why not?" Ellie immediately pressed, her tone shifting, though her expression remained unchanged. "Drinking cola right after waking up is harmful to your teeth, and the same goes for at night. It can cause cavities," Allan explained slowly, striving to embody the role of a gentle adult, while also refraining from indulging her whims, especially regarding matters of health. "Does that mean drinking it at other times won't cause cavities?" Ellie fell silent for a moment before raising her head to question. Allan found himself at a loss for words. His inclination leaned towards probably, but Ellie was likely to follow up with, "If I can drink it at other times, why not in the morning?" To avoid this predicament, he resorted to the common adult tactic of evasion, feigning seriousness. "In any case, it's not allowed. No cola in the morning or at night. That's the rule." "You're such a miser." With a pout, Ellie puffed up her cheeks, her cuteness at that moment capable of easily ensnaring any man. Witnessing her rare display of behavior befitting her age and appearance, Allan couldn't help but chuckle in delight. "But," Ellie spoke up again, her gaze seemingly drifting into the distance, imbued with an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. "Allan, you just said the same thing Miss Sarah used to say." Allan found himself wondering who Miss Sarah was and what connection she had to Ellie. Completely unaware that the girl had quietly approached him, leaning her head against him and gently nuzzling, reminiscent of a kitten seeking affection from its owner. Though you're a miser, I truly do like you. Allan. Observing the sudden affectionate gesture from the young girl, Allan's face registered surprise. While being persistently called a miser was somewhat hurtful, he found himself healed by the scene before him. I like you too, Ellie, he replied succinctly, tenderly stroking the head of the girl nestled beside him. Though his touch was somewhat haphazard, it was filled with warmth. What would you like for breakfast? I'll make whatever you desire. Then I want to drink cola. Okay. What? Allan nearly acquiesced instinctively, but thankfully regained his composure and quickly retracted his response. Miser, I'm not talking to you anymore. Like a child in a huff, Ellie turned on her heel and walked away, causing the warm atmosphere that had enveloped them to vanish as if it had never existed. Watching her small figure disappear at the staircase, Allan raised an eyebrow, wondering if Ellie's earlier display of affection had merely been a performance to coax him into acquiescing to her wish for cola. This child, so small yet so cunning. Allan shook his head in resignation and returned to the kitchen, unable to glean any useful information from Ellie. Once again, he resolved to prepare porridge for breakfast. However, he realized that this could not continue indefinitely. Allan planned to set aside some time to take Ellie to the market one day, observing what ingredients piqued her interest. Once he had the ingredients, devising a menu would be far easier, at worst. He could make a stew, which would certainly be preferable to a steady diet of porridge. After breakfast, Allan and Ellie sat behind the counter, awaiting the arrival of customers. Compared to yesterday, there were slightly more passers-by today who paused to gaze at the shop, and a few customers ventured inside to browse. However, upon seeing the price tag of 30 universal coins, they all shook their heads and departed to TO the average person. A 30-coin soda was indeed rather expensive. Allan could understand this. Yet the cola he sold was no ordinary beverage. It was a miraculous drink capable of bringing joy and alleviating fatigue. Truth be told, Allan longed to approach each customer, promoting the cola's benefits, illustrating how spending 30 universal coins on such a drink was a bargain. However, with Ellie present, he wished to avoid leaving her with the impression that he was solely focused on making money, a matter of vanity. To be sure. That said, even though all the customers who entered left empty-handed, he had managed to sell 30 bottles of cola this morning, a significant improvement compared to 5 bottles yesterday, which left Allan feeling fairly satisfied. Seizing the moment while no customers were in sight, Allan began to contemplate the snack shop's operating hours. Based on his observations, most shops on this street operated from 7 a.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. without breaks. Frankly, adhering to such a schedule would be exhausting, even if one did nothing but sit all day. Considering Ellie's circumstances, Allan decided to slightly reduce the operating hours. Since people here are accustomed to rising early, there's no way to accommodate that in the morning, but in the evening, we can close earlier as everyone heads home once the sun sets, Allan muttered to himself while jotting down notes on paper. Soon, he had crafted a new timetable from 7:00 a.m. to 11:00 a.m., from 12:00 p.m. to 4:00 p.m., and from 5:00 p.m. to 7:00 p.m. The operating hours would be divided into 3 segments, each with an hour's break in between. This was the preliminary adjustment. A total of 10 hours, Allan murmured, glancing at Ellie, who was dozing off beside him out of boredom, and shook his head. Still a bit too long. I need to continue shortening it. If you shorten the hours further, it may impact normal operations. You wouldn't want to delay your upgrade progress, would you? The snack house reminded him at that moment. That's true, Allan nodded, furrowing his brow. His primary objective now was to upgrade as swiftly as possible, to sell more products. Extending operating hours would undoubtedly be beneficial. After much consideration, Allan ultimately resolved, no changes. During the day, we'll both be here, and at night, since there are fewer customers, I'll let Ellie rest while I manage alone. Once Allan confirmed that the timetable was satisfactory, he stood and posted it on the door. All set, and Allan clapped his hands, suddenly sensing someone approaching from behind. Instinctively turning his head, he was greeted by the sight of a diminutive figure making its way toward the shop's entrance. With a bushy beard, short limbs, and a face resembling that of a human, it was evident that the individual was a dwarf. Just as Allan intended to extend a warm welcome, the strong smell of alcohol wafting from the stranger caused his brow to furrow in disapproval. Chapter 19. I want to drink dog. Allan composed his expression, discreetly assessing the drunken dwarf before him. The dwarf was clad in a coarse, one-piece garment reminiscent of work attire, his thick beard obscuring much of his face, leaving only a pair of bleary eyes peering intently into the shop. When did this place open? The dwarf muttered, craning his neck to glance at the sign by the door, his speech slurred and unclear. It was clear that he was thoroughly intoxicated, likely having spent the entire night drinking until being ejected from the tavern at dawn. Let me take a look inside, the dwarf continued, speaking to himself and ignoring Allan. As he staggered into the establishment, Allan narrowed his eyes slightly, following the dwarf inside. Ellie, who had been dozing behind the counter, immediately awoke and stood up upon noticing the newcomer. Allan quickly stepped forward, raising a hand to signal her to remain silent. "Allow me," he whispered to Ellie before approaching the dwarf, who was now standing in front of the shelves. "Good day, sir. What would you like to order?" Allan inquired politely. The dwarf turned his head at the sound, his neck craning awkwardly as he pointed at a bottle of cola on the shelf. What is this?" "This is cola, a type of beverage," Allan replied. "Cola? I've never heard of it. Is this some kind of dog?" The dwarf asked, his tongue stumbling over the words. "Excuse me, are you asking if this is alcohol?" "I'm afraid it's not," Allan shook his head, noting the dwarf's inability to articulate his thoughts properly due to his inebriation, yet still fixating on the idea of drinking. Truly, he was a quintessential drunkard. "What? You say this is not a dog?" The dwarf's small eyes widened in disbelief, his tone growing agitated. "Indeed, we do not serve alcohol in this establishment." Allan maintained his patience in the face of the spittle-flecked dwarf. "Utterly ridiculous. The shop is so beautifully decorated, and yet you do not sell dogs." "How absurd!" the dwarf yelled, his face flushed with rage as he slammed his hand against a shelf, causing several bottles of cola to topple over, white foam bubbling forth. His loud cries resembled those of a pig awaiting slaughter. Allan silently observed the dwarf, recalling the goblin trio, who, while fond of drink, exhibited a much more gentlemanly demeanor, as they would never become so inebriated in broad daylight and cause a ruckus in someone else's shop. "Today, I must have a dog to drink. Otherwise I shall make you regret it." What a farce, Allan thought, while contemplating the situation. The dwarf before him clearly had no intention of making a purchase. He was too far gone to be reasoned with and needed to be removed from the premises as soon as possible. However, how could he do so with minimal damage? Forcing him out would likely result in a fierce struggle, potentially damaging the shop's goods, and ultimately, he would bear the brunt of the loss. Allan hesitated between whether to patiently persuade him or to take more direct action. "What is going on?" Ellie's voice broke through his thoughts. Turning to look, he realized she had unknowingly approached his side, her gaze fixed intently on the raucous dwarf. "He is drunk. Ellie, it would be best if you stayed back, that I'll find a way to get him to leave," Allan said, positioning himself protectively in front of Ellie. The dwarf had completely lost control, and it was wise to keep a safe distance from him. "Bring me a dog. I want to drink a dog. Hurry, bring it to me." The dwarf continued to throw a tantrum, growing more irate as Allan ignored him. Sighing in exasperation, Allan realized this was not a sustainable situation, that he needed to negotiate first. If that didn't work, he would have to resort to force. "Sir, could you please stop this nonsense?" What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? What right does a beardless fellow have to?" Allan's attempt at persuasion elicited a displeased glare from the dwarf. But as he shifted his gaze to Ellie behind Allan, his expression changed to one of astonishment, as if he had never expected to encounter such a beautiful girl. You are truly irritating. But I, being a magnanimous individual, shall forgive you if you allow that girl to share a few drinks with me." The dwarf's lewd suggestion darkened Allan's expression, but he stepped forward, blocking Ellie from view, and coldly stated, "You are not welcome here. Please leave." In truth, he was utterly fed up. This world was even more chaotic than he had imagined. Collecting protection money was one thing, but openly behaving like a lecher was another. It was one thing if the shop's items were damaged, but if Ellie were to come to harm, he could not abide it. The furious dwarf's face turned beet red. "How dare you throw me out? Do you know who I am? I am the renowned developer of blacksmithing technology. You are interrupting." A sudden voice interjected, cutting off the dwarf's tirade. Allan turned in surprise to see a sturdy man clad in armor standing beside him. The man stood approximately 6 feet tall, appearing to be in his 40s, with golden hair, blue eyes, and a sun-kissed complexion. An appearance not uncommon among the nobility in the kingdom. He was not particularly handsome, but possessed an average visage that could easily be overlooked in a crowd. Yet somehow exuded an alluring charisma. It was as though an iron will emanated from his gaze, coupled with an air of confidence in his demeanor. The emblem on the chest of his armor subtly indicated his status, while a sword hung at his waist, its hilt completely enveloped by a handguard. The scabbard was not particularly ornate, but it certainly did not appear cheap. His sudden appearance plunged the room into an eerie silence. The man first cast a brief glance at Allan, then turned his attention to Ellie, scrutinizing her intently for a moment. After confirming her unyielding expression, he swiftly directed his sharp gaze toward the dwarf. Under the weight of the man's piercing gaze, the dwarf seemed to shrink back in trepidation, his shoulders hunching slightly as if satisfied with the effect he had created. The man spoke in a steady, deep voice. "Copperbeard, it appears you have been causing trouble again after just a few days." "Lord Carter, I haven't caused any trouble. I merely came to buy something." The dwarf, who had previously exhibited exuberance, now cowered by the shelf, trembling in a comically pitiful manner. "There is no need to be defensive. I witnessed everything that transpired just now, so I must apologize on your behalf." The man, identified as Carter, stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the dwarf as if he were a mere sack of vegetables. Turning to exit the shop, Allan instinctively followed suit, only to discover 2 other knights in matching armor standing outside. No, they were more than mere soldiers. They were elite warriors, knights. Chapter 20. The art of speaking. For a noble, knights of the Northern Kingdom are typically drawn from the ranks of noble offspring, selected through a rigorous process that does not allow for favoritism, resulting in a cadre of exceptional swordsmen. They could be aptly described as the king's personal guard. Given this, why would knights, who should be defending the king in the royal city, be present in a border town? Allan recalled from his memories that this town, home to a myriad of races, often witnessed conflicts arising from cultural gaps, making it difficult for local soldiers to maintain order. Thus, the royal court had dispatched a knightly order to assist. Upon realizing their identities, Allan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had encountered patrolling knights. Otherwise, today's troubles would have been far more challenging to resolve. Though dwarves are short in stature, those from mountainous regions are often quite robust, and a physical confrontation with them could prove perilous for an ordinary human, especially for someone like him, who was partially incapacitated. Carter reached the door and unceremoniously tossed the dwarf outside, who let out a shriek as he arched through the air, only to be caught deftly by the 2 waiting knights. This scene offered a glimpse into the knight's capabilities. Arrest him on charges of public intoxication and disturbance. Take him to the holding station. He can leave once he sobers up, Carter commanded in an authoritative tone. The knights nodded in acknowledgement, each taking the dwarf by an arm and leading him away. Carter then turned his gaze to Allan. "Are you all right? Were you injured?" Allan shook his head, glancing at Ellie to confirm she was unharmed before replying. "We are both fine, and I truly appreciate your assistance just now." "No need for thanks. It is our duty as knights." Carter waved his hand dismissively, breaking into a hearty laugh. Observing the smiling man, Allan felt a sense of astonishment. Here was a knight, likely of noble lineage, treating him, a mere commoner devoid of status, with such amiability that in a world characterized by stark class differences. This was indeed remarkable. Despite the disparity in their social standings, Carter did not adopt an air of superiority, clearly demonstrating his character. Perhaps it would be prudent to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Allan surmised that it has become evident that this world is rife with chaos and peril. Allan is acutely aware of his current fragility. He lacks not only the capacity to protect Ellie, but even the ability to safeguard himself. That in such circumstances, he must rely on the protection of others, and the knight before him appears to be a most suitable candidate. This exemplifies the concept of leveraging one's circumstances. As Allan ponders these matters, Carter, casting an intrigued glance at the shop, remarks, "By the way, is this establishment newly opened? I seem to be seeing it for the first time." "Yes, it is a new shop. We have only just opened a few days ago." "I see. The decor is truly exquisite. It is evident that you have invested great effort into this place. Such establishments have become rather scarce these days. Carter expresses his admiration, meticulously surveying the shop's embellishments with a satisfied nod before turning his attention to the shelves within. Seemingly intrigued by the cola displayed upon them, his eyes sparkling with interest. "May I inquire what type of business your shop engages in?" "We sell a beverage known as cola." "Ah, wait a moment." Allan, as if struck by a sudden thought, rushes into the shop and shortly returns with 2 bottles of cola in hand. "What is this?" In response to Carter's quizzical gaze, Allan extends the bottles toward him, accompanied by a gentle smile. "Although it may not be anything of great value, I would like to offer you these 2 bottles as a token of my gratitude." "Ah!" Initially taken aback by Allan's generous gesture, Carter swiftly regains his composure and shakes his head in refusal. "This is not appropriate. It is the duty of a knight to protect the people. How could I possibly accept your gift? Please take it back. This is merely a small token of my appreciation. You should accept it." No, I truly cannot accept. If you refuse, I will feel quite uneasy. I understand your goodwill, but I must decline. Please be respectful." Carter replies with a resolute expression of steely determination. Sensing the underlying message of, "If this continues, I may become upset," Allan realizes his misstep, but he had not anticipated that the other party would be so principled as to decline even a small token of gratitude. What had begun as a harmonious atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and Allan felt a pang of regret. In his attempt to draw closer, he had inadvertently overstepped and should have exercised greater caution. Should he promptly apologize, or should he change the subject entirely? Allan wrestles with his internal conflict. However, it is neither Allan's convoluted thoughts nor Carter's serious demeanor that breaks this silence, but rather Ellie, who has remained silent until now. "Why won't you accept? It's really delicious." "Wonderful." Allan internally strikes a victorious pose. Ellie's timely interjection is nothing short of perfect that AS anticipated. Carter's attention is instantly captured by Ellie. It must be said that the charm of a beautiful girl can yield remarkable results, which perhaps explains why television advertisements often feature lovely models. Noticing Carter's silence, Ellie continues, "If you won't take it, then I shall drink it myself." Ellie, speaking as if to herself, takes a bottle of cola from Allan's hand, deftly removes the cap, and under the watchful eyes of both, tilts her head back to take a generous gulp. With a satisfied exhale, she closes her eyes tightly. It is evident that she has taken such a large sip that the cola has startled her throat. Yet, this is precisely the intoxicating effect Allan desired. Sure enough, he observes Carter's throat subtly move. Although barely perceptible, it is indeed a sign of temptation. "Will you truly not drink?" After finishing her sip, Ellie offers the cola to the man, shaking it lightly, causing a frothy white foam to rise within the bottle. Carter's throat moves once more, producing a small gurgle. How embarrassing. He thinks that as a knight commander, he finds himself unable to resist the allure of a mere child. Indicating that his training may not be as complete as he had believed, the Tio put it plainly, he is indeed wavering. Seeing Ellie enjoying the drink so thoroughly piques his curiosity, particularly the sound of her satisfied exhale, which seasoned drinkers know is reserved for truly delightful beverages. Yet his knightly pride prevents him from conceding that he desires to partake, but cannot, that he oscillates between these conflicting emotions, unable to make a decision, observing quietly from the side. Allan keenly detects the inner turmoil on Carter's face, concluding that the man is indeed tempted by the cola, yet restrained by his station, that he realizes that he must provide an opportunity for Carter to relent. With that in mind, "Oh dear, Ellie, how can you drink the cola from the shop so casually? What if the accounts don't balance?" Allan feigns reproach toward Ellie, though his reasoning is flimsy at best, and his tone utterly contrived. Anyone could see through it. Yet Carter merely blinks in surprise before quickly catching on and playing along. "It's quite all right. Children often lack awareness. How about this? I will purchase these 2 drinks." Success. Allan inwardly beams with delight. Ellie, having been unjustly scolded, tilts her head in confusion, and Allan knows she does not comprehend what has transpired. He smiles to himself, simultaneously apologizing inwardly. My apologies, Ellie. Understanding without openly stating, it is a subtle art of adult conversation. one you shall grasp in due time. Chapter 21. My name is Allan Myura. Carter accepts the cola from Allan's hands. The bottle Ellie has already sipped from is, of course, unsellable, so Allan retrieves a new one from the shop for him. Holding the cola, Carter, even through his metal gauntlet, can feel the refreshing chill emanating from the bottle. That he marvels internally. He reaches for his pouch at his waist to procure payment. Thank you. How much for this beverage? Each bottle is 30 coins, totaling 60 coins. At the instant Carter hears the price, his movements cease, and he blinks in surprise, gazing at the smiling Allan with narrowed eyes. This reaction indicates that he did not expect the drink to cost so much. Carter is not incapable of affording it. As a nobleman, he has never worried about money. 60 coins is a trifling sum in his eyes. Should he wish, he could easily dispense several hundred times that amount without batting an eye. However, the crux of the matter lies elsewhere. He simply finds it outrageous that a single bottle of soda is priced at 30 coins. Even at the upscale bar he frequents, non-alcoholic beverages are only priced at 15 coins. Is this not somewhat excessive? Having witnessed the machinations of noble society, the ever-cautious Carter dispels the flicker of irritation that brews deep within him. Nobles are adept at subterfuge, and having been immersed in such teachings since childhood, Carter possesses an unmatched skill in maintaining an inscrutable facade to Allan. He must appear as a gentle and affable man. With this guise, Carter observes Allan's every move without fear, from the minutiae of seemingly inconsequential details. He can glean a trove of information. Carter's perception is remarkably keen. He has previously discerned the loyalty of pro-monarchy nobles, who, while ostensibly devoted to the king, were secretly colluding with opposing factions. This time, however, he struggles to uncover any clues. That Allan's face reveals nothing but a polite smile, devoid of any other discernible information of value, a first for Carter. Typically, such a situation suggests one of two possibilities. Either the other party's skills in deception surpass Carter's perceptiveness, or the individual is utterly genuine, with their expression reflecting their true thoughts. Which type is this man before him? Carter contemplates, maintaining his expression, as he offers 6 coins, each valued at 10. Allan accepts the coins, his smile widening. The amount is just right. Thank you for your patronage. It is a cheerful smile, the natural response of a merchant upon making a sale. Observing this scene, Carter cannot help but offer a wry smile internally. Have I perhaps overthought this? The other party is merely a small-time merchant, not one of the cunning nobles of the court. There is no need for suspicion. Moreover, as a knight, it is unbecoming to doubt others without evidence. Chastising himself inwardly, Carter places the cola in his waist pouch and looks directly at Allan. Since I am still on patrol, I will savor these 2 bottles thoroughly once my duties are complete. That is perfect. For this drink is said to elevate one's spirits and alleviate fatigue, allowing one to recover swiftly even after a long day of labor. Such marvelous effects. Carter raises an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with interest. The alchemy of the Northern Kingdom boasts a rich history, and through extensive development, both mental and restorative potions have reached a mature craft. Yet, due to the rarity of alchemical materials, potion prices have remained exorbitantly high, with flavors often leaving much to be desired. Yet, here lies a beverage called cola that seemingly possesses both mental and restorative properties, and is sold at a palatable price. Could such a feat truly be achievable? Most importantly, it is priced at a mere 30 coins. Indeed, if viewed solely as a drink, 30 coins might seem steep, but if considered as a potion, it could only be described as astonishingly affordable. Carter casts another scrutinizing glance at Allan, pondering whether this man might be a hidden master of alchemy, having developed a more refined alchemical formula. Could it be that he is merely exaggerating, boasting about the efficacy of his products? Under the scrutinizing gaze of Carter, Allan maintained an air of calm, nodding serenely and responding to Carter's doubts with a smile. Carter swiftly assessed his expression, yet could glean no further insights. It remained as innocuous as ever. It was a visage of confidence. Although Allan's demeanor was tranquil, it subtly exuded an inner assurance, suggesting that he was not indulging in deliberate boastfulness. Beyond that, no additional information was forthcoming. Raising an eyebrow, Carter felt a tinge of reluctance, yet recognized that there was no competition at play. Moreover, In the realm of the kingdom, the only entities he had encountered that eluded his perceptive gaze were the capricious Marquis and the young princess. Now, with this man added to the mix, there were merely 3 such individuals, a figure that seemed negligible compared to the kingdom's population of 8 million, a thought that helped maintain his inner peace. With a shrug, Carter mentally reassessed the man before him. Perhaps he was more than just a simple merchant, but not to the extent that warranted wariness. In other words, he was worth befriending. With this thought in mind, Carter inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Speaking of which, it seems I have yet to introduce myself. How rude of me. In truth, knights are required not only to master the art of swordsmanship, but also to learn the nuances of etiquette. When encountering patrolling knights on the street, a gentle nod typically elicits a courteous response, with few declining the gesture, and some even offering genuine goodwill. Though they are nobility, they are well-versed in the ways of propriety and hold a deep respect for the kingdom's populace. After exchanging pleasantries, Carter straightened his posture and formally introduced himself, stating, "I am Carter Arland, the captain of knights for the Northern Kingdom, dispatched by the king to patrol the streets and maintain order in the town of Snow Mountain at the border." Allan was taken aback by the other's willingness to extend a greeting and hastily replied, "Ah, Lord Arland, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Allan." "Just Allan?" Carter raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, casting a curious glance at Allan. Noticing Carter's reaction, Allan realized his response was somewhat lacking. In this world, Allan was merely a first name, not a complete identity. Concealing his surname before a knight who embodied integrity was decidedly inappropriate. Was he left with no choice but to use his former surname? Bright? Allan shook his head internally. Although he had inherited the body of his predecessor, he wished to avoid complications and felt it prudent to fabricate a new name. However, Allan was particularly incompetent at naming, especially with Western names, often unable to distinguish between first and last names, leaving him at a loss for words that moment. A fleeting instinct suddenly traversed his mind, and without hesitation, Allan seized upon that inspiration. Mura. He uttered the surname gravely, prompting a reaction from Ellie, who turned to him with an inscrutable gaze. However, Carter merely furrowed his brow slightly, asking, "You mean Mura?" Allan responded with a non-committal, while covering his mouth with his hand. Thinking to himself how he had inadvertently revealed Ellie's surname, that he had experienced an overwhelming emotional upheaval in such a short span. Yet at the end of this tumultuous storm, he finally found an exit. Allan was uncertain of where this would lead, but he stepped into the darkness with a desperate mindset. "Ahem. Yes, that is correct. I am Allan Mura. However, Lord Arland, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Allan." Enduring the scrutinizing gazes of both Ellie and Carter, Allan's expression remained stoic, but internally, he was drenched in a waterfall of cold sweat. He could afford to disregard Carter's gaze. In truth, Carter could not penetrate his inner thoughts, merely perceiving him as having a thick skin. However, Ellie's emotionless stare was more challenging to endure, as it left him feeling inexplicably uneasy, unable to discern her thoughts. Ultimately, he believed he had passed the knight captain's scrutiny. As for Ellie, Allan resolved to devise an explanation when she later inquired about the matter. Chapter 22. I see. Regarding Allan's self-introduction, Carter expressed no suspicion, nodding with a smile. "Since you have stated it so, I shall address you as M.R.Allan. In return, you may refer to me as Carter. There is no need for formal titles." "Mr. Carter, is it?" "Indeed, that is correct." Just as Allan felt a sense of relief at having successfully navigated the conversation, Carter's gaze shifted to Ellie as if he had timed it perfectly. "And who might this be?" "Oh, please spare me. Do not inquire further," Allan internally lamented, though his expression remained unchanged. "She is, Allan paused, caught off guard. Ellie was right before him, and he could not repeat the earlier claim that she was his daughter. Moreover, he wished to avoid further fabricating lies in front of the knight. As he grappled with this dilemma, Ellie interjected. "I am Ellie." Thankfully, she refrained from divulging her surname, allowing Allan to exhale in relief. However, Ellie then added, "Ellie Mura." Allan felt as though he could weep. "Ellie Mura, you say?" Carter murmured, his gaze shifting between the two, nodding thoughtfully. "I see." Allan could surmise the implications of that "I see." Clearly, a misunderstanding had arisen. How to articulate it? There was a sense of guilt, but it was not entirely unpleasant. Now that we are acquainted, I shall seek an opportunity to visit you. However, I must attend to my duties. I will take my leave to patrol. Safe travels, Carter waved, offering a friendly smile before turning to depart. As they watched the night recede into the distance, Allan and Ellie returned to the shop. The remnants of the earlier antics of the dwarf lingered. With several bottles of cola spilled across the shelves and the once pristine floor now dust-laden, the air tinged with the unpleasant scent of alcohol, Allan could not help but sigh. Today had been fortunate with Carter's assistance. But what would happen if trouble arose in the shop again? He glanced at Ellie, contemplating whether he should invest in hiring a security guard. He quickly shook his head. He was currently far too impoverished to afford such an expense. The same thought persisted. He must level up quickly and enhance his abilities. Allan felt deeply that reasoning with others in this world yielded little fruit. Only through strength could he effectively maintain order in the shop and prevent wrongdoers from exploiting vulnerabilities. However, upon reflecting on the wrongdoers, Allan pondered why he had not informed Carter about the harpy demanding protection fees. That as a knight tasked with upholding order in the town, dealing with such individuals was precisely his duty. If Allan had sought help, Carter's character would undoubtedly have compelled him to intervene. Yet Allan reconsidered. The harpy's brazen collection of protection fees indicated a certain backing. There might be some force behind it. If a significant power was indeed involved, even Carter might struggle to bring the harpy to justice. The phrase, "a strong dragon cannot contend with a local snake," aptly illustrated this reality. The harpy was likely well aware of this. Emboldening her actions, to speak bluntly. Had he asked for Carter's assistance without due consideration, it might provoke a desperate and reckless response from the harpy. Thus, apart from relying on himself to defeat the harpy, Allan was at a loss for alternatives. Truth be told, Allan believed that even if he did defeat the harpy, it would not resolve the underlying issue. Soon enough, another harpy would emerge, and he could not perpetually contend with such threats. He might eventually have to consider relocating, Allan mused inwardly. After tidying up the shop once more, Allan sat behind the counter with Ellie, awaiting customers. Yet as the afternoon wore on, none willing to part with their coins appeared. "It seems today may end like this," Allan murmured to himself. Glancing at the calendar marked with 32, having sold 5 bottles yesterday and 32 today, totaling 37, he still had a considerable distance to cover before leveling up. The outlook appeared grim, as not every day would yield customers like Arno, who purchased 30 bottles in one go. The clock struck 4. According to the newly established operating hours, there would be an hour of rest. What to do during this interlude? With this thought, Allan turned to Ellie. "Ellie, are you hungry?" Not hungry. Indeed, she had just finished a bottle of cola. How could she possibly be famished? Allan contemplated, hesitating to voice his thoughts, though Ellie had a fondness for cola. Her presence beside him was indeed due to its allure, yet excessive consumption would ultimately be detrimental to her health. It would be best for her to exercise some restraint. "Ellie, it would be wise to limit your cola intake." "Why?" "Because drinking too much is harmful to your health." Ellie paused in contemplation before shaking her head. "I don't understand." "What is it that you don't understand?" Allan said not to drink in the morning and evening. "And I have been adhering to the rules. Why is that still insufficient?" Allan found himself at a loss for words. Conversing with her required ample preparation, lest he be left speechless after a few exchanges. Just then, the snack shop interjected. "Rest assured, my lord, the cola I have modified has eliminated harmful substances while preserving its flavor. Even in large quantities, it will not produce adverse effects." In a similar manner, the plastic bottles used for packaging cola have also undergone a transformation, enabling them to decompose rapidly under natural conditions, thus ensuring that they will never pollute the environment. "Is that really true?" "En mavilit in vatli." "When have I ever spoken falsehoods?" the snack house retorted. "That is a relief." Allan nodded. Feeling reassured, to be honest, selling cola, a product laden with subtle controversy, had always instilled in him a sense of guilt, as if he were tarnishing the world. However, after hearing the snack house's words, that guilt dissipated entirely, leaving him considerably lighter in spirit. Initially, Allan had planned to use this hour of respite to prepare dinner, but since Ellie claimed not to be hungry, he thought it would be better to take this opportunity to stroll through the market outside, perhaps to find some ingredients that might pique Ellie's interest. Moreover, he realized that he had yet to venture outside since his arrival. Thus, this would be a perfect chance to explore, breathe in fresh air, and alleviate the constant tension that could eventually lead to a breakdown. Therefore, he suggested to Ellie, "How about we step outside for a little stroll?" The scene he had imagined, where Ellie would eagerly agree, did not materialize. Instead, she merely gazed at the street outside, her expression subtly shifting in a manner rare enough to be termed an expression, though it was only a slight movement. It was indeed a shift that was hesitation. "I would like to, but during the day, with the sunlight, it's not possible." The fragmented words that escaped her lips were sufficient for Allan to comprehend her sentiment. She seemed reluctant to venture out in the daylight. Allan followed her gaze outside. Indeed, it was a sunny day, but it was already 4 in the afternoon, and the temperature was not particularly high. Surely, even for someone who feared the heat, it wouldn't be such a stretch to venture out in the sunlight. Although perplexed, Ellie's hesitant demeanor tugged at Allan's heartstrings. Was there a way to assist her? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, an idea suddenly struck him. "Ellie, I have a solution. There is something that will make you feel secure about going outside. Just go upstairs and change your clothes first." At that moment, Ellie was clad in her work attire, the flowing apron lending her a charming appearance, yet it was indeed impractical to wear such clothing outside. A more casual outfit would be preferable. Though Ellie was unaware of what Allan intended to procure, she trusted him and nodded before making her way upstairs. Chapter 23. Cash. No credit allowed. After watching Ellie ascend the stairs, Allan silently summoned the snack house. "Snack house, are you there? I have another favor to ask. Are you looking to purchase something again?" "Ah, as expected from the snack house. You've guessed my intentions instantly." Since that's the case, Allan had initially planned to employ the same tactic of creating something from nothing, but the snack house interrupted him this time. "No need for flattery. I have already reflected on that. The same tactics will no longer work." "You must be joking, right, dear snack house?" "Regrettably, I am not. Come on, dear snack house, help me just this once." "Not a chance. Please, dear snack house." "Humph. Dear snack house. Ah, I'm feeling a bit drowsy." After several attempts, the snack house remained unfazed, even feigning a yawn. Allan couldn't help but frown. It seemed the snack house was not deceiving him. It genuinely was not swayed by such tactics anymore. What to do now? Allan found himself troubled. The item he needed was not available for purchase in this world. The only option was to buy from the snack house. Yet its stubbornness posed a challenge. Could he find a way to change its mind? After pondering for a moment, a possibility dawned on him, and he tentatively asked, "Snack house, I have no intention of taking your items without payment, just like last time with the clothes." "I will pay." The snack house appeared momentarily speechless, falling into silence for a while before responding. "Cash only, no credit allowed." Indeed, his hypothesis was validated, and Allan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His father had once said that the simplest way to touch someone's heart was to entice them with benefits. Having been influenced by his father since childhood, Allan understood that this notion was accurate. He had witnessed many individuals who appeared virtuous, yet harbored deep-seated greed. It seemed this principle applied not only to people, but also to systems like the snack house. In truth, Allan had long been aware of the snack house's motives. The lofty rhetoric about helping him reform and supervising him to become an exemplary snack merchant was mere pretentious nonsense. The snack house's insistence on Allan running a store boiled down to one fundamental objective: profit. Understanding this point clarified everything. Grasping his opponent's motives equated to knowing their weaknesses. If he could utilize that knowledge wisely, he could effectively avoid being led astray. Allan's probing today confirmed his father's wisdom. Truly, his father's every word resonated with profound truth, while silently expressing gratitude for his father's teachings. Allan articulated his needs to the snack house. "So, snack house, do you sell sunscreen?" "Sunscreen, 30 universal coins per tube." "How many would you like, sir?" "Just one for now. I'll buy more when I run out." "Understood. Please check your delivery." With a flash of light, a tube of sunscreen appeared on the counter. Simultaneously, 30 universal coins were deducted from the drawer. "This is perfect. Thank you," Allan exclaimed, picking up the sunscreen with satisfaction. He then walked to the coat rack by the staircase and retrieved a sun hat that was hanging there. This should ensure Ellie's comfort when stepping outside. Arriving at Ellie's room on the second floor, He found the door ajar. Peering inside, he saw Ellie standing before the wardrobe in a daze, still clad in her original apron. What was she doing? Allan, filled with curiosity, stepped into the room, just as Ellie turned to him. Her head slightly tilted. Which outfit do you think is more suitable? She inquired, gesturing toward the clothes in the wardrobe. Where had he heard that phrase before? The question, which do you think looks better, is considered one of the most challenging to answer. He wished he could retort, I have no sense of aesthetics. Please don't ask me. But he realized that Ellie was trusting him enough to seek his opinion, so he felt compelled to respond earnestly. While I believe each outfit suits you well. Didn't we just say we're going out? You should wear something appropriate for that. Look, it's these few options. He pointed to the set labeled casual wear. Is that so? Ellie tilted her head in inquiry. Lacking confidence in his understanding of this world as fashion, he could only reply, perhaps that's the case, though he felt reasonably assured there wouldn't be a significant discrepancy. Ellie accepted Allan's recommendation. Retrieving the chosen outfit from the wardrobe. Seizing the moment, Allan handed her the sunscreen. This is sunscreen. Just apply it, and you won't have to worry about the sunlight. Ellie took the sunscreen without further questioning, silently nodding in acknowledgement. While Ellie changed, Allan waited outside the room until he heard her call, I'm ready. Upon re-entering, he was greeted by a striking sight. Ellie, now clad in a new outfit, exuded an invigorating charm. The sailor uniform added a youthful vitality to her previously serene demeanor, essentially enhancing her feminine allure. Ellie approached the mirror, gazing at her reflection in silence before turning to Allan. What do you think? It suits you very well. It compliments you nicely, he replied. I'm delighted, she said. Although Ellie's face bore no overt signs of joy, Allan sensed that she was in good spirits. That asked for what constitutes beauty or unattractiveness, and women's hairstyles, Allan was utterly clueless. However, it appeared that his spontaneous remarks were, at the very least, well received. Have you applied the sunscreen thoroughly? Yes. Good. Then let us head out. The two stepped to the front door, where Allan placed the sun hat on Ellie's head. Nonetheless, she still appeared hesitant and timid about stepping outside. Observing this, Allan refrained from urging her, patiently standing beside her, awaiting her courage. Finally, mustering her resolve, Ellie stepped into the sunlight, slightly widening her eyes as she touched her arms, incredulously glancing around, continuously caressing her skin exposed to the sun. See? Nothing's wrong, right? Yes. Under the gentle smile of Allan, Ellie nodded. Though her face remained expressionless, a ripple of warmth surged within her heart. First, there was the delightful beverage. Next, the sunlight-mimicking lamp. And now, the sunscreen that protected her from the sun. This man named Allan repeatedly showcased his remarkable abilities, proving Miss Sarah right. Indeed, this world was filled with wonders. She refrained from asking Allan how he accomplished these feats, realizing that if she inquired now, she would likely have to ask again and again whenever he produced more marvels in the future, which would be far too cumbersome. That it was better to remain silent. However, Ellie harbored one question. Was this dream too prolonged? It had been quite some time, yet she had not awakened. Could it be that this was not a dream? Ellie pondered, but she quickly shook her head. Such wondrous experiences could not possibly exist in reality. It must be a dream. Thus, Ellie could only hope that this dream would never conclude. Chapter 24. Dining out. Allan and Ellie strolled along the street. In this place, one can observe the enchanting elven maidens walking alongside noble human ladies, engaged in discussions about etiquette. One can also see dwarves perched upon the shoulders of orcs, sharing a jug of wine in merry revelry, and even alluring mermaids, with their graceful forms, posing atop fountains to entice passers-by into the shops behind them. That Allan strolled while surveying his surroundings. He was profoundly moved by the myriad differences between this realm and his original world. Meanwhile, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps the various races congregated here, not to combat the frost dragon, but rather to savor the joys of life. After silently critiquing himself, he found the energy to pay attention to the trailing Ellie. Apologies? It seems I may be walking a bit too swiftly, Allan remarked. That an adult. His stride differed significantly from that of Ellie, a young girl. Thus, he felt compelled to apologize for his preoccupation with his own pace. It's no trouble at all, Ellie replied with a shake of her head. Was this a polite response, or did she genuinely not mind? Allan could not discern. so he shortened his steps while searching for a topic of conversation, feeling slightly embarrassed by his earlier behavior. Akin to a country bumpkin in the city, he desperately racked his brain for a suitable subject to shift the atmosphere, yet nothing came to mind that he had heard that trivial matters, such as the weather, were often recommended as conversation starters, and inquiries about hobbies could also work, but that required prior knowledge of the other person's interests. Just as Allan contemplated these approaches, he suddenly clicked his tongue in realization. Why was he being so cautious with Ellie? Since he had always treated her like a daughter, this rare opportunity could serve as a practice for father-daughter dialogue. However, what do fathers typically discuss with their daughters? He was utterly at a loss. Nevertheless, dwelling on this was futile. Continuing in silence would only render the atmosphere more awkward. Without further ado, he blurted out the first topic that came to mind. "Ellie, is there anything you wish to eat?" Anything made by Allan would suffice. Well, that conversation ended abruptly. Allan inwardly cursed his ineptitude, and in the midst of the silence, he guided Ellie along the bustling street. As they ventured further, the streets grew increasingly lively, with vendors lining both sides, marking this area as the most vibrant part of the market. "What shall we purchase?" Allan pondered. As he could glean no useful information from Ellie, he decided to browse the stalls himself, hoping to procure some useful ingredients. Thanks to the frequent patrols of soldiers and knights, this locale boasted the best security in town, allowing him to focus solely on selecting goods without the distraction of pickpockets or thieves. However, it wasn't long before he encountered something that made concentration difficult. Young men, predominantly human, would often pause and turn their heads to gaze at Ellie whenever they passed by. This was hardly surprising, with her exquisitely sculpted features and the youthful charm of her sailor outfit. It was only natural for passers-by to steal glances. Yet Allan was not one to allow such impertinence. Periodically, he would fix a stern glare at the onlookers, dispersing their curious gazes. How dare they gaze upon his girl as if she were an object of mere observation? Meanwhile, Ellie appeared utterly unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the attention, quietly trailing behind Allan. Thus, Allan, like a prickly hedgehog radiating hostility, continued to navigate the vendors with Ellie. However, despite the multitude of stalls, one could hardly find anything of value. The merchants seemed to peddle nothing but worthless trinkets. Most displayed their wares on flimsy boards, showcasing items that were either old or in a state of disrepair. The merchants themselves were often burly individuals with a hint of combat prowess, or they donned the attire of mages. They seemed more adept at fighting than bargaining that at first glance one might mistake them for bodyguards, yet they were indeed the stall owners. These individuals were not true merchants. They were typically mercenaries or hunters trying to make a living, occasionally exchanging items they had acquired. Hence, those purchasing these peculiar goods were often of similar professions. However, Allan was merely seeking ingredients and had no interest in such oddities. For instance, just moments ago, a mysteriously clad orc priest had been persistently trying to sell him a product, claiming, "Sir, I see the wonder in your eyes. You are a rare magical talent destined to uphold world peace. I possess a scroll containing primordial magic, and today it is yours for the mere price of 500 universal coins." Frustrated at not finding any vegetables, Allan swiftly retorted, "And how, pray tell, does this primordial magic assist in determining the dinner menu?" The orc priest was momentarily rendered speechless, as if this exchange had become an unforgettable emotional trauma. What a pity not to have procured any ingredients. Perhaps it would have been wiser to venture out in the morning. After wandering among the stalls for a while, Allan mused aloud as he gazed down the street ahead. Although he had yet to explore that area, he surmised there was likely nothing novel to be found. "Shall we head back?" Ellie inquired. "Indeed, as our break is but an hour long, and I must return to prepare dinner. Are you feeling hungry?" "A little," she replied. "In that case, let us," Allan began, only to abruptly halt, his gaze fixating on a large building to the side. It was an imposing structure, not in terms of its footprint, but rather its sheer size. The entrance alone stood over 4 meters tall, topped with a grand sign bearing the words "Giant's Restaurant." Contemplating those words, Allan found himself lost in thought. It struck him that taking his daughter out to dine was a common interaction between fathers and daughters. Moreover, dining out would alleviate the burden of deciding what to prepare for dinner. Effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, perhaps it could even yield a third benefit. Allan mused, slightly narrowing his eyes, that if this endeavor proved successful, it would indeed be a trifecta. Resolute, he concocted a casual justification and turned to Ellie for her thoughts. Ellie, we have yet to celebrate your new position as a shop assistant. How about we dine out tonight? Is that truly a reason for celebration? Absolutely, considering it is your very first job. Well, if Allan insists. With their agreement reached, Allan led Ellie to the previously observed enormous building. From a distance, it had already appeared massive, but upon approaching, it became almost overwhelming. The steps leading to the entrance were higher than usual, and even Allan found them somewhat taxing. For petite Ellie, the effort was even greater. Yet fortunately, the staircase was not lengthy enough to exhaust them entirely. When Allan attempted to push open the towering 4-meter door, it appeared quite heavy, yet it yielded with hardly any force. Evidently, the hinges had been well oiled, a testament to the establishment's attention to detail. Upon entering the expansive interior, the first thing that struck the eye was the excessively high ceiling, followed by several oversized tables occupying the center of the room, along with a particularly large counter and round stools. Perhaps due to the hour being before mealtime, the restaurant was sparsely populated. Only an elderly human sat at the counter, quietly sipping some liquid, likely alcohol. To Allan's gaze then shifted to the proprietor standing behind the counter, and he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "No wonder the establishment is so grand." The owner was a towering figure, approximately 3 meters tall, with features that straddled the line between human and orc, his face marked by scars and his head completely shaven. That it was evident that he was a giant, instead of resembling a mere proprietor. He bore a closer resemblance to a bodyguard, holding a cloth in one hand while casting a casual glance at Allan and Ellie, his voice resonating like a deep bell as he greeted, "Dining. Are we? Please have a seat over here." The booming voice was akin to a powerful tolling bell, inducing an impulse to cover one's ears. However, Allan restrained himself from such rudeness, merely nodding as he approached the counter. Upon reaching the counter, Allan exerted considerable effort to help Ellie climb onto a stool nearly as tall as she was before he ascended onto the adjacent seat. "This is quite high," Ellie remarked, attempting to touch the ground with her feet, her expression one of wonder. "Indeed, it is quite lofty. Do be careful not to fall," Allan chuckled, feeling as if he were perched atop a tower. An experience surely daunting for anyone with a fear of heights. "My apologies, dear guests. The chairs here are not particularly suited for smaller races," the giant's voice echoed again, and upon looking up, Allan saw the owner bowing his head in apology, likely having witnessed the struggle of Allan and Ellie as they climbed onto their seats. Smaller races, indeed. Allan managed a wry smile, in the presence of a 3-meter giant. Humans could indeed be considered diminutive. No need for concern. "May I see the menu? I regret to inform you, dear guest, that due to limitations in ingredients, we do not offer a wide array of dishes. Only 3 set meals are available," the owner replied, bowing his head once more in apology. Ingredient limitations? Allan felt somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the giant race had certain dietary restrictions? How could a picky race grow to such a size? Perhaps this thought was evident on his face, as the owner offered a sheepish smile and began to explain without waiting for Allan to inquire further. "Due to our substantial appetite, scarce ingredients cannot be supplied. Thus we are left with no choice but to utilize those that are abundant, resulting in a lack of diverse dishes." "I see. That truly is unfortunate." Although Allan verbally expressed understanding, he felt a twinge of disappointment inside. Having dined out, he had hoped for a delightful meal, only to be informed that there were merely 3 set menus available. He felt that this establishment should not be called the Giant Restaurant, but rather the Giant Canteen. "If the 2 of you are dissatisfied, I can certainly recommend other fine restaurants, though the prices will be somewhat higher, and as it is nearing mealtime, there may be a wait if you choose to go there. Would you like me to provide a recommendation?" The owner, though appearing somewhat stern, possessed an unexpectedly gentle demeanor and spoke with great empathy, causing Allan's fondness for him to increase significantly. "No need, since we are here. Let us give your establishment some business." "How refreshing." The owner draped the cloth he had been holding over his shoulder and chuckled heartily. "So, which set menu would you like? What are the 3 options? One is entirely vegetarian, while the other 2 are vegetarian with meat. The distinction lies in the portion size of the meat. Which one would you prefer? Well, Allan glanced at Ellie. Since they were dining out to celebrate her, it was only fitting that they indulge a bit. Let us go with the most expensive one. Such generosity. The owner whistled appreciatively. I wish I could be that reckless just once. Even if it meant going broke. Excuse me, but is it very expensive? Noticing the owner's exaggerated reaction, Allan felt a twinge of anxiety, as he only had 300 universal coins on him, which might not suffice. I was merely jesting. In reality, the most common remark from my patrons is how inexpensive it is. You need not worry at all. The owner laughed heartily as he spoke, clearly reveling in his own jest, though Allan found little humor in it. Despite our appearance, the giant race is quite adept at humor. Ahem, I digressed. So, would you like one set menu or two? Of course. Tuda, you must have noticed we are two people. Allan shrugged dismissively, thinking it was quite obvious. Ah, I see. While one of you might manage our portion sizes, your companion may struggle. Struggle? Allan glanced at Ellie, feeling quite perplexed by the term. Our servings are designed to satisfy our appetites. You see, one portion is approximately 2 kilograms. Can you manage that? What? Upon hearing Allan's exclamation, the owner burst into hearty laughter. What a delightful reaction. You certainly have a knack for humor. The giant race enjoys befriending those who share a sense of humor. Being considered a friend was a peculiar notion for Allan, who suppressed a wry smile that it was difficult to discern whether to feel pleased or disheartened about being deemed a friend for a joke he found utterly unamusing. During the ensuing conversation, the owner revealed the price of the set menu, which was a mere 50 universal coins per serving. Indeed, a price that prompted one to exclaim, "What a bargain!" given that the ingredients alone would likely cost more than 50 universal coins. Allan found himself questioning how the restaurant could possibly turn a profit. When he inquired, the owner replied, "Meals themselves yield little profit. We primarily earn through the sale of beverages." Exhilarated, Allan felt a wave of satisfaction. This answer aligned perfectly with his thoughts. Knowing that alcohol was the restaurant's main attraction meant that his idea had potential. Indeed, he hoped to sell cola to this establishment. While most restaurants have their own suppliers for beverages, it was still worth a shot. A successful negotiation would be mutually beneficial, while an unsuccessful one would bear no loss. So why not try? Then, shall I serve a set menu for both of you to share? If you cannot finish, I can assist with packing it up. The owner offered politely, bringing Allan back from his reverie. That would be immensely helpful, thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Allan began to ponder how to broach the subject, his gaze wandering until it inadvertently fell upon an elderly gentleman seated at the counter. Still sipping his drink, in front of him stood a bottle that could only be described as towering. Inspiration struck. Allan's eyes sparkled as he feigned interest, aiming to avoid alarming the old man, and pointed at the bottle on the counter. The size of that bottle is truly astonishing. I wonder if the dishes are similarly proportioned. As you observed, most of our patrons are giants, so everything is crafted to accommodate our size. The owner, oblivious to Allan's pretense, chuckled. Since it is not yet mealtime, the restaurant is rather empty that if you had arrived later, you might have been taken aback by the scene here. A gathering of giants? Hearing you say that piques my curiosity. Allan smiled, sensing the atmosphere was pleasant enough to subtly shift the topic. By the way, do giants enjoy drinking as well? Drinking, the owner murmured softly, shaking his head. Oh, so you don't? Allan's lips pressed into a straight line, silently sighing, realizing that his inquiry might not yield the desired response. However, it's not merely enjoyment. Our passion for alcohol is profound. The owner's eyes gleamed as he spoke. Chapter 26. A feigned sacrifice. Observing the owner's gleaming eyes, Allan felt a mix of joy and a desire to grimace. Nevertheless, several questions remained that needed clarification, and how the owner responded would determine the direction of Allan's subsequent conversation. So, does that mean most giants love? I apologize, are passionate about drinking? Not most. All. The owner corrected Allan's statement. I see. That is quite admirable, that I have always believed that an affinity for alcohol is a skill. Really? The owner looked up abruptly, his eyes wide with surprise. Do you think I am flattering you? No, of course not. It's just that most humans often criticize us giants for eating and drinking too much, accusing us of wasting their food. What right do they have to criticize you? You paid for your meals. Everything is in accordance with the rules that I believe you are not at fault. Is that so? Thank you. As the old adage goes, when visiting clients for business, the first step is to compliment. Most people appreciate flattery to some degree. It is a fundamental principle in business negotiations to curry favor before discussing matters, an ancient wisdom. Allan was convinced he had successfully driven a wedge into the owner's wavering resolve and was determined not to squander the opportunity that he directly asked, "By the way, where do you source the alcohol for your restaurant? Why the sudden inquiry about that?" The owner replied with a smile, though a flicker of caution crossed his eyes, an observation that Allan did not overlook, but he recognized it as a sign of alertness. Such emotions were entirely reasonable. The restaurant owner, after all, was a businessman. Information about sourcing and market trends pertained to his interests, and he might not readily divulge it to strangers like Allan and Ellie. Furthermore, many business people are part of associations and often maintain a tight-lipped stance towards those outside their organization, complicating matters with confidentiality agreements and regulations. Given the sensitivity of the topic, Allan's question understandably raised the owner's suspicions. How should he approach this? What could he say to allay the owner's caution and create a positive impression? Rather than risk a significant blunder, perhaps a nonchalant, "I was just curious," might be safer. However, this might only deepen the owner's suspicions. Was there a better approach? Clenching his fists beneath the counter, Allan summoned his courage. Rather than remain on the defensive, he would take the initiative. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Because I intend to scout your information and sell it to your competitors." "Just kidding." Allan burst into hearty laughter, although his true feelings were one of embarrassment, especially knowing that Ellie was intently watching him. The sense of shame intensified that moment. She must think of him as the uncle who tells the worst jokes. That is not at all. "Ellie, please let me explain," he longed to shout, but he refrained. It was truly disheartening. He felt like crying. Meanwhile, the owner gazed at him, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, frozen in place as if time had stopped. This scene made Allan anxious, wondering if he had perhaps gone too far, when suddenly, "My friend," came a booming call. The owner dramatically clasped both hands on Allan's shoulders, his enormous palms nearly enveloping him entirely. His face radiating with emotion as he exclaimed, "I knew I had not misjudged you, my friend. No, friend does not adequately express my feelings. Best friend. Yes, you are truly my best friend." The owner's reaction unmistakably indicated that Allan's feigned sacrifice had succeeded, filling him with the comforting thought that my sacrifice was not in vain. He knew that giants were fond of humor, yet he had not anticipated the owner would so readily extend his trust. "Is that so? I am quite pleased." "Dear sir," Allan offered a wry smile. "It is too formal to call me sir. You may simply refer to me as Knack." The proprietor thumped his chest and proceeded with his self-introduction. "Mr. Knack, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Allan, and this charming individual beside me is Ellie. Ellie, this is Uncle Knack. Do greet him." "Uncle Knack." Ellie's greeting was somewhat reluctant, and Allan, unable to admonish her, turned to Knack and said, "This child is a bit shy." Knack chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence, and declared that he would treat them to the meal. "I couldn't possibly accept." Allan's eyes widened as he attempted to decline gracefully, but Knack was resolute, insisting on his invitation. Unable to sway him, Allan reluctantly acquiesced. Following this, the two, who felt as if they had met too late, engaged in a joyful and pleasant exchange filled with playful banter, until their ordered meals were finally presented. Bringing their conversation to a welcome conclusion, Allan felt liberated from the torment of being forced to discuss topics of disinterest while feigning enthusiasm. "I apologize for the wait. Here are the meals you ordered." Before them lay an enormous platter, nearly half a meter in diameter, overflowing with delectable dishes. Freshly baked, steaming soft white bread, succulent red meat dripping with juices, creamy mashed potatoes, and a vibrant salad drizzled with a refreshing dressing. The plate was nearly bursting with food. Allan gazed at the sumptuous offerings with astonishment, having anticipated merely adequately cooked fare. Yet he was taken aback by the exquisite preparation. He couldn't help but reflect on his preconceived biases against the giant race. Despite their imposing stature, Their culinary skills could be remarkably refined. Ellie do indulge yourself. Allan offered her the cutlery, relieved to find smaller-sized utensils available. Otherwise, they would have had to resort to eating with their hands. Ellie accepted the knife and fork, spearing a piece of meat and bringing it to Allan's mouth. Though your jokes are rather unamusing, I shall grant you a special reward. Thank you. As Allan chewed the meat she had offered, he felt a bittersweet satisfaction. It seemed he had been branded as the uncle who told corny jokes, which was rather disheartening. The bond between father and daughter is truly heartwarming, Knack interjected, observing the two with a glimmer of something in his eyes. Allan felt a surge of secret delight at being mistaken for a father figure yet again, glancing at Ellie, who was engrossed in her meal, seemingly oblivious to the exchange. Noticing Allan's silent grin, Knack responded with a rugged smile, and a comfortable silence enveloped them, lasting only a brief half-minute before Knack broke it with a slow drawl. My dear friend, regarding that matter we mentioned earlier, are you still interested in hearing my thoughts? Chapter 27. Are you hungry? Allan, sharply attuned to what that matter entailed, nearly nodded in eager anticipation but restrained his impulsive reaction, feigning a calm demeanor. Is there something amiss, Mr. Knack? Why do you bring it up again? Knack's gaze lowered, as if subtly gauging Allan's reaction. Witnessing this, Allan felt a twinge of relief for not having candidly admitted his curiosity. It appeared that Knack had not completely lowered his guard. Perhaps satisfied with Allan's nonchalant response, the vigilance in Knack's eyes lessened considerably, and the pent-up emotions within him transformed into a resigned sigh. Truth be told, I have also been troubled by this issue. Seeking someone to vent to him, why, dear friend, would you be willing to listen while we dine? Troubled. The word caught Allan's attention, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. Please, Mr. Knack, share your concerns with me. After all, we are friends, and friends ought to share their burdens. With your assurance, I feel much better. Frankly, Knack's incessant use of dear friend made Allan feel somewhat uncomfortable, but now was not the time for complaints. He had to endure for the sake of their objective. Knack continued, since the opening of my restaurant, we have maintained a cooperative relationship with a local distillery that brews its beverages from homegrown grains, offering affordable prices in substantial quantities. However, recently, they have been unable to meet our supply needs. Just as Allan was about to inquire as to why, Ellie, interrupting it in an opportune moment, presented him with a piece of meat, tilting her head and asking, Do you want some? No, thank you, Ellie. Please enjoy it yourself. Allan declined her offer before turning back to Knack, inquiring about the reasons behind the supply issues. The distillery mentioned that last winter's frost dragon activities severely impacted many farmlands, leaving a thick layer of ice that failed to melt even after winter's end, thereby affecting the harvest. That is indeed unfortunate. Allan paused, realizing that this development aligned with his expectations, that it was time to begin his persuasive efforts. Carefully crafting each word, what are your plans moving forward? Have you considered partnering with another distillery? We have contemplated such a course of action, but, just as Allan was about to probe further, Ellie interrupted once more, presenting him with meat again. Do you want some? She asked for the second time. Do I appear that ravenous? Allan mused inwardly. Ellie, don't worry about me. I'll eat later. He smiled ruefully, declining her offer once more. Then turning his attention back to Knack, continuing his inquiry. But what was it that you were about to say? Simply that finding a new partner is not as easy as one might think. After all, the affected farmlands are not limited to just one, and all are experiencing reduced yields. I see, Allan murmured to himself. The conversation had progressed smoothly thus far. It was time to lay his cards on the table. Mr. Knack, to be frank, your genuine dedication to business is truly commendable. Even at the expense of your own profits, you prioritize customer satisfaction, which is why Allan paused momentarily, setting the stage for his pivotal proposal. He needed to persuade Knack wholeheartedly to accept his suggestion. Thus, he intensified his gaze and voice, continuing, Would like to collaborate with you. Collaborate? Knack's face was a mask of confusion. My dear friend, are you also in the beverage business? No, but I deal in another type of drink. Allan took a deep breath and launched into his prepared pitch. While it may not be alcohol, its taste is undoubtedly comparable to that of spirits. Of course, for those who cherish their wine, It may not serve as a substitute, but exploring new options could be worthwhile. More importantly, I assure you, I possess an ample supply of my beverages. Allan refrained from elaborating on the effects of cola, recalling his father's advice that when marketing a product, it was crucial to highlight its relevance to the customer's needs rather than merely boasting about its virtues, as that could backfire at this moment. Knack's primary concern was quantity, hence Allan emphasized his plentiful stock. Any further discussion regarding the benefits of cola could wait until later. The atmosphere was charged with tension, punctuated only by the sounds of Ellie chewing and the elders sipping his drink. Allan held his breath, awaiting Knack's response. I find your proposal rather agreeable. Allan's heart sank momentarily, fearing that the next words would be a polite rejection. Yet this time, his apprehension was misplaced. Therefore, I would like to consult with other patrons to ascertain their acceptance of your recommended beverage. Indeed, if you can ensure an unlimited supply, it would greatly alleviate our urgent predicament. From a business perspective, I believe we can indeed collaborate. Oh, does this mean I have succeeded? Allan's thoughts danced with disbelief. Is that so? He murmured softly, reclining into his chair. The joy of success began to swell within him, a testament to the effectiveness of his father's past experiences to know it was precisely because of those experiences that he achieved this outcome. So, Mr. Knack, how do you propose we collaborate? Allan straightened his posture, redirecting his focus to Knack, for there remained much to discuss. Well, I plan to visit you on another day to sample the beverage you mentioned, ensuring it aligns with our taste as giants. After all, we must consider our customers' preferences, Knack replied thoughtfully. That sounds reasonable. Allan wholeheartedly agreed. It was indeed unwise to base judgments solely on descriptions, that it would be better for Knack to taste the cola himself before further discussions on collaboration ensued. Then, I shall await your esteemed visit. Allan provided Knack with the location of his establishment, which Knack dutifully noted on parchment, before they exchanged a handshake, though it felt more like Allan's small hand was enveloped by Knack's large one. At that moment, in a timely manner, Ellie presented another piece of meat to Allan. Do you want some? Allan smiled. Certainly. He opened his mouth wide, ready to take a bite, only for Ellie to suddenly withdraw her hand, slipping the meat into her own mouth. Not for you. You little rascal. Allan shook his head with a wry smile. Though he missed out on the meat, his heart was filled with sweetness. Chapter 28. The great sage Knack watched as Allan and his companion finished their meal and departed, only retracting his gaze once they had stepped outside to at that moment. An elderly man seated in the corner of the counter waved at Knack, and, with a voice that matched his aged appearance, said, Please settle the bill. Upon hearing this, Knack approached and glanced at the nearly full bottle of liquor in front of the old man. Then he smiled and stated, The total for your consumption is 899 coins. Would you like to take the remaining liquor with you? We could provide a container, though there will be an additional charge. No need for that. Feel free to dispose of the leftover liquor, the old man replied, waving his hand dismissively as he produced 2 500-coin universal currency pieces and placed them on the counter. No need for change. Consider it a tip. Ah, I truly appreciate that. Knack beamed. The old man had ordered an entire bottle of Crare, the most expensive liquor in the establishment, and Knack had initially worried about whether he could afford it. However, it became evident that this well-dressed elder had no financial concerns whatsoever. The old man leapt from his chair as if gravity had no effect on him, landing lightly on his feet. Knack, in high spirits as he tidied the counter, noticed that the old man remained standing in place, without leaving. That a flicker of confusion crossed Knack's eyes as he was about to inquire when the old man spoke again. Boss, do you know who those 2 individuals were? Knack frowned, displeased at the inquiry about other patrons. Had the old man not learned any manners? In a raucous tavern, such questions might be commonplace, but this was different. Knack was dedicated to creating a comfortable dining atmosphere, and the privacy of his guests deserved respect. Knack scrutinized the impolite old man, clad in a loose-fitting pure white robe, his gnarled fingers adorned with several unpretentious rings, his hair and beard fully white, and his cheeks etched with the marks of time. The deep-set eyes held a sharp, wise glimmer. Sensing Knack's displeasure, the old man stroked his long beard and spoke slowly. I apologize for my impertinence. The attire of those 2 was quite unusual and remarkably crafted, which piqued my curiosity about their origins. Attire, you say? Knack fell into contemplation, recalling that the father and daughter indeed wore outfits distinct from the norm. However, as a giant, he had little understanding of fashion. Most giants went bare-chested for years, rendering him incapable of grasping the differences, that he thus asked candidly. What was so special about their clothing? Cut, stitching, material. Each aspect was outstanding. Truly top tier by my experience, the old man replied with feigned humility, though his tone betrayed a hint of pride that he raised an eyebrow. To be honest, I couldn't even discern what fabric those garments were made of. Knack squinted. If even this well-dressed elder was unaware, it must indeed be something extraordinary that he pondered what information he could share and ultimately shrugged. I heard they were merchants, so their garments were likely made from distant fabrics, perhaps merely common materials in their homeland. That cannot be the case. If they were merely common materials, it would suggest they hail from a remarkably advanced nation, which is impossible for this region. The old man shook his head. Thus, they must have come from far away. Although Knack verbally agreed, he felt a burgeoning interest in Allan and his companions, particularly in the beverages Allan had been so keen to promote. What extraordinary concoction could someone of such elite attire be advocating? It seemed prudent to pay them a visit soon.as for their background. There was no need to stir up trouble. Knack shook his head at the old man. I'm sorry, but regardless, they are guests of the establishment, and they might even become partners in the future. Thus, I cannot divulge any information. While the thrill of uncovering the unknown was enticing, if that father-daughter duo were indeed backed by a formidable force, it would be troublesome to incur their ire. Speaking carelessly could lead to unforeseen complications, and Knack had no desire to live in fear of assassins. Is that so? My apologies then, the old man replied, seemingly regretful, before producing a small pouch seemingly from thin air. What was this? Knack inquired with his eyes, and the old man answered, It's nothing, merely a little extra tip for you. Though he said as much, Knack understood this was likely a penance for prying into the identities of the newcomers. Or perhaps a silencing fee. For a split second, Knack considered refusing it, but quickly realized that would be a poor decision, as it could leave a lingering grudge. The spectacle of the old man summoning an object from nowhere indicated he was no ordinary individual. He might very well be a powerful sorcerer. Perhaps even a sage. While he didn't believe a sage would take lives lightly, if he wished to connect with that father-daughter pair, he might take action before Knack had a chance to speak further. To avoid any potential repercussions, it would be wise to accept the hush money. Having reached this conclusion, Knack begrudgingly took the pouch. The liquor here is excellent. I shall return, the old man said calmly as he took his leave. Always at your service, Knack replied, though he longed to express that he was not particularly eager for the old man's return. Nevertheless, in any era or world, the one who pays remains paramount. Seemingly satisfied with Knack's response, the elder, Quentin C.U. Lawfrey, nodded and sauntered out of the door. Upon reaching the street, Quentin headed in the opposite direction of the bustling crowd, toward the outskirts of the town. From afar, 5 immense cylindrical towers could be seen, which served as multifunctional watchtowers to monitor the conditions of the snow-capped mountains. His residence was within one of these towers. Originally, these watchtowers served as barracks for soldiers, but as the only wizard in the history of the Northern Kingdom to ascend to the realm of the Great Sage, and the chief magician of the court, Quentin enjoyed the privilege of a private chamber. As he walked, Quentin's gaze drifted beyond the towers toward the distant snow-capped peaks at the age of 130. He had reached a pinnacle in magical prowess that few could aspire to, yet that did not deter his quest for even greater heights. That peak was within sight. Indeed, the illustrious great sage Quentin, who had achieved numerous monumental feats throughout his life, harbored but one unfulfilled desire, to defeat the dragon renowned as the strongest. However, he recognized that his current abilities fell short. Dragons were the most powerful beings in the world, while humanity was a relatively weak race. Even though he stood at the zenith of human capability, there remained a gap when compared to the inherent advantages of dragons. Thus, he yearned for greater knowledge, to ascend in the realm of magic. He required the wisdom of sages from various fields to inspire him. If he could encounter a truly innovative mind, it would be ideal to this end. He wandered through the eclectic town each day, seeking individuals who could guide him. Yet this aspiration had yet to be realized. Nevertheless, What knowledge could the merchant and his daughter from a distant land bring me? Quentin murmured softly. I eagerly anticipated. Chapter 29, The Untalented Half-Orc After a Day of Patrol. Sam did not return to the barracks, but instead made his way to the training hall located on the first floor of the tower. Typically, this space was filled with the clamor of soldiers. But now, with nightfall, it lay deserted, save for the echo of Sam's solitary footsteps. The magical lamps affixed to the walls dispelled the darkness of the hall, illuminating Sam's azure skin and the sharp tusks protruding from his lips. His muscular physique appeared larger than that of a human, yet comparatively smaller than that of an orc. Muscular seemed a more fitting description than strong. He was a half-orc. Sam approached the center of the hall and began his warm-up exercises. Once he had thoroughly mobilized all his joints, he wiped the sweat from his brow and walked to the weapon rack displaying unsealed iron swords. With his calloused hands, he selected the sword that felt most comfortable among the heavy iron blades. Next, he tied weights to his arms and legs, intending to enhance the efficacy of his training. Gripping the heavy metal sword tightly, Sam steadied his breath and began to slowly swing the sword, ensuring each strike accurately met the head of the straw dummy. Gradually, while maintaining precision, he increased the speed of his swings, his sharp gaze fixed on the target, as if confronting a true adversary rather than merely a straw figure. He repeated this motion hundreds of times, pushing through the fatigue until his movements began to dull. Yet he had no intention of stopping. With each swing, his arms trembled, sweat poured down his face, and his breath became erratic. Every signal from his body indicating that his stamina was nearing its limit. Despite this, Sam remained resolute, but at that moment, perhaps it's time to stop. A sudden voice interrupted him, and Sam hurriedly turned to see a tall figure entering his line of sight. Lord Carter, revered as the mightiest in the kingdom. The valiant Captain Carter Allan possesses a strength that rivals that of the great sage. It is certain that no one in this camp is unfamiliar with his name. As Carter approached, he remarked, "Practice must be approached with moderation. While diligence is commendable, excessive training only leads to adverse effects." Though clad in armor, his movements were remarkably silent, likely due to some form of sound-dampening enchantment. Sam lowered his sword, glanced at his trembling arm, and nodded in acknowledgement. "You are right. I may have pushed myself too hard. If you truly believe that, then do not make me repeat myself. I have lost count of how many times I have said it," Carter replied with a shrug, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "My sincerest apologies for causing you concern." Perhaps misunderstanding the situation, Sam bowed his head in apology, though Carter had no intention of reproaching him. He was well aware of Sam's dedication. Upon returning from patrol, he often found Sam training alone, and their previous conversation had already been echoed countless times. Carter, curious about the young half-orc's past, had no desire to pry into others' affairs, yet he felt that this youth was pushing himself too relentlessly. Should he consider sparring with him to offer some targeted advice and help him avoid unnecessary detours? This thought briefly crossed Carter's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Engaging in a sparring match would yield no benefit. Though the Northern Kingdom appeared tranquil, it was rife with undercurrents of intrigue and complex power struggles that as a knight in service to the king, Carter's position was precarious. Meanwhile, Sam served a noble faction loyal to the ruling king in this territory. Should they spar, a loss for Carter, the king's knight, would furnish unscrupulous nobles with ammunition to undermine the king. The same reasoning applied to Sam, if he were to suffer a humiliating defeat. The noble faction he served would face derision from their rivals. Indeed, both men could not afford to lose. Yet Carter could not bear to witness Sam straying further down a misguided path. Was there no way to assist him in his swordsmanship journey? To help him circumvent unnecessary obstacles? As Carter pondered this, a third voice interrupted his thoughts. "Should I say, as expected, you two have gathered here again?" Both men turned in unison towards the voice, revealing an elderly figure clad in a flowing white robe, his long white beard nearly reaching his waist, and his hair completely white yet thick. "Ah, it is Lord Quentin," Sam exclaimed, hastily bowing, while Carter offered a respectful nod. The man who commanded such deference was none other than the unparalleled master of magic in the kingdom, Quentin Ku Rofree. Quentin first nodded at Carter in acknowledgement before shifting his gaze to Sam, who had raised his head. "Young man, present." Sam stood at attention, having been called upon by Quentin. You had previously requested my guidance in magic, correct? Indeed. Today, I shall provide you with my answer. Quentin paused, his penetrating gaze assessing the tightly pursed lips of the expectant Sam, before he spoke slowly. You possess no talent. It would be wise to abandon your efforts. Carter observed a fleeting moment of disappointment wash over Sam's eyes. Though it was but a brief flicker, and he understood well that this half-orc youth lacked the aptitude for magic to know it was not merely a deficiency in magical talent. He also lacked the innate ability for swordsmanship. Magic users are generally categorized into apprentices, mages, archmages, sages, and grand sages. Similarly, warriors can be classified as trainees, warriors, champions, heroes, and legends. Judging by this hierarchy, Sam would barely qualify as a warrior. Though stronger than the average soldier, this was primarily due to his half-orc heritage, which conferred certain advantages. Regardless of how tirelessly he practiced, his muscles trembling and palms blistering, he could not reach the domain he aspired to. What was a mere obstacle for the exceptionally gifted became an insurmountable mountain for Sam. You seem unconvinced, Quentin remarked, seemingly perceiving the emotions concealed behind Sam's stoic facade. Do not be misled into believing that sheer effort can level the playing field with the gifted. Attempting to surpass them is a fool's errand. Such notions are merely the comforting lies of the untalented. What can be achieved is achievable, and what cannot be achieved remains unattainable. That I advise you to first comprehend your own limitations before deciding on your pursuits. The elder's stern admonition cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere, which was eventually broken by Quentin once more. The knight standing beside you is a prime example of natural talent. Young man, tell me, can your efforts bridge the chasm that separates you from him? Sam fell silent, knowing that Carter was already on the precipice of legendary status, a paragon among prodigies, a level he could never hope to attain. That is all I wish to convey. Contemplate it thoroughly. With that, Quentin departed without so much as a farewell, leaving the two warriors to exchange glances in the stillness. An oppressive silence settled once more, prompting Carter to break it with a heavy tone. I do not wish to offer you false comfort. For much of what Lord Quentin spoke is indeed the truth. Were I in his position, I would likely express similar sentiments. I do not mind, Sam replied, shaking his head. You have always shown me great kindness. Lord Carter, how could I dare to seek your consolation? It is getting late. You should rest soon. What do you plan to do next? Carter inquired. I will rest for 5 minutes and then continue practicing my swordplay, Sam responded resolutely, his gaze still shining with determination despite the complete dismissal he had just received. Is that so? Carter, at a loss for words, shook his head and prepared to leave, only to hesitate and turn back. Ah, here, take this. He retrieved a small bottle containing a black liquid from his satchel and handed it to Sam. This is called cola. It seems to have fatigue-relieving properties that if you grow weary from your practice. Consume this to regain your strength. Thank you, my lord. Sam accepted the bottle, not refusing Carter's kindness, for past experiences had taught him that rejection would only incite the man's displeasure. I shall take my leave now. Do not practice too late, lest it interfere with tomorrow's patrol. Carter waved off as he stepped away. Understood, Sam replied with vigor. Chapter 30. A terrifying thought. Upon returning to the tavern after dining out, the two found that night had fallen. Allan fumbled in the dark to turn on the lights. With the crisp sound of the switch, bright illumination dispelled the darkness, casting their silhouettes into view. Passers-by outside glanced in astonishment, likely having never witnessed such brilliant lighting before. Although this world possessed semi-permanent magical lamps, their brightness only slightly surpassed that of candlelight, and their exorbitant cost rendered them unattainable for common folk. Observing the mixture of shock and envy on the faces of the onlookers, Allan felt a sense of relief that the establishment was equipped with electrical appliances. Should I change into work clothes now? Ellie asked, removing her sun hat and brushing her hand over her sailor uniform, revealing a fondness for the attire that tinged her voice with reluctance to part with it. Of course, others might disagree, deeming her sentiments devoid of emotion, but after spending time with Ellie, one would recognize that she was not without feelings. She simply expressed them in an understated manner. Allan took pride in his ability to discern such subtle differences and shook his head at Ellie. No need. You need not work tonight. Just head upstairs to rest. What about you, Allan? I will sit downstairs for a while before coming up. By the way, could you please help me put these leftovers in the fridge? Allan handed Ellie the food he had packed from the dining area. Although they had only ordered a single portion, their combined appetites had proven insufficient to consume 2 kilograms of food, leading to the unfortunate necessity of taking it away. Ellie nodded, readjusting her sun hat before accepting the container with both hands. Though it was leftover food, it was still more than one hand could manage. Do you remember how to use the fridge? Allan had taken care to teach Ellie most of the appliances the previous night, emphasizing electrical safety. But he still harbored a bit of doubt. Ellie assured him, "I remember," and set off towards the stairs alone. However, upon reaching the staircase, she paused, turning back to gaze at Allan in silence. Allan raised an eyebrow, guessing her thoughts, and couldn't help but smile wryly. "Do not worry. I will come up shortly. I won't just leave you here. This is my home, after all. Where could I possibly go? Hurry upstairs." Allan's words had the desired effect. Ellie nodded and slowly made her way upstairs. As Allan watched her ascend, a question began to form in his mind. That he understood that he felt a sense of familiarity with Ellie, yet he wondered why she seemed so attached to him. He could not recall anything he had done to earn her affection, and for a child like Ellie, matters of romance seemed far too premature. With this thought, Allan arrived at an answer. "I understand, for I have provided Ellie with shelter, which offers her a sense of security. Furthermore, it may also stem from a yearning for paternal love. Ellie is but a child, though she herself may not acknowledge it, of an age that calls for parental presence. Perhaps it is this very reason that leads her to seek solace in Allan, filling the void she feels. However, this brings forth a new question. How has this child, so clingy, managed to live alone until now?" Contemplating this, Allan could not help but begin to doubt. Does Ellie truly have no family? Even if she lacks parents, there ought to be other relatives. It seems implausible that there is not a single person to care for her in place of her parents. Speaking of which, Ellie appears to have mentioned someone before. What was the name again? Allan furrowed his brow, straining to recall, and finally remembered. Miss Sarah. What relation could this individual have to Ellie? Given the address of Miss, she should not be a friend or relative. Could she perhaps be a teacher or a servant? Despite Ellie's reticence, she exudes an air of having received a fine education, which is particularly evident during mealtimes. Whether in her manner of chewing or the way she handles utensils, there is an indescribable elegance about her, akin to that of a young lady groomed in the ways of etiquette from an early age. If Ellie is indeed a young lady, then Miss Sarah must be her maid, for a personal maid often manages every aspect of a young lady's life. And it would not be surprising for her to occasionally utter words of admonition. Thus, the phrase Allan said the same thing as Miss Sarah becomes comprehensible. Perfect. Allan reveled in his deduction, feeling quite pleased with himself, contemplating that if the snack shop were ever to fail, perhaps he could consider a career as a detective. However, he soon discovered a flaw in his reasoning. Taking a long gulp of cola, he exhaled, Is this truly the behavior of a well-mannered young lady? Moreover, how could a proper young lady find herself in such a state of wandering alone, even if her family faced bankruptcy? It would not lead to the loss of all kin. Emitting a soft Allan fell back into contemplation, then pondered another possibility. Could it be that on a moonless, stormy night, Ellie's family fell victim to vengeful adversaries, resulting in the tragic demise of her entire family, leaving only Ellie to survive by chance? No, that seems far too absurd, as if one were to write a story. Allan dismissed such impractical musings, settling into a chair behind the counter, shifting his line of thought. Why is Ellie so taciturn? Is it due to an introverted nature, or perhaps a desire to bury her innermost feelings? Allan found himself unable to determine which it might be. Perhaps Ellie conceals her emotions exceptionally well, or it could be that Allan simply struggles to interpret others' inner worlds, rendering him oblivious. He exhaled softly, murmuring to himself, Can I truly take care of her? The hours spent in solitude always felt interminable. Allan could not recall how many yawns he had stifled before finally reaching closing time, .as for the business. It was as he had anticipated. The evening clientele was painfully sparse. At least during the day, there were curious customers who wandered in, but at night, people were preoccupied with returning home, showing little interest in shopping. Is it really necessary to keep the shop open at night? It feels like a waste of electricity. Allan grumbled as he secured the front door and ascended the stairs. The second floor was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of life. Suspecting that Ellie had already drifted off to sleep, Allan consciously softened his footsteps as he entered the bedroom. That it was still not yet 8 o'clock. It seemed rather early for slumber. Allan planned to take a shower and change his clothes, then find something to occupy his time. Perhaps he could rent a movie from the snack shop later, for he truly felt he might go stir-crazy otherwise. With this thought in mind, Allan pushed open the door to the balcony to gather the clothes that had been left to air dry outside. To be honest, washing Ellie's clothes was no simple task for a man like Allan. The outer garments were manageable, but the intimate apparel was somewhat embarrassing. In those moments, he could only rely on incessant mental affirmations. It's just a piece of cloth. It's just a piece of cloth. In an effort to stave off any peculiar thoughts, he struggled with a sense of shame while collecting the laundry. Something on the balcony caught his attention. One of the flower pots was missing. Allan recalled that the missing pot was the one that had suddenly fallen from above, nearly striking Arno. It was precisely because of this that Ellie had been able to cleverly market the cola to them. However, this was rather peculiar to prevent the flower pots from toppling. All of them had been secured to the balcony with wire. Logically, it should have been impossible for any of them to fall on their own. Finding it odd, Allan leaned over to investigate, only to discover that the wire securing the pot had indeed snapped. Examining the break closely, it did not appear to be corroded or rusted. Rather, it resembled a clean cut, as if severed by a sharp blade. A chilling thought crept into Allan's mind. Could it be that the incident was not a mere coincidence? Chapter 31. Let us live together. Caught off guard by the sudden emergence of this thought, Allan stood frozen in place. Passers-by below, who happened to glance up, cast curious looks at the man standing on the balcony, holding a dress and lost in thought. Yet Allan paid no heed to their gazes. He was engrossed in piecing together the recent suspicious occurrences he had encountered. The so-called suspicious occurrences, of course, pertained to the enigmatic aspects surrounding Ellie. Firstly, there were her crimson eyes. Initially, Allan had not given much thought to this trait, but upon reflection, it seemed there was no human being with red eyes. Typically, red eyes are a characteristic of wild beasts, such as rabbits. Although rabbits with red eyes may appear endearing and docile, those living in the wild are actually quite fierce and aggressive, often causing injury to those who attempt to tease them. Then there was her aversion to sunlight. Allan had first assumed that Ellie simply disliked heat. However, no matter how much one may loathe warmth, it should not result in an absolute fear of sunlight. Moreover, Ellie's demeanor did not convey a concern over skin darkening. Therefore, it seemed Ellie was not merely heat-averse, but genuinely afraid of sunlight. What kind of being would harbor such a fear? Next was her ability to manipulate objects. Allan had already concluded that the pot's fall was intentional. In this world, humans could acquire the skill of telekinesis through the study of magic. However, given Ellie's tender age and her transient lifestyle, she surely lacked the circumstances to focus on the study of magic, unless, of course, such abilities were innate. Finally, there were the absence of body odor and her propensity for excessive sleep. While each of these traits, when considered in isolation, might elicit the thought, what is so suspicious about that? I share similar characteristics. When combined, the answer became all too clear, though the extent to which previous knowledge could apply to this world remained uncertain. It should not deviate too far from the truth. Through a process of repeated inquiry, Allan eventually arrived at the conclusion of, perhaps this is it, a vampire. Yet, there remained uncertainties. Unlike the vampires depicted in films, in reality, they would appear far more grotesque. Or could it be that this is a unique breed of vampire in this world? Furthermore, aren't vampires supposed to subsist on blood? Yet Ellie enjoys cola and can consume human food. Perhaps Ellie is uniquely special. Allan found himself calmly and astonishingly muttering to himself. Despite the fact that upon learning such information, it would not be surprising to exclaim, "My goodness, I've taken in a vampire." Why did he not react in such a manner? Allan had no time to ponder such trivialities. There was only one thing he wished to do: confirm this matter with Ellie. He abandoned the laundry altogether, returning to the bedroom and approaching the door to Ellie's room, which stood firmly closed, devoid of any sound from within. "Ellie, are you asleep?" Allan knocked on the door, but there was no response. After a moment's hesitation, he turned the doorknob. It was unlocked. Through the slightly ajar door, he glimpsed a shroud of darkness, with not a single sound to be heard. Resolute, Allan stepped inside, the room devoid of light. And out of some concern, he refrained from turning on the lamp. That in this pitch-black room stood only Allan, and possibly a vampire named Ellie. "It's me, Allan." "Ellie, are you asleep?" Allan called into the darkness, yet still received no reply. Had she truly fallen asleep, he raised his voice slightly to call again, but once more there was no answer. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, just as he was about to step further in. Wow! Suddenly, a voice emerged, and Allan looked down to find a face before him. "Goodness!" Allan exclaimed, startled, his shoulder jerking as he instinctively recoiled, colliding heavily against the wall behind him, and he crumpled to the ground. What a quick reaction! The face spoke, revealing itself to be Ellie, clad in her nightgown, gazing at Allan, whose eyes were brimming with tears. "You coward! Are you crying already?" She produced a handkerchief, pressing it against Allan's face and scrubbing vigorously. The action, rather than being rough, was simply the result of her inexperience, and Allan found it rather painful that as the handkerchief withdrew from his face, a strand of mucus trailed behind it. It got on the handkerchief. What a blow! Upon hearing Ellie's clearly disheartened tone, Allan wore an expression of perplexity. Unsure of how to react, he rummaged through his pockets, found a tissue, and dismantled the bridge of mucus, then handed the handkerchief back to her. "I'll wash it clean for you." Ellie nodded, then inquired, "What are you doing here, Allan, spying?" "Of course not." "Then what do you intend to do?" Well, that is, Allan began to stutter, uncertain of what the outcome of his words would be, yet compelled to seek the truth. This was a matter that could not be avoided. Thus, he banished the cowardice from his heart, inhaled deeply, and asked, "Eri, you are not human, are you?" In an instant, Eri's expression shifted. Though her face remained stoic, Allan sensed a change in the atmosphere she emanated. "No, I am not," came her faint response. Expecting Eri to defend herself, Allan was taken aback by her candid admission, his eyes widening in surprise. Eri was crying. Not in the conventional sense, for her face bore no tears. Yet Allan felt an undeniable sense of sorrow emanating from her. This unexpected turn of events left Allan somewhat flustered. He lacked experience in such situations and was at a loss for how to proceed. "It's always like this. Just as I begin to grow accustomed and wish to cherish it, I discover it is merely a dream. It's always like this." Eri seemed to be murmuring something, her voice so faint it was almost a whisper. The incoherent words were utterly incomprehensible to Allan. Perhaps confronting Eri's identity was a misstep. He felt a pang of regret and desperately sought to remedy the situation, fervently explaining, "Eri, please don't misunderstand me. I did not come here to drive you away. I merely wish to understand you better. Can you comprehend?" After speaking, he extended a hand in a gesture of goodwill. Eri glanced at the hand before her, seemingly too timid to reach out, lowering her head to murmur, "I trust you." "Allan, but is it truly all right?" "What do you mean, all right? Is it all right to stay by your side?" Eri looked down at her small palm. "Will I be a burden to you?" "Not at all," Allan vehemently denied. Noticing a flicker of emotion on Eri's face, but he sensed this was an opportunity to express his feelings, inhaled deeply, and spoke the words he had long kept buried. "Eri, let us live together." With that, Allan reached out further, his hand hovering before her. Eri hesitated, raising her hand only to lower it again, wavering several times before finally grasping Allan's outstretched hand. Her hand felt so cold, causing Allan to gasp softly. It lacked the warmth characteristic of a child, yet he did not release his grip. "Thank you, Allan." Eri's hand trembled slightly. Although vampires do not possess the ability to shed tears, Allan perceived her as silently sobbing. Yet, feeling so grateful made Allan uncomfortable. After all, he harbored his own motives. He had nothing left and clung to Eri merely to alleviate his loneliness. At times, he felt a peculiar similarity between himself and this girl. However, witnessing Eri's earlier display of loneliness made him realize that their feelings were not merely similar. They were indeed identical. Kneeling on one knee to meet Eri's gaze, Allan gently stated, "Let us make a promise." "Eri, I will never abandon you. A myriad of emotions flickered across Ares' face. Perhaps it was merely a figment of Allan's imagination, yet he believed he had witnessed it. Can you truly keep that promise? Of course. As I mentioned earlier, let us live together. But I am not human. I am a vampire. And what of it? I was once a vampire in my own home. How could I ever disdain you? Allan is a vampire. In response to the girl's inquiry, Allan recalled his past, offering a wry smile and a nod. I suppose you could say that. Silence enveloped them as Aerie lowered her head, repeatedly murmuring, so this is not a dream. Aerie, can you lift your head? Allan produced a coin, prompting Aerie, who had needed to repeat herself 3 times, to finally raise her gaze. In life, there will inevitably be disagreements. During those times, we can resolve them this way. Allan flicked the coin with his finger, allowing it to land in his palm. We will decide based on the coin's heads or tails. What do you think? Aerie nodded. Very well, then it is settled. Allan rose to his feet, offering the girl a gentle smile. Now, you should get some rest. We must work hard tomorrow. Aerie nodded once more. Chapter 32. Do not eliminate me from your thoughts. The following morning, Allan encountered Aerie in the hallway, and they exchanged greetings. Good morning. Aerie, did you sleep well last night? Yes. And you, Allan? I still feel a bit sleepy, but I must endure it for the sake of work. They conversed about mundane matters, both tacitly avoiding any mention of the previous day's events. As if they were merely a dream, upon arriving at the washroom, Allan politely requested Aerie to use the sink first to ease the atmosphere. He initiated a conversation, asking, By the way, Aerie, do you still intend to call me Allan? Do you not like it? Of course I do. It's just, Allan did not dislike Aerie addressing him by name. In this world, using first names was an expression of intimacy, reserved for those with a close relationship. However, Allan yearned for a different form of address from Aerie. Having finally opened his heart to her the previous night and successfully gained her acknowledgement, he felt the moment was ripe to broach this subject. Yet at this critical juncture, he found himself unable to articulate that desired term. It was simply too embarrassing, or perhaps too shameless for him to utter. Never mind. Let us keep it as it is. Just call me Allan, Aerie. Is that so? Aerie rarely expressed herself this way. She usually just nodded in agreement. Her saying, "Is that so?" made Allan wonder if their relationship had progressed further. The two descended the stairs together, and the next task was cleaning. As Allan prepared to fetch the tools, Aerie approached him. I want to help. It seemed unnecessary to refuse her offer. So Allan responded, I don't mind. Cleaning together will make it quicker. How about this? You handle dusting while I mop the floor? No, I'll do it all, Aerie declared, extending a hand towards the floor. I can control the elements. First, the wind. As soon as she spoke, a gentle breeze stirred in the room, and a small whirlwind began to swirl, swiftly carrying the dust outside. Next, water. The air grew humid, and moisture began to condense on the floor, quickly coalescing into droplets. And finally, wind again. The whirlwind swept through, leaving the floor sparkling clean as if it had been mopped. What would have taken Allan 10 minutes to accomplish was completed in mere seconds by Aerie, and the result was far more thorough than any cleaning he could have managed. The floor was not merely clean. It was immaculate, as if brand new. Magic, Allan exclaimed, immediately identifying the phenomenon, though no incantations were uttered. It was indeed under Aerie's control. After witnessing Elise's magic, Allan was once again reminded that he was in a world of swords and sorcery. Aerie looked at him with an expression that seemed to ask, What do you think? Realizing her expectations, Allan snapped back to reality from the wonder of witnessing magic and gently ruffled Aerie's hair. You did wonderfully, Aerie. The shop is now spotless. You've truly been a great help. He, Aerie, pleased by Allan's praise, raised her chin proudly. Observing the triumphant girl, Allan fell into contemplation. Although he had suspected Aerie might possess magical abilities the previous night, witnessing it firsthand made him realize there were certain matters he needed to clarify with her. First and foremost, he needed to understand Aerie's abilities and their magnitude, essentially their power. Aerie, you mentioned you can summon magical elements, correct? Yes, but they are all low-tier elements, with a short duration that if I do not prioritize properly when cleaning, it will fail. Ah, indeed. Allan glanced at the gleaming shop, concluding that Ellie likely had experience using magic for cleaning before. Under what circumstances had she done so, and who had requested her assistance? Had Ellie ever been ordered around? More importantly, had she suffered mistreatment or been forced to work? Realizing he was overthinking, Allan reminded himself that now was not the time for such musings, and pressed on with his inquiries. Besides wind and water, what other elements can you summon, Ellie? For instance, can you use lightning or fireball magic? No, Ellie answered without hesitation, indicating her sincerity. That's so. Allan mused, falling back into thought. It was peculiar, indeed, that a girl, a vampire, magic, elements. None of it seemed cohesive. As if a button had been misaligned. What common thread existed among these elements? When considering the abilities associated with vampires, one typically thinks of charm magic and regenerative capabilities, alongside a thirst for blood. Allan carefully recalled all the films and games he had encountered and realized none depicted vampires wielding the power to control natural elements. Thus, in terms of abilities, it seemed more accurate to describe Ellie as akin to a fairy rather than a vampire. The first impression imparted by wind magic is one of buoyancy and freedom, while water magic evokes feelings of gentleness and grace that if one were to ponder which race among the myriad of beings in this world best embodies these descriptions, the unequivocal answer would be the elves. Elves are a race that dwells in secluded forests, leading a simple and unpretentious life, in harmony with the rustling leaves, the howling of wolf packs under the moonlight, and the melodies of birds and insects. Correspondingly, the magic they inherit is predominantly aligned with the natural world, manifesting as wind and water magic. However, a question arises. Why does Ellie, a vampire by race, possess the abilities of an elf? Are her powers innate, or have they been acquired through diligent study? What is the true nature of Ellie's identity? And most importantly, what events transpired in her past? The multitude of questions weighed heavily on Allan's mind, while the scant information available left him at a loss to unravel these enigmas, that he meticulously noted each query in his mental notebook, only to realize upon regaining his focus that Ellie was gazing intently at him, that he hastily replied, "I apologize for drifting off." Ellie shook her head, indicating it was of no concern, and Allan continued. "However, Ellie, I would like to inquire about something else. How powerful is your magic?" Ellie pondered seriously for a moment, then extended 3 fingers, thoughtfully providing an example that in a case like yours, I could easily take down about 3. Please don't use me as a unit of measurement, nor imagine my demise in your mind, Allan replied, both amused and exasperated, as he imagined Ellie had just mentally obliterated 3 versions of him. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the clarity of her explanation. "So would you like to demonstrate?" "Please, do not even consider that." Ellie misunderstood his intent and reached out her hand, causing Allan to panic and scramble to grasp her wrist. A demonstration of a spell capable of effortlessly dispatching 3 individuals within the shop could lead to catastrophic consequences. He certainly could not afford the expenses of repairing the premises. With a look of disinterest, Ellie withdrew her hand, remarking, "I was merely jesting. You truly lack a sense of humor. Allan, do kindly keep your jokes gentle. I am rather fragile and cannot withstand such devastation." Allan blurted out, although Ellie replied with an acknowledgement of "I understand." Even he could not discern any change in her expression, leaving him unsettled about her thoughts. Regardless, akin to the necessity of safe electrical usage, Allan deemed it essential to educate Ellie on the prudent use of magic. "Ellie, remember this. You must not use magic indiscriminately in the future. Understood?" "Why?" Allan had anticipated this question from Ellie and was ready with his response. "You mentioned that someone like me could be easily dealt with, which makes it dangerous, doesn't it? Especially in front of customers. By the way, regarding that incident with the flower pot and the customer, that was your doing, wasn't it?" "Indeed, it was a simple feat with wind magic. I merely severed the wire and let it fall, just as I suspected. Listen well, Ellie, such actions must never be repeated. It would be disastrous if a customer were to get injured." "Would it truly be that disastrous?" "Certainly. If a customer were harmed, we would be obligated to cover their medical expenses, and beyond that, once others hear of the incident, they would be disinclined to return. We would be unable to sell anything, ultimately leading to the closure of the shop. Do you wish for our store to shut down?" "Absolutely not," Ellie replied without hesitation. and Allan nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his earnest admonition had resonated with her. However, she then added, "At least help me earn enough to buy cola before we close." Allan was left speechless. Clearly, Ellie's reasoning was beyond the grasp of ordinary understanding, as she viewed the snack shop as little more than a means to procure treats, leaving him feeling drained. To be honest, Allan simply wished to lead a peaceful life alongside Ellie. To achieve that goal, the best course of action was to avoid trouble, which is why he had emphasized the importance of refraining from using magic indiscriminately, in any case. "Remember what I just said?" "Indeed, I will remember it until I forget." Observing Ellie's nonchalant demeanor, Allan sighed. Realizing that further discussion would likely yield counterproductive results, he decided to cease his lecturing for the day, as education should be a gradual process. "Very well. Ellie, just behave as you usually do. Customers will be arriving soon. Let us work hard." "Understood. I will do my best, and I look forward to it." Even if she didn't exert herself excessively, Ellie's mere presence was immensely helpful. However, dismissing her determination could potentially leave emotional scars, so he affirmed her efforts. That said, "Why are people so reluctant to come in?" "Cola is simply delightful," Ellie remarked, glancing at the hurried passers-by outside. "It's because they've never tried it. Once they do, they will surely wish to enter," Allan replied. Turning his gaze toward the street, eagerly awaiting the arrival of customers, Sam strolled along the main thoroughfare of the town, not wearing his usual patrolling armor. As today's watch began in the afternoon, he donned lighter attire, with only the sword at his waist distinguishing him from the average citizen. This level of gear was akin to that of hunters or mercenaries, not enough to warrant a path being cleared for him through the crowd. Should anyone be clad in heavy armor, they would likely be knights. The knights, rather than being driven by necessity, often donned their regalia to attract attention, for they symbolize the kingdom's military might. It would not be an exaggeration to say they serve as a facade, always appearing fully armed to exhibit the power of the realm. As Sam recalled the route described by the knight commander, he swiftly arrived at his destination, a shop with a uniquely distinctive decor, its windows adorned with crystal-clear glass, making it easy to imagine the interior being bright and appealing. "The wonderful snack shop, this is the place," Sam read aloud from the sign, confirming that it matched the name he had learned from the knight commander before stepping inside. Typically, when he had free time, he would head to the training grounds to practice swordplay. However, today he found himself here for a specific reason. He sought a certain item. Indeed, that item was the beverage called cola, which the knight commander had gifted him the previous night. The commander had described it as a drink that alleviates fatigue. Although Sam had accepted it with good intentions, he had not thought much of it at the time in the past. To combat the fatigue from excessive training, he had tried restorative potions, but their efficacy had been lackluster. Firstly, restorative potions were prohibitively expensive. On a mere soldier's salary, he could not afford their exorbitant costs. If he had the funds to purchase potions, he would rather save for better equipment. Additionally, repeated use of restorative potions could lead to resistance, diminishing their effectiveness. Not only would fatigue remain unrelieved, but it could also negate the benefits of strength training, proving counterproductive. Thus, Sam had initially planned to practice a bit longer before returning, but upon reflecting on Quentin's complete dismissal of his efforts, he found himself unable to remain calm. Resolutely, he decided to extend his practice time, embracing the mindset that if effort alone is insufficient, then double the effort is required. Consequently, he drank the beverage gifted by the knight commander. The results were nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, while the drink alleviated fatigue, a feat any restorative potion could accomplish, what set it apart was that it did not interfere with his strength training. On the contrary, it even enhanced it. As Sam swallowed the refreshingly cool beverage with its invigorating taste, he felt his muscles being nourished by a peculiar energy. This energy not only repaired muscle damage but also fortified the healed areas, effectively making his muscles stronger. This was precisely the outcome Sam had longed for. Upon recognizing this transformation within his body, Sam felt as though he had discovered a treasure, disregarding any notions of decorum as he burst into the knight commander's chamber to inquire about the origins of that remarkable drink. It was this very curiosity that propelled him to visit the shop during his free time. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to grow stronger. Such was Sam's fervent resolve as he stepped into the store. Allan sat behind the counter, idly gazing out at the street, when Ellie brought over a chair and sat beside him. "Allan, tell me a story." "You wish to hear a story?" Allan turned, surprised, though Ellie appeared to him as a mere child. She had always insisted she was not one, thus having presumably outgrown the age of enjoying tales. Yet he corrected his thinking. Ellie was a vampire, rumored to have an extensive lifespan, so while she might seem a young girl to humans, she could very well still be an infant in the eyes of her kind. Furthermore, Allan's life experiences had suggested that one should regard women as younger than their actual age. "Miss Sarah used to tell me about the world outside. I too wish to hear your stories." Allan da. So that was it. Gazing at Ellie, whose face radiated anticipation, Allan contemplated and then nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was just as Allan was about to launch into a trilogy of tales, The Boy Who Cried Wolf, Little Red Riding Hood, and The Little Match Girl, he was abruptly interrupted by Ellie. "I don't wish to hear such a cliché tale. Let us try another." "Oh, do you not fancy it?" Allan scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. It seemed that even in this world, the trope of once upon a time had been thoroughly exhausted. Unable to conjure up any better stories, he mustered the courage to inquire, "What kind of story does Ellie wish to hear?" Ellie pondered seriously for a moment before pointing to the grocery store across the street. "Why hasn't the owner of that grocery store gotten married yet?" "Ah, now that you mention it. Perhaps he indeed harbors some tale worth telling. But wait, let us not delve into that sort of story." Allan found himself, both exasperated and amused, nearly led astray by the girl. Engaging in conversation with her demanded constant vigilance. Ellie opened her mouth as if to speak, but their dialogue was interrupted by the sound of footsteps at the entrance. Allan turned to see a figure entering, a half-orc, not a full one. The half-orc appeared quite youthful. Although his physique was larger than that of an ordinary human, he seemed somewhat slender compared to a full orc. His skin was a deep green, and 2 tusks protruded upwards from his mouth. He wore a simple shirt, but a long sword hung from his waist, leaving his identity ambiguous. His stride towards the counter was purposeful, devoid of hesitation or unnecessary movements. "Good day." Allan rose and greeted him with a smile, and Ellie followed suit, offering a warm welcome. The half-orc, Sam, regarded the two with a hint of surprise that a half-orc. Sam was not adept at discerning human beauty, yet he could recognize that their attire was of an exceptionally rare quality. The fabric was certainly far superior to the coarse cloth of his own shirt. Considering the ability to produce such marvelously effective beverages, the owner of this establishment must be quite remarkable. Sam recalled the knight captain's words from the previous night and took a deep breath, reminding himself to choose his words carefully. Even the owners of roadside stalls were not to be underestimated. Sam felt the weight of his own insignificance once more. Suppressing the urge to succumb to despair, he approached the two and bowed slightly. "Greetings to you both." Allan, who had been discreetly appraising the half-orc, was caught off guard that he had heard that half-orcs, like full orcs, valued honor above all else, and he was contemplating how best to engage with this proud patron when the half-orc unexpectedly bowed. What was going on? Faced with Sam's unconventional behavior, Allan was utterly flummoxed. Thankfully, Ellie remained as composed as ever. Noticing Allan's silence, she spoke up on his behalf. "Are you here to purchase cola, Mr. Half-orc?" Now it was Sam's turn to be perplexed, his gaze darting between Allan and Ellie that he had assumed that Allan was the one in charge. Yet it was Ellie who responded. Had he made an error? The two parties regarded each other in awkward silence, both hesitant to break the ice due to their own reservations. After a moment of this standoff, Allan could no longer endure the tension and cleared his throat, dispelling the silence. "Ahem, excuse me, dear patron, may I inquire what you require?" Upon hearing Allan speak, a look of relief washed over Sam's taut features, indicating that he had not misjudged the hierarchy, that he straightened up and explained his purpose. "Greetings to you both. I am Sam, a local soldier. I have come at the behest of the knight captain to extend greetings to you." "The knight captain?" Allan was momentarily stumped, a look of confusion crossing his face. Noticing this, Sam quickly added, "I mean Sir Carter Yalland." "Ah, so it is Mr. Carter." Allan's expression shifted to one of understanding that in contrast, Sam struggled to contain his astonishment. This man had referred to the illustrious Sir Carter Yalland simply as Mr. Carter. For one who was on the cusp of becoming a living legend, even calling him Sir seemed insufficient. Even the great sage Quentin addressed Carter with utmost respect. Yet this man merely called him Mr.? Who exactly was this individual? Sam swallowed hard, grappling with the implications. Sir Carter had mentioned that the owner of the shop was not an ordinary person, which was why Sam had bowed as soon as he entered. Hoping to convey his respect, in hindsight, this decision had proven to be astutely wise. Battling the tumult of emotions within, Sam recalled the names he had heard from the knight captain and continued, furthermore. Sir Carter has asked me to express his gratitude to you, Allan, for providing him the opportunity to sample your esteemed beverages. Upon finishing, Sam bowed again, his demeanor laden with trepidation that puzzled Allan. He could not recall having done anything to instill fear, so he wondered if he had erred in some way. More importantly, Allan noted the title Sir that Sam had used. Was the half-orc being overly humble? Unable to decipher Sam's thoughts, he opted to feign ignorance, smiling as he engaged in pleasantries. Sir Carter is exceedingly courteous. Receiving his praise should indeed warrant our gratitude. Nay, it is you, Sir Allan, who is being overly modest. Is that so? To be honest, this back and forth of niceties was somewhat disconcerting for Allan. Based on previous experience, if he continued down this path, the conversation would devolve into an endless cycle of no, and not at all. If given the choice, he would prefer a more casual manner of speaking. However, the half-orc named Sam was so excessively formal that it completely upended Allan's preconceived notions of this race, leaving him at a loss for words. Thus, he begrudgingly matched Sam's tone and vocabulary. How troublesome. Allan stifled a sigh. Eager to conclude this uncomfortable exchange, he decided to address the matter directly. So, Mr. Sam, aside from delivering greetings and thanks, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Indeed, Sam nodded. I have come today for a personal matter. I wish to purchase the beverages you offer. A smile broke across Allan's face. This was more like it. Business was what a shop should be about. He thought to himself, so, Sir Carter must have referred you here. How many would you like to buy? 100 bottles. 100 bottles? Allan was taken aback, but managed to keep his composure, questioning whether he had misheard. He leaned down to Ellie and quietly asked, Ellie, how many bottles did he just say? 100 bottles. Ellie confirmed. It seemed he had not misheard. With this realization, Allan straightened up and regarded Sam anew. The half-orc's generosity elicited a broad smile from him, and his tone softened involuntarily. Mr. Sam. He had intended to compliment him as Mr. Sam, but quickly decided against it, thinking it safer to stick with Mr. Sam. Regardless, he figured the half-orc would not take offense either way. However, considering Sam's serious demeanor, referring to him as boss might seem a tad too frivolous, that if such a thoughtless remark jeopardized the deal, he would surely regret it. Thus, he corrected himself. Mr. Sam, you are indeed quite generous. Not at all. Sam appeared somewhat uncomfortable with the compliment, offering a strained smile, confirming Allan's suspicions. I merely wish to buy a little extra this time, as I do not have much free time. Yet for us, you are the finest of patrons. 100 bottles is no trifling matter. Thanks to you, Mr. Sam, we stand to earn quite a sum. If it brings you joy, Sir Allan, I am also honored. Sam's response was tinged with trepidation, which struck Allan as peculiar, but he assumed it was merely an expression of courtesy and did not dwell on it. Well then, 100 bottles of cola will amount to 3,000 coins. Thank you for your patronage. As they proceeded to check out, Sam retrieved a leather pouch from his waist, producing 30 coins of 100 denomination, placing them on the counter. Despite the substantial amount he had just taken out, the pouch still appeared quite full, indicating he had plenty of money left. Observing this, Allan couldn't help but wonder what Sam intended to do with such savings, though he was not so naive as to ask about such personal matters. By the way, Mr. Sam, how do you plan to carry back 100 bottles? It may be a bit challenging for you alone. In response to Allan's concern, Sam smiled and produced a cloth bag from his waist. You need not worry about that. I have brought this. What is this? This is an infinite pouch, a magical item that allows one to store and retrieve objects. Though the term infinite is somewhat misleading, as it can only hold up to 500 kilograms. However, it is more than sufficient for carrying 100 bottles of cola. Such a convenient item indeed, Allan exclaimed in admiration. Though in his mind he couldn't help but recall the familiar term from games, backpack. Convenience is indeed a virtue. Yet the price is rather unkind. I have heard that merely 100 kilograms of this pouch is valued at over 10,000 universal coins. And this one is still on loan from Lord Carter. It appears that Mr. Carter has great trust in Mr. Sam to lend you such a precious item without hesitation. Is that so? Sam gazed at the pouch in his hands, a smile breaking forth as if he were the one being praised. Observing Sam's bashful demeanor akin to that of a shy child, Allan recalled there was something else he needed to convey. By the way, does the motion of this pouch affect the items contained within? Since cola is a carbonated beverage, any excessive jostling could cause the gas to escape. You might not fully grasp this, but in any case, one should avoid shaking cola as much as possible. Oh, will it also be affected while stored in an infinite pouch? Isn't that the case? The two exchanged puzzled glances, rather than a mere disagreement over common knowledge. It was evident that both were uncertain about the matter. Thus, it was imperative for them to deliberate on the potential risks and benefits together. Ultimately, Sam placed all 100 bottles of cola into the pouch, a decision that did not signify a conclusion reached by their discussion. On the contrary, they were unable to arrive at a resolution, leaving their fate to chance. With utmost care, Sam secured the pouch containing 100 bottles of cola at his waist, standing at attention and gently bowing his head to Allan. "Thank you for your kindness today, Lord Allan." Despite being addressed as Lord once more, Allan considered it mere pleasantry and returned a friendly smile. "Not at all. I am the one who has benefited. For with Mr. Sam's visit, our store has seen a significant increase in revenue. More importantly, he had been promoted, and his physical prowess had presumably improved as well, though such sentiments were not something Allan would express aloud. You are too kind. Though I must apologize for my rudeness, my time is limited, so I shall refrain from further pleasantries." Sam bowed once again, politely indicating the end of their conversation, before turning to depart. "Mr. Sam, allow me to escort you out." Seeing this, Allan followed suit, feeling that a gesture of courtesy was warranted for such a valuable client who had sealed a transaction worth 3,000 universal coins. Perhaps it was indeed a matter of limited time. For Sam did not insist on the customary, "There's no need to see me off." This time that as they approached the entrance, their path was abruptly obstructed by two enormous figures, towering at 3 meters in height. The giants were oblivious to the presence of others, engrossed in their own conversation, their voices booming as if the very air trembled. "Ah, yes, this is it, the marvelous snack house indeed. This is the place, brother in AK. You promised I could sample that beverage first. And you must not go back on your word." "I remember, but you must also remember that even if the taste does not suit your palate, you must not throw a tantrum, understand?" "I understand. Let's hurry inside." "Don't be foolish. How could we possibly fit into such a small building?" "You wait here while I fetch Mr. Allan." As they observed the two giants, Allan and Sam exhibited contrasting emotions. Allan wore a broad smile, while Sam furrowed his brow. One of the visiting giants was indeed NK, while the other was unfamiliar to Allan. However, given that he referred to NK as brother, it was likely he was a friend. In contrast to Nak's affable demeanor, this giant appeared somewhat brusque and had a rather simple-minded expression, suggesting he was of the difficult-to-deal-with variety. Having discerned the nature of the visitors, Allan took the initiative to greet NK as he approached. "Good morning, Mr. NK. What a splendid day it is." Upon hearing the voice, NK looked down and, upon recognizing Allan, his face registered surprise. "Isn't this my dear friend? I did not realize you were here. I apologize for my oversight." Allan silently scoffed at the notion of being called dear friend, but maintained a smile in response. "After all, I belong to a diminutive race. It is only natural that someone of your height would overlook my presence. As expected of my dear friend, your humor remains delightful. Ha ha ha." Nak's sense of humor was indeed quite simplistic, as he erupted into laughter over the remark, taking quite a while to regain his composure before introducing his companion. "Today, I have brought along a friend. This is Zach." The giant named Zach appeared entirely preoccupied, his gaze wandering incessantly toward the shop. AK chuckled awkwardly and nudged him with his shoulder, prompting Zach to finally pay attention. "What? I am introducing you. Quickly greet Mr. Allan." "Huh? Oh, hello." His greeting felt somewhat forced. leaving Allan uncertain whether it stemmed from disdain for conversing with humans or simply a lack of social skills. Nonetheless, Allan responded with a polite nod. Although the ritual of greeting may be tedious, it is an essential component of client meetings. The manner in which one expresses greetings often determines the quality of first impressions. Thus, it must not be taken lightly that, of course, this was a lesson imparted by his father. While Allan felt an urge to showcase this insight before others, he recognized that the moment was not suitable for such displays and suppressed the sentiment. "So, have you two come to sample the beverages from my establishment today?" "Indeed, that is correct. However, I see that my dear friend seems to have other guests," Enike said while glancing at Sam, who stood beside Allan. However, his words faltered midway as his expression shifted dramatically. Observing Nack's sudden change in demeanor and the tense expression on Sam's face, an inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up within Allan. Chapter 36. Conflict. It soon became evident that Allan's unease was not unfounded. Although Nack's countenance altered upon spotting Sam, he quickly masked his expression. Anxiously shifting aside a few steps, that in an instant, Allan grasped the meaning behind this action, aimed to shield Zack's sight from Sam. Yet, Enike was a beat too late. "Brother Enike, why are you suddenly squeezing over here? Is it that a half-orc?" Zack's gaze inadvertently fell upon Sam, and his rugged features contorted with unmistakable disgust, a fierce anger igniting within his eyes. However, Sam, the target of this ire, merely maintained his composure and replied in an even tone, "I am indeed a half-orc. May I inquire what the issue is?" "How dare you even ask? It is your accursed half-orc kin who attacked our village, causing my family to—" "Calm down, Zack," Enike interjected, gripping Zack's shoulder to halt his tirade. Allan sensed he had stumbled upon a perilous topic, but the three of them were too engrossed in their confrontation to heed him. "Silence. If you do not wish to help, then simply stand there and watch," Zack shouted at Nak, shaking off his grip, clearly unwilling to heed any counsel. "Zack." Nak's expression grew complicated as he recognized that Zack had been psychologically scarred by that incident, which had rendered him increasingly volatile. In an effort to aid him in overcoming his trauma, Nak had brought him to this town far from their homeland, hoping that time would ease the wounds. It was evident that Nak had underestimated the depth of Zack's hatred. Even after several years, the pain of the past remained fresh in his mind. Should a conflict arise here, Allan's establishment would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. Given the assessment of that elderly human from yesterday, Allan seemed to possess a remarkable background, and the consequences of inciting his displeasure were too dreadful for Nak to contemplate. Just as Nak's anxiety intensified, Sam spoke up. "Mr. Giant, if I'm not mistaken, you must be referring to the incident from 3 years ago, which I have heard about." Upon hearing Sam's words, Zack's fury escalated further, his face contorting as he shouted vehemently, "So you do admit it? You murderer!" "I am not a murderer. What is there to admit? I am indeed a half-orc, but I belong to the Greenblade tribe. The true instigator of that incident was Zhu Tong." Sam's tone was resolute. Yet Allan noticed that as he uttered Zhu Tong, he instinctively clenched his fists, a gesture that hinted at concealed emotions. "I could not care less whether you are from the Greenblade or the Zhu Blade. As long as you are a half-orc, you are my enemy, and I will see you dead." Nak completely disregarded the explanation, spitting as he shouted, convinced that this half-orc was merely making excuses to evade responsibility, and he would not let him off easily. With such baseless accusations hurled at him, Sam felt a surge of indignation, nearly overwhelmed by the urge to strike back. However, he understood that he must not display any signs of anger. Lord Carter had once advised him, "Given your unique status, many will seek to provoke you, eager to label you with slurs. Therefore, Sam, you must never reveal your weaknesses before others." Sam had become a soldier to forge his strength, and until he felt sufficiently powerful, he could not afford to abandon this role. Thus, he endeavored to maintain his composure and spoke in a tone befitting his station. "Sir, should you insist on causing trouble, I shall be compelled to fulfill my duties as a soldier and subdue you by force." As if to underscore the seriousness of his words, Sam reached for the sword at his waist, his body slightly lowering into a stance ready for battle. "Are you suggesting that you believe you can defeat me?" Zack displayed no fear of the fierce aura emanating from Sam. Deliberately flexing his muscular arms while glaring menacingly at his opponent, As the tension between the two escalated, Allan scratched his head in frustration. It appeared that there were no patrolling soldiers in sight. How could he prevent the situation from worsening? Allan, what's going on with him? Just as Allan was torn over which side to intervene on, Ellie emerged, drawn by the commotion, tilting her head in confusion as she observed the charged atmosphere between the two combatants. It's evident they are arguing, Allan shrugged, instinctively shielding Ellie behind him. Ellie, you should go back inside. It's not safe here. If that's the case, then it should be you, Allan, who goes inside. Ellie replied without hesitation, leaving Allan momentarily speechless. Indeed, Ellie was a vampire, possessing abilities beyond those of an ordinary human. Yet, Ellie, are you aware of a concept known as pride? It can be a powerful force, yet it is also easily bruised. Thus, not every thought should be spoken aloud. Can you grasp that? Allan conveyed this sentiment through his gaze. Under the weight of his stare, Ellie averted her eyes, silently indicating her lack of understanding. That stung. Allan endeavored to mask his frustration as he redirected his gaze forward, although he wished to uphold his pride. This was not the time for such concerns. The immediate priority was to find a way to quell the brewing conflict. But how? On one side stood a towering giant exceeding 3 meters in height, while on the other was a valiant half-orc. Neither was someone Allan could hope to intervene with. What to do? What on earth could he do? Just as Allan's mind raced with anxiety, a sudden hiss drew his attention. Turning to his side, he saw Ellie casually opening a bottle of cola and drinking it nonchalantly, her demeanor resembling that of a bystander enjoying the spectacle. That if only she had brought a stool, it would have been perfect. Allan thought it best not to be so leisurely in such a situation, yet the sight of the cola sparked an idea in his mind. Cola, yes indeed, it possesses the power to uplift spirits. If only he could get these two adversaries to drink some. Perhaps their conflict could be temporarily dissolved. Gentlemen, this is none of your concern. Be silent. Just as Allan attempted to interject, he was met with a fierce glare from Zack, who was seething with rage. Allan swallowed his words, utterly unable to retort that he was merely an ordinary individual, entirely unfamiliar with the notions of hostility and malice. However, even so, he had distinctly sensed the murderous intent radiating from Zack, which caused him to hesitate. Now what? He found himself unable to insert himself into the conversation, and just then, "You shall not disrespect Allan. I am quite irate." Ellie, who had been leisurely sipping her cola and watching the unfolding drama, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, positioning herself protectively in front of Allan. Chapter 37. Whips and honey. Ellie spread her arms wide, standing defiantly before Zack. Despite her diminutive stature, Zack was still able to see Allan clearly. Nevertheless, Allan felt a surge of joy at Ellie's intention to protect him. "I shall strike you down." With that declaration, Ellie extended her palm, radiant magic swirling within it. "Are you also here to obstruct me?" Even in the face of the magical glow in Ellie's hand, Zack showed no signs of calming down. To him, the tricks of a mere girl were inconsequential. Before Allan could intervene, Ellie unleashed the magic from her palm. "Wah!" Zack let out a foolish scream. As Ellie had foretold, he was sent flying. Simultaneously, a fist-sized ice shard crashed onto the pavement. Disregarding the season and physical laws, it quickly dissolved as if swallowed by the air. Watching Zack groan on the ground, Allan sighed. He had anticipated this outcome, remembering Ellie's earlier words. Someone like Allan could easily dispatch 3 foes. Yet, others were oblivious to Ellie's capabilities, her sudden display of power plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Magic. Knack! Standing nearby, was taken aback. Although he had learned from last night's human elder that this father-daughter duo was exceptional, he never expected such a small girl to wield magic with such formidable force. Enough to send a giant sprawling. Meanwhile, Sam, who had nearly drawn his sword, gazed at Ellie in astonishment, inhaling sharply as he reflected on Lord Carter's words. This establishment was indeed extraordinary. If even the small could unleash a spell to topple giants, then surely the larger would possess even greater power. You truly acted. Putting aside their astonishment regarding Ellie for the moment, Zack, having endured the ice's solid blow, rose to his feet, but he clutched the area struck by the ice. Staggering toward them, the previous attack seemingly intensifying his fury, his fists cracking ominously. "You are undoubtedly in league with that half-orc. Regardless of whether you are a magician or whatever else, do not presume I will forgive you." Unfazed by Zack's hostile tirade, Ellie merely extended her hand once more. "Do you wish to be struck down again?" Upon hearing Ellie's words, Zack came to an abrupt halt, fear etched across his face. Clearly, Ellie's magic had indeed inflicted pain upon him. "Zack, did we not agree beforehand that if you caused a ruckus, you would return home?" Seeing Zack's retreat, Nack seized the opportunity to lecture him that he had come to discuss business with Allan, and if this reckless individual jeopardized that, the consequences would be dire. That Nack's admonishment seemed to have an effect. Although Zack's expression soured, he silently relaxed his tightly clenched fists, dissipating the tense atmosphere. That it appeared that a brawl had been averted. Allan breathed a heavy sigh of relief internally, shifting his gaze to Nack. Given the earlier debacle, Nack now found himself in an awkward position. Leaving might seem cold-hearted, especially since it was his friend who instigated the trouble. Yet remaining felt intrusive, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Observing this scene, Allan furrowed his brow. He had hoped to engage Nack in business, but given his current demeanor, it seemed unlikely he possessed the inclination to discuss matters. What should he do? After some contemplation, Allan reached a conclusion. The whip and honey. That if Ellie's magical display had served as the whip, leaving an impression of dread in everyone's minds, then all that was needed was to offer sweet honey to help them forget the sting of the whip. Thus, it was now Allan's turn to provide the honey. But before that, although there has been an unfortunate incident, it is now in the past. Let us cease this quarrel. That I would like to take this opportunity to clarify the rules of the establishment. All forms of disruptive behavior that may disturb other guests, including but not limited to verbal abuse, provocations, and fighting, are strictly prohibited. Any violators will be placed on the blacklist and permanently barred from entry. After delivering this statement, Allan scanned the crowd with a gaze heavy with warning. "I shall certainly keep Lord Allan's words in mind." Sam was the first to respond, eliciting a wry smile from Allan. "Is that so? I am pleased to hear you say that." While he expressed this sentiment, Allan secretly hoped that the boisterous half-orc would be a bit more relaxed, though such a wish seemed difficult to fulfill. Unaware of Allan's thoughts, Sam continued, "While I would like to offer a more formal apology for the earlier incident, my time is limited, and I must take my leave. I shall return next time to make amends." After bowing, Sam hurriedly departed, and Allan, understanding his time constraints, did not attempt to detain him. He then turned his attention to Nack, whose expression suggested he was hesitant to speak. Allan feigned nonchalance as he initiated conversation. "I never anticipated such an event would unfold." For a client in an awkward position, it was wise to adopt a tone that seemed to align with their perspective, as if merely expressing a sentiment, thereby fostering closeness. Observing Nack's reaction, it was indeed the case that Allan's overture lifted Nack's spirits. A smile reappeared upon his face. Indeed, it was quite unexpected. Allan silently thanked his father for imparting such wisdom while continuing to weave words that would strengthen their rapport. "I do apologize for inadvertently injuring your friend. He is all right. I hope. We giants are quite tough-skinned. He will be fine. Moreover, this fool brought it upon himself. He deserved it," Nack remarked, patting Zack on the shoulder. The latter, annoyed, shrugged off Nack's hand, appearing to be none the worse for wear. Allan nodded. Although he felt a twinge of guilt for injuring a guest, rules must be upheld within his establishment, that if one chooses to act recklessly, they must be prepared to face the consequences. As the atmosphere grew harmonious, Allan courteously invited Nack and his companions to wait outside momentarily, leading Ellie into the house. Shortly thereafter, Allan emerged alone, holding 2 bottles of cola. "Mr. Nack, these 2 beverages are cola. In an effort to apologize for the offense caused to Ellie, please accept them as a complimentary offering." Allan raised his hand, presenting the cola within Nack's reach. Nack initially intended to politely decline, but upon reflection, he realized that declining in such a context might convey the unintended implication of "let us not discuss business today," so he opted to accept instead, considering it a safer choice. Grateful for Nack's acceptance, Allan felt a surge of anticipation. After so many twists and turns, it was finally time to assess the efficacy of his sweet concoction. Would the colas win the favor of the giants? Chapter 38. The coward. Here, Zack. You have a share as well. Knack offered one of the bottles to Zack, who turned his head away, refusing to even glance at the drink. I don't want it. You don't want it? Confusion flickered in Knack's eyes. This lad had come specifically upon hearing there would be drinks. Yet now that the beverage was before him, he suddenly claimed he didn't want it. Puzzled, Knack inquired as to the reason. In response to Knack's question, Zack scoffed, uttering a curt no reason. As if to demonstrate his resolve, he crossed his arms defiantly, assuming an expression that suggested he would not change his mind. This demeanor caused Knack to furrow his brow in displeasure. Zack, this is a kind gesture from Mr. Allan. Your attitude is quite rude. I don't want it. Zack, would rather perish of thirst than consume anything from this establishment. Zack proclaimed with clenched teeth, his expression contorted as if a smoldering flame burned within him. Allan could see through to his inner turmoil, recognizing that Zack was merely sulking, yet he chose not to comment. Good things tend to attract people naturally, while undesirable things, no matter how forcefully offered, will yield no results. There was no need to approach with a warm demeanor only to be met with cold indifference. That moment, a voice interrupted Allan's contemplation. Are you sure you don't want a drink? Startled by the voice from behind, Allan turned to find it was Ellie, prompting him to furrow his brow in concern. Ellie, why are you out again? I told you to stay put in the shop, didn't I? Today was a splendidly sunny day, with brilliant sunshine from early morning, and Allan worried she might be adversely affected by the heat. According to Ellie, she belonged to a race akin to vampires, not true vampires, hence she wouldn't suffer direct burns from sunlight. However, her exposure would still lead to other repercussions, such as a lingering fatigue and potential dehydration. Thus, it was best for her to minimize sunlight exposure. I'm fine because I put on sunscreen, Ellie said, raising her arm to show Allan that he thought to himself that it might be better to conserve the sunscreen, but refrain from voicing his concerns. Much like the true visage of Santa Claus obscured beneath a veil of mystery. He wished to maintain his generous image in Ellie's eyes. While Allan fell silent, Ellie turned her attention back to Zack, reiterating her previous question. Are you really not going to drink? Zack slightly turned his face, casting a glance at Ellie and responding with a disdainful snort. I would never drink, that I am a proud warrior. How could I consume a coward's beverage? To refer to his Ellie as a coward? Zack's words irked Allan, yet the ensuing scene compelled him to stifle a laugh. Ellie, maintaining her silence, fixed her gaze on Zack for several seconds before taking a small step forward. Although it was a mere step, the large Zack instinctively retreated, creating a significant distance between them. How peculiar, Ellie mused, tilting her head in confusion. Here I am, the coward, advancing, while you, the strong one, are retreating. Zack stammered, at a loss for words. Although being bested in silence by a mere child was embarrassing, he remembered the discomfort of his earlier defeat. Ellie, you must not be rude to guests. Though Allan found this amusing, he pretended to adopt a stern expression, intervening to prevent Ellie from continuing her inquiries, even when justified. One should not be unyielding. Zack, you too. At your age, you shouldn't behave like a child throwing a tantrum. Seizing the opportunity, Knack reprimanded Zack while attempting to thrust the cola into his hands. Here. Take it. I've already said I want tea drink. In a fit of irritation, Zack shouted, swatting Knack's hand away, the frustration of being intimidated by a little girl evident on his face. You. Knack had no retort, merely shaking his head in resignation, feeling utterly helpless against Zack's obstinacy. If he doesn't wish to drink, then let us not force him. Allan stepped in to ease the tension, for insisting further might lead Zack to harbor a complete aversion to cola. Mr. Knack, perhaps you should try it first and see if it suits your palate. Since you put it that way, my dear friend. Knack's gaze fell upon the cool beverage in his hand. Given the heat of the day and the prolonged wait outside, he had longed for something to quench his thirst, licking his lips in anticipation. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Due to the diminutive size of the bottles, Knack gingerly twisted off the cap, releasing a hissing sound as an enticing aroma wafted forth. Zack, catching a whiff of the delightful scent from afar, nearly turned to look, but quickly remembered his firm resolve not to drink and forced his gaze away. Oblivious to the subtle movements of his companion, Knack was enveloped by the enticing fragrance, a sensation unlike any he had previously encountered, invigorating as it filled his nostrils, though the liquid appeared dark. It was not viscous. Under the sunlight, it glimmered with a deep red hue, reminiscent of fine wine. Knack, unable to resist the sensory allure, tipped the bottle back and took a hearty swig. The icy liquid cascaded down his throat, a refreshing chill spreading throughout his body, instantly cooling his overheated form. A sensation so pleasurable he nearly let out a sigh of contentment. What manner of beverage is this, capable of bestowing such delight? A tumultuous wave of astonishment surged within Knack. He had never experienced anything quite like it in a word. It was splendidly flavorful, yet entirely agreeable. The expression of sheer bliss on Knack's face did not go unnoticed by Zack, who, unable to contain himself, involuntarily swallowed hard at the sight. Startled by the sound, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching before sneaking a furtive look at the cola in Knack's hand. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a ripple of intrigue stirred in Ellie's crimson eyes, a flicker that would elude the notice of ordinary observers. "This is absolutely delightful," Knack exclaimed, having drained the first bottle in mere gulps. And feeling unsatisfied, immediately twisted open Zack's bottle, unhesitatingly tilting his head back to guzzle it down. This beverage known as cola was not only tantalizing to the palate, but it also possessed a curious quality that uplifted his spirits. The moment it entered his stomach, a wave of euphoria washed over him, dispelling any lingering negativity that it was as if all his worries had been rendered trivial, and his mind was solely occupied with the desire to consume more of the delightful liquid. Chapter 39. No need for formalities. Zack covertly observed Knack as he indulged in the cola. What to do? The thought raced through his mind. He had lost count of how many times he had swallowed in anticipation. It felt as though the saliva pooling in his mouth was ready to overflow. And several times he nearly let it trickle down his chin, unsure if the sound of his gulping had been heard by anyone. Zack wrestled with his inner conflict. The drink appeared to be exceptionally appealing. Yet he had vowed never to partake. To go back on his word would be to slap himself in the face. But how he longed to taste it. What could he do to get a sip? As he grappled with these thoughts, he watched Knack consume what should have been his cola, and gazing at the empty bottle, a twinge of regret washed over him for having spoken so definitively earlier. With no regard for the onlookers, Knack let out a resounding belch, the lingering aroma of cola wafting through the air. What a refreshing experience! Having polished off 2 bottles in one go, Knack reveled in the sensation of exhilaration coursing through him. Giving Allan a thumbs up, "My friend, this is the first time I've ever enjoyed a drink so thoroughly. This beverage is truly magnificent. That goes without saying." Allan had intended to express his gratitude politely, but Ellie interjected, her tone brimming with pride, as if to say, "Now you understand." This perhaps marked the first instance where someone outside of Allan could discern her emotions so clearly. Seeing Ellie's candid reaction, Knack couldn't help but chuckle. "What could I say? This is my first encounter with this drink called cola. It's only natural that I was unaware of its wonders before." Sigh. Ellie let out a deep sigh. "Coke. Huh. It's called Coke, Yes, it is called Coke. That I misspoke. My apologies. Remember, you mustn't misname it again. Did I understand?" The scene of a giant towering over 3 meters tall being lectured by a little girl appeared rather absurd. Upon reflection, Ellie's demand of a first-time visitor was indeed rather audacious. Yet since she was not entirely incorrect, Allan not only acquiesced, but also nodded in agreement. "Precisely, Mr. Knack. This Coke is the beverage I wish to sell to your restaurant." "I see." Knack nodded at Allan, his gaze shifting to the empty bottle in his hand. "I have already tasted the Coke, and it indeed aligns with my personal preferences. It is quite an excellent beverage." "Then, Mr. Knack, regarding this business, what are your thoughts?" Allan endeavored to suppress the anticipation bubbling within him, ensuring it did not manifest on his face. His father had once mentioned that as negotiations approached their conclusion, one must be particularly cautious about concealing emotions in front of clients. At the time, Allan, disinterested, and paid heed to the reasoning, which he now regretted slightly. However, since it was his father's counsel, it was worth emulating. Perhaps influenced by Allan's impassive demeanor, Knack pressed his lips together in contemplation for about 5 seconds before finally speaking again. "Overall, I personally quite fancy this beverage called Coke. Had he succeeded? Nak's tone clearly leaned towards agreement, causing Allan to inwardly exhale in relief, only to tense his expression at Nak's subsequent, but the restaurant is, in fact, a partnership between Zach and myself. Although I usually manage it alone, we must discuss significant matters together, so I cannot make a unilateral decision on this. I must consider Zach's opinion as well. However, Nak's gaze shifted towards Zach, who had been standing at a distance. Why, dear friend, you must have seen that Zach seems a bit... Nak was speaking when he suddenly froze, taken aback by the sight before him. Unbeknownst to him, Zach, who had deliberately stood further away, had somehow moved beside him, fixated intently on the bottle in his hand, his motionless demeanor resembling that of a soul lost. Zach. He attempted to call out, but received no response. Nak then tried to move the bottle, and naturally, Zach's gaze followed suit. Witnessing this, Nak couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in contemplation, swiftly concealing the bottle behind his back. Finally, Zach, devoid of a target to follow, snapped back to reality. Nak. The first thing Zach did upon regaining awareness was to abruptly grab Nak's shoulders, a hint of irritation evident in his expression. Why did you drink my portion of the beverage? Didn't you say you wouldn't drink? Nak replied, somewhat bewildered, as Zach had previously declared he wouldn't drink even if he were dying of thirst, yet now his stance had changed dramatically, leaving Nak's mind struggling to keep pace. Not wanting to drink was earlier, but right now, all I know is that I desperately want to drink. How will you compensate me? Zach shouted, his face flushed with rage. Typically, he referred to Nak as brother, yet the animosity sparked by food was formidable. Although Zach was being unreasonable, the fact that Nak had consumed his share remained a reality. Feeling slightly guilty, Nak handed over one of the empty bottles with an awkward smile. There are still a few drops left in this bottle. How about you make do with it? Zach stared silently at the bottle, and observing this, Nak mischievously prodded, Is it too much? Drink slowly. Be careful not to choke. Get lost! Zach swatted the empty bottle away, sending it flying through the air in a parabolic arc, producing a rather piercing sound, as if protesting against such rough treatment. Moments ago, he had watched helplessly as Nak downed 2 bottles of Coke in one go, while he could only swallow hard in envy. This torment had compelled him to abandon his pride. Indeed, he had succumbed, deciding to relinquish his dignity. Witnessing the 2 giants quarrel over Coke, Allan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly and stepped forward to mediate. Mr. Zach, do not be angry that if you wish for Coke, I still have some here. As soon as the words left his lips, Zach immediately ceased his uproar, his gaze snapping towards Allan. What a straightforward fellow. Allan thought to himself. Hurry and bring it to me. Zach unabashedly expressed his urgency, shouting at Allan, seemingly displeased with such a brusque attitude, as a cold glare pierced through him that it was Ellie's gaze. Although her expressionless, frigid stare revealed no emotions, Zach sensed an underlying warning within and involuntarily shivered, hastily moderating his tone. Please, give me the Coke. All right, I shall fetch it for you, Allan replied with a smile. Yet internally, he couldn't help but reflect. Even giants are ultimately bound by the irresistible allure of deliciousness. Truth is indeed truth, standing the test of time. Allan turned to retrieve the Coke. Ellie suddenly grasped his hand. What's the matter? Allan was about to inquire, but Ellie beat him to it. Who was it that said he wouldn't drink even if he were dying of thirst? It was evident to all that Ellie's remark was directed at Zach. Faced with Ellie's pointed comment, Zach awkwardly lowered his head. Observing his demeanor, Ellie nodded with satisfaction and continued. However, it's no wonder, after all. Coke is so delightful. It's understandable to have a change of heart, that I anticipated this. So Ellie exaggeratedly sighed, producing a bottle of Coke she had concealed for quite some time, raising her chin in triumph. Although it may not be cute due to its large size, this bottle of Coke is specially for you. No need to be polite. Chapter 40. So cheap, Zach chuckled, scratching his head as he bent down to accept the Coke Ellie offered. Although he was eager to drink it, the thought of this girl who could easily toss him aside made him suppress his impatience and politely express his gratitude. Thank you, no need to thank me. He waited patiently until Ellie responded before bringing the Coke before him, awkwardly twisting the cap off. It must be said that bottles designed for human size were rather inconvenient for giants. Allan pondered whether they should consider custom-making larger Coke bottles at the snack shop. Upon reflection, this idea seemed quite promising as aside from giants, there were other larger races in this town. Accommodating them could indirectly boost the shop's revenue. Especially since larger cokes would naturally command a higher price, of course, the experience gained must also increase accordingly, that he made a mental note to inquire at the snack shop about this. Turning his attention back to Zack. He found that it took Zack quite some effort to finally twist off the cap. With a satisfying hiss, the enticing aroma wafted forth, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment, but a voice in his mind seemed to shout, "This is the flavor." Indeed, this was the very taste that had tormented him earlier, the one he had longed for yet could not attain. And now it was firmly in his grasp. With no hesitation, Zack tilted his head back and drank heartily. Sweet, stimulating, but he struggled to find words to describe the flavor of this beverage, his mind only registering these blunt expressions that if he had to add any embellishment, it would be that it was exceedingly sweet and immensely stimulating. As these two sensations intertwined, Zack suddenly experienced a peculiar feeling. The negative emotions that had long occupied his mind and relentlessly eroded his rationality appeared to wither under the refreshing cascade of Coke. What did it matter about half-beasts or vengeance? It was insignificant. He now harbored but one thought. Drink, damn it. He hardly paused to breathe, nearly wishing to swallow the entire bottle whole, that in mere moments he had drained the Coke entirely. So, how does it taste? Ellie seemed to sense the opportune moment to inquire. Deeply immersed in the bliss of satisfaction, Zack could not articulate a response, yet the deep sigh that escaped his throat served as the finest answer. Yes, this is indeed commendable. Observing Ellie's rather pretentious demeanor, Allan couldn't help but smile wryly. That said, he understood Ellie's sentiments. After all, she was the first to indulge in Coke, and naturally, she would feel a sense of superiority over others who drank it. Her demeanor prompted Allan to reflect. She was, after all, merely a child. Indeed, although Ellie often appeared expressionless and emotionally detached, she was still a child, meant to speak innocently and act without knowledge. However, as Allan contemplated, he suddenly recalled that when he first met Ellie, she had embodied the essence of a young lady, yet in merely a few days of living with him, she had begun to exhibit a hint of mischief. Was it truly acceptable to allow her to change in this manner? A sense of guilt emerged within him, as if he had led the child astray, leaving Allan feeling somewhat unsettled. However, he had heard that changes in one's living environment could correspondingly alter one's character, so surely this was not entirely his fault. Attempting to shift the blame, Allan realized he had zoned out and shook off those errant thoughts, turning to Zack, who appeared thoroughly satisfied after finishing the Coke. Mr. Zack, what do you think of the Coke? This tastes delightful, Zack said with a silly grin. With the negative emotions washed away by the cola, Zack appeared less agitated and more affable, his tone significantly calmer. Zack, N.A.K. gazed at the grinning Zack, a look of astonishment illuminating his eyes. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed such a smile from him. Typically, when Zack was in a foul mood, he would drown his sorrows in alcohol, often becoming inebriated to the point of causing disturbances. Yet, alcohol tends to exacerbate restlessness, and it was precisely for this reason that Zack had been inebriated and disruptive on numerous occasions. Now, however, Zack seemed completely rejuvenated. No, that would be incorrect. Rather, he had reverted to his former self, the bumbling lad who greeted everyone with a silly smile. Undoubtedly, this transformation was attributable to the cola. N.A.K. firmly believed this, especially since it was a product confidently recommended by a well-dressed merchant from a distant land. Surely, possessing one or two miraculous effects would be expected. In fact, if it were mundane and unremarkable, that would be truly peculiar. That Nack's gaze fell upon the bottle in his hand, that a drink with such extraordinary effects must surely come with a hefty price tag, perhaps rivaling the potions of alchemy. No, it wouldn't be surprising if it were even more expensive. Nevertheless, if this beverage called cola could heal the scars of the heart, any price would be justifiable. To be honest, the incident 3 years ago had left many giants, including Zack, homeless in their quest to escape past sorrows. They had journeyed to this town, far removed from their homeland. Due to their size, this group of giants mostly dined at Nack's restaurant, that if cola were to be served there, allowing everyone to partake in this drink that could help them forget their pain. Wouldn't that be a splendid affair? Of course, N.A.K. did not wish for them to forget their hatred. He merely hoped they would not let animosity cloud their judgment. In a town where multiple races coexist, maintaining rationality is of utmost importance. Causing a ruckus here and being apprehended by soldiers would be a minor issue. However, being exiled from the city would be a grave loss. For them, this place was their second home. Should they leave, they would truly be homeless. Thus, what did it matter if the drink were costly? If it could liberate their compatriots from suffering, mere money was insignificant. AK nodded resolutely in his heart and turned his attention back to Allan. My dear friend, I have made up my mind. I agree no. I hope you can supply cola for my restaurant. I'm truly glad to hear that, Allan replied with a smile. A look of relief washing over his face. The sense of accomplishment from moving customers through his product brought him an unexpected joy. Now, regarding the price of the cola, a bottle of cola is 30 thorns. 30 thorns! Allan's head bowed in embarrassment as he noticed Knack's astonished expression. Indeed, it seemed he was deemed too pricey. However, how inexpensive? Nak exclaimed. Inexpensive. Allan was taken aback by Knack's reaction, doubting his own hearing, but Knack's subsequent words confirmed that his ears were not deceiving him. My friend, please do not intentionally understate the price due to our friendship. Tell me honestly, how much does this bottle of cola truly cost? Oh no, it really is just 30 thorns. Why did I say just? Isn't 30 thorns rather expensive? Allan thought to himself, though now was not the time to delve into that. Is that truly the case? It is indeed. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Despite Allan's earnest assurances, Nak still appeared somewhat skeptical that he leaned forward to scrutinize Allan's expression, aware that humans excel in deception and disguise. While lies can be well-meaning or malicious, they remain lies. The last liar had brought calamity to the giant race, and thus he could not condone deceitful individuals. AK sought signs of dishonesty on Allan's face, staring intently for several seconds before exhaling sharply, clearly having found nothing. My friend, I am increasingly perplexed by your true nature. What do you mean by true nature? Please don't make me sound mysterious. Though Allan thought this, he refrained from voicing it and instead maintained his consistently polite demeanor. There is nothing extraordinary about me. I am merely an ordinary merchant. Ha! Indeed. A cryptic smile appeared on Knack's rugged face. Then let us settle on that price. I'll take 500 bottles, please. 500 bottles? Allan nearly shouted in disbelief. Just a moment ago, Sam's request for 100 bottles had already astonished him. Now, Knack's demand for 500 nearly made his eyes pop out. Giants had a penchant for jesting, and for a moment, Allan thought AK was joking, his expression betraying his uncertainty. It seemed AK sensed this thought and quickly clarified. I'm not joking. After all, most of my restaurant's patrons are giants, and giants eat and drink a lot to avoid complications. I thought it best to make a larger purchase at once. It was clear that Nak was serious, which undoubtedly delighted Allan. 500 bottles, you say? No problem. By the way, did you bring along an infinite pocket? How could I afford such a luxury as an infinite pocket? Besides, I have no use for one, Nak replied, producing an enormous cloth bag from his waist, showcasing it to Allan while flexing his biceps. I am, after all, a giant. Don't think that 500 bottles would be a challenge for me. Just kidding, huh? Although Allan still found it amusing, he managed to chuckle a few times before delivering the line he had long anticipated. In that case, thank you for your patronage. Oh yay! Watching Nak and his companions depart with their bounty, Allan could hardly contain his joy. Wide it may have seemed childish, but that was precisely how he felt. Selling such a large quantity of cola in one day was something he had never anticipated. The idea of selling cola to the restaurant had come to him quite by chance. One might even say it was a spontaneous whim, yet he had not expected this endeavor to yield such substantial profits. It was a delightful surprise indeed. However, upon reflection, could it be that things had gone too smoothly? As if someone had given him a gentle push from behind, Allan had merely offered cola to Nak and his friends, never imagining they would take such a liking to it, that if they had only purchased so much out of courtesy, Allan would have felt quite guilty. Regardless, there was no doubt that Ellie had been instrumental today, had she not intervened. Sam and Zach would have certainly clashed, and at that point, the snack shop would have been fortunate to avoid being affected. Ellie, I truly appreciate your help today. Thanks to you, we made quite a significant profit. You really are the lucky star of the shop, Allan exclaimed loudly, having heard that praise had a positive motivational effect on children, so he intentionally directed his words toward Ellie. However, no response came from beside him, and Allan turned in surprise to find Ellie with her head bowed, appearing somewhat dejected. What is the matter, Ellie? Upon hearing Allan's question, Ellie lifted her head. She wore the same expressionless face, yet a flicker of emotion that only Allan could discern appeared on her features. Was it anxiety, unease, or perhaps regret? I'm sorry. After a prolonged silence, Ellie managed to utter these words, looking inexplicably helpless, which pained Allan while simultaneously leaving him perplexed. Why was she apologizing? It was as if Ellie were attempting to do something she had never done before. Timidly continuing, "You had clearly told me, but I still used magic on the customer. Because that customer yelled at you, and I got angry, so..." Ellie's words seemed to have been carefully considered, as if they had taken great effort to articulate. Yet her tone was exceedingly sincere, indicating that these were genuine sentiments from her heart. Allan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Ellie had indeed remembered his words, feeling an unexplainable warmth in his heart. Allan knelt down on one knee to meet Ellie's gaze, gently shaking his head with kindness. "Ellie, you need not apologize." Although Ellie had breached their agreement by using magic in front of a customer, Allan could not scold her, for he understood that she had acted to protect him. Furthermore, from a certain perspective, Ellie's magic was capable of intimidating even the powerful giant race. Should any disturbances arise in the shop in the future, she could certainly assist in maintaining order. With this thought in mind, Allan felt even less inclined to reproach her. "I know you acted to protect me, so not only will I not blame you, but I will also commend you, for it is precisely because of your assistance that today's events unfolded so smoothly." "Really? Absolutely." Ellie's expression relaxed, and seeing her like this, a smile naturally returned to Allan's face. Now it was time to address that matter. Eagerly, Allan checked his level information in his mind. Profession: apprentice snack merchant level, 6 physical fitness, 55 items sold, 637 experience points, 37,200. It seemed he had leveled up by 5 levels in one go. And with a physical fitness score of 55, it indicated that the previously frail Allan had now surpassed the average person slightly. However, perhaps due to the relatively modest increase, Allan himself did not experience any extraordinary sensations. His height remained unchanged, and he exhibited no signs of muscular development or enhanced strength. After appraising his physique from head to toe, Allan attempted to take a deep breath that in the past, performing this action would evoke a debilitating sense of weakness, as if he were hollowed out from within. Yet, to his delight, he discovered that this sensation had vanished, replaced instead by a vigorous vitality that invigorated his spirit, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of energy coursed through his entire being. There is nothing more gratifying than the palpable feeling of personal growth, and even Allan, who sought to maintain his composure before Ellie, could not help but break into a broad smile. Should he encounter a dispute akin to today's in the future, he was confident that he would no longer appear so ineffectual. At the very least, he could intervene with composure. Frankly speaking, as an adult, he found it somewhat embarrassing to rely on Ellie for protection. And if given the choice, he would prefer to shield her instead. While pondering this, he noticed another detail. The experience points required for leveling up had increased. Allan recalled that previously, ascending to the next level required only 100 experience points. But now it had doubled to 200, meaning he would need to sell 200 items to achieve the next level. Furthermore, it was reasonable to speculate that the experience points required would only continue to rise, indicating that leveling up would become progressively slower. Thus, in factual terms, Allan's circumstances remained unchanged. The urgency of time loomed over him. Realizing that now was not the moment for relaxation, he steeled his resolve and inwardly inquired. "Snack shop, I've sold out of 500 bottles of cola. I should be able to unlock the next item now, correct?" The snack shop promptly replied, "Of course, I shall immediately unlock the second item for you, spicy strips." Chapter 42. Spicy strips. Spicy strips have been unlocked with a total of 1,000 packets. Once they are all sold out, the next item will be unlocked. The snack shop's words faded. The shelf beside the cola began to shimmer with radiant light, And when the glow dissipated, the newly unlocked second item emerged. Spicy strips. Allan gazed at the shelf, murmuring with a complex tone. First the delightful soda, and now the delightful strips. Could it be that the snack shop is an unabashed glutton? As he silently criticized in his mind, Ellie suddenly spoke up, pointing at the spicy strips. Allan, what is that? Clearly, she had witnessed the appearance of the spicy strips. Huh. Oh, this for a moment. Allan feared that the secret of the snack shop had been exposed, but upon reflection, he realized that Ellie had not asked. How did that come to be? But rather, what is that? Suggesting she held no suspicion regarding the origin of the spicy strips. After all, in a world where magic exists, it is safe to say that nothing is beyond the reach of magic. Thus, she likely assumed that Allan had conjured them using magic. Although he felt a bit uneasy about being misunderstood as a magician, it was certainly better than revealing the existence of the snack shop. With this thought in mind, Allan shrugged and explained, "These are spicy strips, a new product in the store." Spicy strips. Ellie blinked and then inquired, "Are they edible?" "Yes, they are. Would you like to give them a try?" Ellie glanced at the bright red spicy strips and shook her head. "No, thank you." That so a fleeting expression of regret crossed Allan's face, which Ellie likely noticed, as her expressionless countenance twitched slightly. "I mean, not right now." "Not right now?" "Yes, because I had a substantial breakfast this morning, and there isn't any room in my stomach for anything else at the moment." I see. Allan offered a wry smile. Today's breakfast consisted of leftovers from the Knack restaurant, and since there was still plenty remaining, he had inadvertently overindulged, feeling a sense of wastefulness if he did not finish it promptly. Nevertheless, Ellie's reluctance to eat was perhaps a blessing. After all, spicy strips were ultimately a piquant delicacy, and Allan was uncertain whether she would enjoy them. Moreover, he harbored doubts about whether spicy strips would even sell in this world. Based on his observations over the past few days, the local inhabitants preferred rather bland cuisine, rarely indulging in spicy foods that it was hard to imagine anyone willing to part with their coins for a snack that, at a mere glance, seemed to ignite a fiery sensation in the throat. Out of concern regarding this matter, Allan inwardly queried, "Snack shop, what is the price of the spicy strips?" "The spicy strips I have developed utilize chili peppers sourced from the devil's peppers in the Sea of Lava, which possess an exceedingly ferocious fire element. An ordinary person consuming them would be reduced to ashes in an instant. To counteract this, the gluten is specially selected from wheat flour harvested in the dewy plain, combined with crystal salt from the tranquil sea and natural plant oil from the Dawn Hills, perfectly balancing the wildfire properties of the devil's peppers. Consuming them as a staple for every meal will yield no adverse effects. And in addition, the seasoning here we go," Allan thought to himself, interrupting the snack shop's seemingly endless monologue. "That's enough. Let us leave it at that. I haven't even covered a tenth of it. At least allow me to finish discussing the ingredients of the spicy strips." "No way. If you keep talking, it'll be dark before you finish. You just want to inflate the price of the spicy strips, so just tell me how much they cost, no matter the amount." "I'll pay." The snack shop supply was, of course, not free. It would take a hefty 70% of the sales revenue as its supply cost. Initially, Allan had vehemently opposed this, but under the snack shop's threat of no payment, no supply, he had no choice but to relent. After a brief moment of silence, the snack shop reluctantly answered, "The price of the spicy strips is 15 common coins. That's exorbitant." While that was the case, Allan had no grounds to contest the snack shop's pricing decision, considering the value of the raw materials at hand. However, he was a bit concerned that a snack not tailored to local tastes, priced at 15 common coins, would struggle to attract customers. Allan began contemplating the question of what to do, and soon found a breakthrough. The efficacy of the spicy strips. Indeed, much like cola, the spicy strips must possess some unique benefits. If he could promote this aspect accordingly, it should entice interested customers to make a purchase. Snack shop, do the spicy strips have any hidden benefits? Well, stating the benefits outright would be rather dull, wouldn't it? Why not explore it for yourself? Listening to the snack shop's nonchalant tone, Allan couldn't help but squint slightly, his instincts telling him that this entity was up to something. Undoubtedly, this was a form of retribution for being interrupted earlier. Allan clicked his tongue. "Can we skip the mystery and just tell me the effects?" "No, why not? Just because, look at that, just look at it. Not only does it refuse to change its stance, but it also offers no explanation." How stubborn can this entity be? For the first time, Allan found himself at a disadvantage in negotiations with the snack shop. It seemed that continuing to press would yield no results, so he decided to refrain from further inquiries. He resolved to take a page from his experience with the cola and sample the spicy strips himself. Speaking of which, it has been a while since I last had these. They evoke such nostalgia, Allan mused internally. As a child of the 90s, he had grown up enjoying spicy strips, particularly those that cost 50 cents a packet. Though he occasionally indulged in them as an adult, he felt they lacked the same flavor as before. So, what would a packet of spicy strips priced at 15 common coins taste like? With anticipation, Allan approached the shelf, but instead of hastily grabbing the spicy strips, he extended a finger and gently glided it over the packaging. Not bad at all, Allan exclaimed in admiration. Though the spicy strips appeared glistening and greasy, the packaging was entirely clean, devoid of any oily residue or escaping odors, indicating that the sealing quality was exceptionally well executed. Reflecting great care, Allan picked up a packet of spicy strips and counted. Each packet contained 10 strips, making the price per strip 1.5 common coins. Even he, as the seller, couldn't help but think that was rather pricey. Ripping open the packaging, the enticing aroma of red oil and cumin wafted forth. For someone unaccustomed to spicy food, it would likely be overwhelming. But Allan inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar, nostalgic scent that flooded his senses. That it was precisely this addictive flavor. Allan's thoughts drifted back to his childhood. If anyone had secretly eaten spicy strips in class, the entire room would catch a whiff, and inevitably, a classmate would exclaim with gleaming eyes, "Who is eating spicy strips?" Simultaneously, the scent of the spicy strips reached Ellie, causing her expression to twitch slightly. Oblivious to Ellie's reaction, Allan skillfully extracted a strip from the bag and popped it into his mouth. The moment the spicy strip touched his tongue, Allan's eyes sparkled. Chapter 43. Storing spicy strips in another stomach. The texture of the spicy strip was just right. The gluten had a delightful chewiness. And as he bit down, the red oil infused within burst forth, enveloping his mouth in a wave of spiciness. Just as he worried it might be too fiery, a subtle sweetness followed suit, gently counterbalancing the heat and providing a sense of relief. Without a doubt, this was the very flavor he had relished in his childhood. Allan stifled his emotions, swallowing the spicy strip. Strangely enough, although the fiery sensation lingered in his mouth, his stomach felt perfectly at ease, devoid of the usual burning discomfort associated with consuming spicy strips. Initially concerned about whether overeating the spicy strips might upset his stomach, Allan felt utterly reassured and began to indulge heartily. 2, 3, 5 pieces, he consumed them one after another, and with each bite, the fiery sensation in his mouth intensified. Eventually, it felt as though even his sense of taste had dulled, yet he could not bring himself to stop, mechanically shoving the spicy strips into his mouth until he had devoured the entire package. What a thrill! The scorching heat ignited a silent cheer within Allan's heart. This was precisely how spicy strips should be, striking a perfect balance between numbing spiciness and a hint of sweetness that never overshadowed the flavor, rendering it utterly irresistible. He inhaled deeply to ease the burn. He reached for a bottle of cola, tilting his head back for a hearty gulp. The lingering spiciness altered the taste of the cola, yet the refreshing sensation remained undiminished, illustrating one of the delightful quirks of indulging in spicy strips. After letting out a burp flavored with the essence of the spicy snack, Allan exhaled contentedly. Indeed, one must follow spicy strips with cola. The joyful beverage complements the indulgent snack perfectly. Truly, they are the best of companions. Allan. Immersed in the deliciousness, he was suddenly tugged by someone. Glancing down, he found it was Ellie. "What's the matter, Ellie?" "This." Ellie pointed at the empty bag in Allan's hand. Although she spoke no words, her gaze conveyed a message louder than any words could express. That a smile crept onto Allan's lips. This child must have been tempted by the way he relished the spicy strips. He intended to nod in agreement, but a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Wasn't this an excellent opportunity for a playful interaction? Thus, he feigned confusion. "How curious, Ellie. Didn't you just say you were too full to eat? Yet now you suddenly feel hungry again." "Really?" "Indeed." Allan scrutinized Ellie's expression, shaking his head in disbelief. I suspect Ellie is trying to deceive me. I am not lying because Ellie tilted her head in thought, then declared earnestly, because I am a vampire and can store the spicy strips in another stomach. Nonsense. Even vampires only have one stomach. Right? Realizing she couldn't convince Allan, Ellie fell into contemplation, but she seemed unable to devise a better excuse, leading her to exclaim in mock frustration, "How unfair. Allan is deliberately bullying me. Oh dear, oh dear. Stop hitting, that hurts." In truth, it didn't hurt at all. Ellie's punches were feather-light, and Allan merely pretended to be in pain, retreating dramatically. Yet this playful act successfully ignited Ellie's mischievous spirit, and she shouted, "Don't run away, coward," chasing after him to continue her playful assault. How childish. One might think if they were to witness this scene, indeed, it was quite juvenile. Allan himself felt that way. In fact, he had once observed a father and daughter playing a similar game on the street and had found it rather childish, snickering as he walked away. Yet now, for some reason, he found himself naturally imitating that duo. The old Allan would never have envisioned a day when he would indulge in and savor such a childish game. Well then, hand over the spicy strips. Allan, cornered by Ellie, surrendered. Ellie raised her chin triumphantly, and upon seeing this, Allan knelt slightly, lowering his head in feigned submission. "As you command, our capricious princess." Good job, my knight." Ellie expertly patted Allan's shoulder, and at first glance, she seemed to embody the essence of a princess. Could it be that she was more than just a mere young lady? As Allan pondered this, he stood up to fetch the spicy strips. "This one is quite spicy. Are you sure you want to eat it?" "Ellie, I want to eat." Her exclamation was so loud it seemed uncharacteristic of Ellie. "I want to let Allan have all the fun." All right, here you go, that I can't do anything about you." Allan tore off a small piece of the spicy strip and held it to Ellie's mouth. "But this really is quite spicy. Let us start with a small piece." Ellie nodded, leaned in to sniff the aroma, and then popped it in her mouth. Crunch, crunch, that as Ellie chewed, the outer layer of the spicy strip crunched delightfully, while the chewy interior offered a satisfying elasticity, transforming the sound into a delightful smack. The oil seeped from the spicy strip as she chewed, enveloping her tongue in a fiery sensation that was not unpleasant, just within the realm of acceptability. Moreover, the enticing aroma was the true star stimulating her taste buds. Ellie struggled to articulate the flavor, but felt her mouth watering, an experience unique to savoring something delicious. Yet, there was a peculiar sensation on her lips. Ellie extended her tongue to lick her lips, attempting to dispel the feeling, but despite several attempts, the odd sensation clung stubbornly to her lips, refusing to fade. "Is your mouth tingling?" Allan, observing from the side, discerned her discomfort and inquired. "Tingling?" Ellie realized that this was indeed the numbing sensation, and she nodded. "Yes, my mouth feels a bit tingly. Do you still want to eat?" Allan asked again. "Yes." Ellie nodded. Although the tingling was somewhat bothersome, it was tolerable, as long as her tongue could still discern the flavor. "Here." Allan handed the remaining half of the spicy strip to Ellie. Crunch, crunch, smack, smack. Once Ellie finished the spicy strip, her gaze fixated on the bag in Allan's hand, her thoughts unmistakably clear. "Look how tempted you are." As Allan continued to feed Ellie the spicy strips, he found himself pondering. He had already indulged in them. But aside from their deliciousness, he felt no other sensations. What, then, was the true essence of the spicy strips? While Allan was lost in thought, a sudden hiss sound broke his reverie. Looking up, he saw Ellie gasping for air due to the spiciness, prompting him to ask with concern, "Do you need some water?" "No." Ellie shook her head. Although her lips were flushed, her eyes remained glued to the spicy strips. "If I drink, I want to be able to eat the spicy strips." All right, take your time. Don't choke." Allan smiled, realizing that since Ellie, a local, enjoyed them, the spicy strips must be well suited to this world. Moreover, the snack shop had assured him that the spicy strips had no side effects, so he needn't worry about any health repercussions from indulging excessively. With this thought, Allan found himself more accepting of the price of the spicy strips. After all, they were a healthy snack with no adverse effects, allowing one to indulge without fear of an upset stomach. Back on Earth, that alone would surely entice buyers, for money has its worth, but health is priceless. The ability to consume spicy strips without worry is a wish many share. As soon as Ellie polished off an entire bag of spicy strips, Allan promptly handed her the cola he had prepared. Ellie took the cola and tilted her head back for a drink. But after just one sip, her eyes widened slightly, and her mouth formed an expression of wanting to say something but being at a loss for words. Seeing her like this, Allan couldn't help but smile. Does it taste different after eating the spicy strips? Yes. It's a bit strange, but still quite refreshing. As Ellie spoke, she exhaled a long breath. It was only when drinking cola that she let go of her elegance, freely expressing her inner satisfaction and delight. So, how do the spicy strips taste? Allan asked with anticipation. Although her demeanor suggested she enjoyed them, he felt it necessary to hear her thoughts directly. Delicious. Ellie nodded while licking her lips, indicating that the tingling sensation had not yet fully dissipated. While Allan contemplated whether to request the snack shop to slightly reduce the spiciness, he couldn't deny that it was part of the unique charm of the spicy strips. Removing it would strip them of their soul. That is good to hear. Now we just await customers to come and taste the spicy strips. Allan smiled. Although he still hadn't grasped the full essence of the spicy strips, he felt confident that their flavor alone would attract customers. This seems to be slightly better. Arnold carefully pondered for quite some time before finally deciding how to address Ellie. Hello there, little shopkeeper. Greetings, Goblin sir. Ellie replied absently, her attention solely absorbed by the lingering scent of spicy strips on her fingers. Not bothering to look up, Arnold could only respond with a wry smile and continued, Little shopkeeper, when I came by yesterday, you were still in bed, so I deliberately arrived later today just to see you and express my gratitude. No need to thank me, Ellie replied without a moment's hesitation, leaving Arnold momentarily speechless as he prepared to explain the situation. Allan sensed Arnold casting a fleeting glance at him, so he shook his head, signaling with his eyes, I haven't told her anything. Observing Allan's reaction, Arnold, perplexed, inquired of Ellie, You surely don't know the reason for my gratitude, do you? Why did you respond so quickly? When someone expresses thanks, it is polite to say, no need to thank me. Ellie lifted her head. Miss Sarah taught me that. Miss Sarah? Arnold squinted slightly. In this town, only the church held classes on Sundays, which he had attended a few times, but he did not recall a nun named Sarah. This implied that the Miss Sarah Ellie mentioned was not a teacher. If she wasn't a teacher, then who could impart such knowledge of etiquette to Ellie? Following this line of thought, Arnold soon considered a possibility, casting another peculiar glance at Allan, under Arnold's scrutinizing gaze. Allan cleared his throat awkwardly. He could guess what Arnold was thinking. It went without saying that in the Goblin's mind, he probably had some inexplicable, complicated relationship with that Miss Sarah. Allan felt that his peculiar identity had grown even more convoluted. Yet he could not simply jump to conclusions or explain, lest Arnold not share his thoughts. Perhaps it was best to allow the misunderstanding to persist. After all, they had no idea where this Miss Sarah was. And what was there to worry about her showing up? Seeing that Allan had fallen into silence, perhaps feeling that he had dampened the atmosphere, and knowing that speculating about others was quite impolite, Arnold cast an apologetic glance at Allan before turning his attention back to Ellie. While it is indeed courteous to say no need to thank me in response to gratitude, it is also a form of politeness to allow someone to finish speaking. Do you understand? I will pay more attention next time, Goblin sir. Ellie nodded, but the title at the end caused Arnold's rugged features to contort slightly. Calling someone by their race is not inherently wrong, but it does come off as rather cold that if the other party has introduced themselves, one should address them by their name along with a title. For instance, you can call me Arnold sir or Arnold uncle. That would convey warmth. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Goblin sir. Oh, is that so? I'm glad you understand. Observing her reaction, Arnold was tempted to ask if she truly comprehended, but he had more pressing matters on his mind. Speaking of names, it seems we still do not know yours. You didn't mention it last time, so could you tell us now? Upon hearing Arnold's words, Allan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, they still did not know Ellie's name. As he pondered this, he discreetly observed Ellie's reaction, only to see her gaze drift to the side. Today I just don't feel like sharing my name. Well, what a pity, Arnold remarked with an expression of regret, so evident that Allan could easily discern it, while Shiwa and Singo beside him also appeared dejected. Watching them, A flicker of confusion arose within Allan. Why was Ellie so reluctant to reveal her name? After all, Mr. Carter had readily introduced himself. The most plausible explanation that Allan could conjure was an impulsive prank. Indeed, a prank. Despite Ellie's generally quiet demeanor, she occasionally exhibited behavior befitting a mischievous child, such as steering conversations off course or delivering sharp, sarcastic retorts, which Allan was well aware of. Thus, he surmised that this was yet another of Ellie's pranks. Although her face revealed nothing, perhaps she was secretly chuckling at their expense. Offering a sympathetic glance to the three goblins, Allan felt powerless to assist them and decided to shift the topic. By the way, we have a new product in the shop today. Would you like to sample it? Upon hearing Allan's words, the three goblins' faces brightened instantly, and in unison, they inquired, "Is there a new product?" "Indeed, it just arrived today," Allan replied with a smile, gesturing towards the shelves behind him. "It's right over there. Feel free to take a look." Chapter 45, Goblins love spicy food at Allan's invitation. Arnold and the others approached the shelves, and upon seeing the neatly arranged rows of spicy strips, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Allan, having not forgotten his father's teachings, was quietly attentive to the guests' expressions. So he did not miss that moment. Was it a glimmer of interest, or merely curiosity at the sight of something new? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Allan pondered deeply. "What is this?" "This is spicy strips. They are a delightful snack," Ellie responded eagerly, not forgetting her role as a shopkeeper. "Spicy strips?" The three goblins repeated the words, exchanging glances as if deliberating something, before Arnold posed another question. "So, little shopkeeper, I ask you, is this thing called spicy strips very spicy?" "Yes. Quite spicy, to the point where your tongue feels numb. But it doesn't matter, because the spicy strips are delicious. I'm willing to endure a numb tongue for the sake of enjoying the flavor." Ellie candidly shared her recent experience. However, her tone remained flat, giving the impression that she was reciting from a script. For a shopkeeper, such a lackluster delivery would hardly entice customers. Yet since Allan had met Ellie, she had consistently spoken in this manner. One could not expect her to alter her speaking habits overnight, nor could one demand she express herself with fervor. While Allan idly mused over these thoughts, Ellie was diligently performing her sales duties. She stood on tiptoe, retrieved a package of spicy strips from the shelf, and offered it to Arnold and the others. "Would you like to try a bit?" "Is that allowed?" "Of course, but payment is required." This, Ellie began, then faltered, as she was unaware of the price of the spicy strips, and tugged at Allan's sleeve. Allan snapped back to attention, looking down at Ellie. "What is the matter, Ellie? How much does this cost?" "Ah. The price for spicy strips is 15 universal coins," Allan replied with a quiet smile, confident that customers would not question the price. 15? Arnold and his two companions exchanged wry smiles. A small pack of snacks priced at 15 universal coins seemed exorbitant. In a world where most people struggled for basic sustenance, snacks could indeed be considered a luxury. Being able to afford a meal was already commendable. Who had the spare change for snacks? Nevertheless, Arnold and his companions did not fall into that majority. Although the hunter profession was perilous, it was relatively lucrative, and with a stroke of luck, they could even strike it rich. Recently, they had slain 2 rare magical beasts, earning a fair sum, so they had sufficient funds for snacks. Moreover, having previously sampled cola, they knew the shop would not deceive them. Thus they were somewhat eager to discover the peculiar effects of these spicy strips. 15 coins for a pack of spicy strips. Do you want them? Ellie inquired after stating the price. Continuing her sales pitch, setting aside her expression and tone, her demeanor appeared quite convincing. 15 coins is a bit steep. Could we sample it first? Arnold suggested after a moment's thought. That can be arranged, Ellie nodded. But even if you don't like it, payment is still required. I will pay, Arnold replied, suppressing a wry smile. It was impressive how calculative this young girl was, truly a natural at being a shopkeeper, that he accepted the spicy strips she offered and tore open the packaging. Oh! The rich aroma of the spicy strips elicited an involuntary gasp from the 3 goblins. Indeed. The scent of chili is nostalgic. How I miss it, Arnold remarked, with Shiwa and Singo immediately voicing their agreement. Yes, it's been a long time since we've had it. Exactly. This scene left Allan perplexed. What did it mean to feel nostalgic? Had they 3 eaten spicy strips before? Perhaps this thought was evident on his face, for Arnold leaned in to explain, "Actually, after we were driven out of the village." Arnold abruptly fell silent, seemingly realizing he had spoken too much. As evidenced by the reproachful looks cast by his two companions, Allan raised an eyebrow. Following the conflict between giants and half-beasts, it appeared he was privy to yet another undisclosed secret. Although curiosity stirred within him, he was not so inconsiderate as to pry into the personal affairs of his guests. And then? Allan feigned indifference while urging Arnold to continue, simultaneously raising a hand to silence Ellie. Knowing full well that she would undoubtedly inquire why they had been expelled from the village, and he could not allow her to disrupt the conversation, it is likely that they are concerned about Arno's rather carefree nature, leading him to speak out of turn again. This time, it is Shiwa who takes the floor. I apologize, Boss Allan, that in truth, before arriving in this town, the three of us had a fondness for spicy food. It is a custom among us goblins. I see. Allan nods, feeling a sense of satisfaction in acquiring yet another peculiar piece of obscure knowledge about the goblins in this world who enjoy spicy flavors. In that case, this spicy snack will surely please you. Is that so? Then I must give it a try. Arno, unable to resist the enticing aroma, eagerly grabs a stick of the spicy snack and shoves it into his mouth. Shiwa and Singo, witnessing this, exclaim, "How cunning!" before following suit and devouring their own spicy snacks. The goblins chew on the treats, the glutinous texture thoroughly absorbing the rich red oil's flavor. With a single bite, the snack reveals its soft yet chewy consistency, and a fragrant, spicy oil bursts in their mouths, unleashing a tempest of tingling sensations that invigorates every taste bud on their tongues. In that instant, the expressions of the three goblins contort into something fierce, though to humans, it may appear menacing. For goblins, it is a complex mixture of nostalgia, awe, and sheer delight. "This is absolutely delicious," the trio cries out in unison, their voices resonating so loudly that even Ellie nearby is compelled to cover her ears in irritation. However, they remain oblivious to their own lack of decorum, immersed in a sensation akin to a raging fire igniting within their mouths, akin to the burn of swallowing strong liquor, causing their bodies to heat up. Yet, as they swallow the spicy snack, the burning sensation dissipates, leaving only a lingering spiciness in their mouths. In awe of this remarkable experience, the three blink in unison before once again reaching for another stick of the spicy snack, relishing the flavor that brings them immense satisfaction. After swallowing it, the burning sensation vanishes once more. How utterly marvelous! Arno and his companions are well aware that frequent consumption of spicy food is not advisable, particularly for hunters who regularly face perilous situations. The heat from the peppers can stimulate blood circulation, potentially exacerbating bleeding in the event of injury and even endangering one's life. This is a lesson they have learned firsthand, as the events of that fateful day were directly related to this caution. Had it not been for that incident, they would not have been driven out of their village. In summary, indulging in spicy foods without restraint is ill-advised. However, the snack known as spicy strips, with its intense flavor yet devoid of any adverse physical effects, raises questions about its creation. The goblins exchange glances, mirroring each other's thoughts, until Arno speaks on behalf of the group. "Boss Allan, these spicy strips are simply exquisite, and the lack of after effects is astonishing. Thank you for the compliment. I am pleased you enjoy them," Allan replies, not intending to elaborate further. Arno feels a twinge of regret. Generally, shopkeepers who receive praise tend to boast about their craft. Yet this human merely offers a polite acknowledgement, indicating that such secrets are not easily divulged. Although disappointed, this does not diminish their fondness for the spicy strips, as they can indulge freely without concern for negative repercussions, a true blessing for those who relish spicy food. Chapter 46. The noisy dwarf having devoured an entire bag of spicy strips. The trio licks their lips, still craving more, while Arno extends 5 fingers towards Allan. "Boss Allan, these spicy strips are just perfect for my palate. In any case, I shall buy 5 packs today." Following Arno's lead, Shiwa and Singo also declare their intentions. Indeed. They make a splendid accompaniment to drinks. "We too shall purchase 5 packs. "So will I. 5 packs," A sip of liquor followed by a bite of spicy strips. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. Ha ha! That's exactly what I had in mind. Tonight, we shall drink until we drop. Indeed, until we are completely inebriated. Let us revel all night long. Hey now, what do you mean by drinking until you drop? It is barely morning. Allan muses internally, though his expression remains cheerful. 5 packs each, is it? Thank you for your patronage. Just as Arno and his companions cheerfully begin to pack the spicy strips into their bags. Footsteps echo at the entrance, prompting Allan to instinctively look over, only to freeze momentarily in surprise. Standing at the door is a dwarf. Allan crinkles his nose in displeasure as he observes the dwarf, who carries a faint scent of alcohol. Indeed, this is the very dwarf who caused a commotion in the shop last time and was subsequently thrown out by the night captain, Carter. Ellie, too, seems to share the same sentiment. Her expression stoic as she gazes at the dwarf, neglecting to utter her usual greeting. Welcome. Oh, more customers have arrived. Boss Allan, you needn't mind us? Arno's sentence halts mid-flow as he catches a whiff of an unusual tension in the air, raising an eyebrow as he glances at the dwarf at the doorway. It seems you know each other, but I can't shake the feeling that it's not as simple as a mere acquaintance. Allan contemplates whether to divulge the events of that day, weighing the potential pros and cons, but Ellie does not hesitate to speak. This dwarf uncle is the one who caused trouble in the shop that day. Her straightforward remark causes the 3 goblins to squint slightly. Oh, the troublemaker, is it? Arno's voice is leisurely, yet the atmosphere shifts palpably, with Shiwa and Singo sharpening their gazes directed at the dwarf. Hey, buddy, I heard you caused a ruckus in this establishment, didn't you? Arno's tone is lighthearted, yet carries an underlying threat of answer honestly, or you'll regret it. This is a skill possessed only by those seasoned in handling such situations, ensuring the atmosphere remains controlled. Yes, that is indeed the case. Perhaps sensing the veiled threat in Arno's tone, the dwarf nods in admission. However, due to his bushy beard obscuring his face, it is difficult to discern his expression. Upon hearing the dwarf's clear response, Allan raises an eyebrow, compared to that day. This dwarf seems more sober. While he does emit a hint of alcohol, it is not overwhelmingly strong. Then let me ask you, what brings you here today? Depending on your answer, I may be inclined to exercise a bit of force. Arno continues, probing the dwarf with ambiguous intent. I am here to apologize. The dwarf provides this unexpected response to Arno's eyes widen slightly, clearly taken aback, and upon observing this, Allan feels a measure of reassurance that he softly tells Arno, allow me to handle this, and steps forward to address the dwarf. Hello. I am Allan. The dwarf takes a moment to register, then promptly responds, you hello, I am Copperbeard. Hearing this, Allan nods in satisfaction that he recalls that the dwarf's name is Copperbeard, a detail he had overheard Carter mention that day. And repeating the name serves as a test. Although greeting each other seems straightforward, it can be quite challenging for someone inebriated. Through this probe, Allan confirms that the dwarf is indeed sober and coherent in his thoughts. Allan had previously resolved to treat all customers equally, but only if they could engage in calm and rational conversation. Once this condition is met, they can be regarded as guests. Now, Mr. Copperbeard, regarding your earlier mention of an apology. Yes, concerning that incident, I sincerely apologize. A look of regret crosses Copperbeard's face, though it is more accurate to say that only his eyes reveal this emotion, as his entire visage is obscured by his beard. I was intoxicated that day, and, in my inebriation, I committed some foolish acts that caused you all distress that I am truly sorry. After bowing his head, Allan notices a slight twitch in Arno's expression, though he cannot discern the underlying emotion and thus chooses to ignore it. Since Mr. Copperbeard has expressed this, we cannot hold it against you. Moreover, there were no significant losses incurred by the shop, so let us consider that incident as if it never occurred, Allan states generously, waving his hand dismissively. He is not the type to hold grudges, preferring to avoid trouble and resolve matters amicably whenever possible. Despite his well-intentioned words, Copperbeard appears unable to accept them fully. What we dwarves value most is our reputation. Once a wrong is committed, one must accept the consequences. Failing to do so would tarnish that reputation. Therefore, Mr. Allan, please do not say we should consider it as if it never happened. Though Copperbeard's words are somewhat extreme, they carry a kernel of truth. Allan, feeling slightly exasperated, sighs inwardly. Then, Mr. Copperbeard, what would you have me do? I mentioned earlier that once a mistake is made, one must accept the consequences. Thus, Mr. Allan, regardless of the form it takes, please punish me. With that, Copperbeard bows his head once more, his long beard nearly brushing the ground. After the earlier exchange, Allan realizes that this seemingly brash dwarf's proposal is not a drunken boast, but rather a genuine expression of his sentiments. How troublesome. Allan sighs internally for the second time, pondering for a moment before offering a suggestion that seems opportunistic. In that case, how about you do some business with me? Sharing your wealth could serve as a form of punishment. Right? Thorn had not anticipated that Allan would respond in such a manner, and he furrowed his brow slightly. Normally, one would expect some form of monetary compensation, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Since you, Boss Allan, have said so, I shall purchase something. But pray tell, what peculiar items do you sell in your shop? I have never seen any of them before. This fellow certainly had a sharp tongue. Allan mused to himself. Just a moment ago, he was apologizing profusely, and now he was pointing out the oddities. Is this the typical demeanor of dwarves? Indeed, the merchandise in my store consists of rare items. Yet as it stands, the approval rating is a flawless 100%. 100%. Surely you jest, Thorn exclaimed, displaying a look of astonishment. Allan shrugged nonchalantly. I assure you, I am not exaggerating, and besides, there are other patrons present, such as these gentlemen goblins. You may inquire their opinions. Thorn glanced at Arno and the others. Indeed, my friend, the products here are undoubtedly of high quality. I can vouch for that with utmost certainty. Arno flashed his characteristic goblin grin and gestured towards the shelves behind him. Especially this snack called spicy strips. It is an absolute must-try. Highly recommended. Well, it appears these goblins genuinely trust you. I shall give it a taste. Thorn momentarily set aside his skeptical expression and approached the shelves. Arno eagerly retrieved a packet of spicy strips and handed it to Thorn. Oh, thank you, Thorn said casually, examining the spicy strips in his hands that he felt a flicker of emotion stir within him. Though it was difficult to discern whether it was curiosity, surprise, or nostalgia, all muddled by his bushy beard. Under the watchful gaze of the others, Thorn tore open the package, and the pungent aroma of the spicy strips assaulted his nostrils, causing his murky eyes to brighten with clarity to AS if compelled. He eagerly devoured a strip. What is this? It's absolutely delicious. Boss Allan, did you truly make this? I can scarcely believe it. Oh wow, it's fantastic. The balance of spice is just perfect. It's been ages since I've tasted something so bold. How could you not tell me sooner that such delectable treats existed? It is no wonder these folks here eat such bland fare every day. My palate feels utterly desolate. Oh ho ho! This would be perfect as a drinking snack. One could easily enjoy several rounds with just this. Ah, I crave it paired with some ale, Thorn exclaimed excitedly, shoveling the spicy strips into his mouth with fervor. This fellow is quite loud, Ellie remarked, covering her ears and casting a complaining glance at Allan. Allan chuckled ruefully, patting Ellie on the head. It must be said that dwarves were indeed a boisterous race, capable of creating such a ruckus alone. One could only imagine the chaos if more were to join. Simultaneously, Allan felt a swell of joy at Thorn's reaction. The dwarf's words and actions seemed genuine, indicating that he truly enjoyed the spicy strips. This boded well for the prospect of gaining another regular customer. Chapter 47. The Elven Maiden Huff. Having devoured the entire bag of spicy strips, Thorn released a contented sigh. This delightful food, known as spicy strips, was both flavorful and perfectly seasoned, particularly in that it posed no burden on the stomach, allowing one to indulge endlessly. My friend, it is evident that you have a penchant for spicy food, Arno remarked as he approached Thorn, patting him on the shoulder in camaraderie, in response to Arno's inquiry. Thorn proudly puffed out his chest. Of course, we dwarves dwell in the mountains. If we do not consume something spicy to warm ourselves, we could never withstand the frigid nights there. Oh, So you possess a fine tolerance for alcohol as well? Thorn scoffed, replying with a look that suggested, "Is that even a question?" Arno nodded. "My friend, I find you quite agreeable. Allow me to ask you one more question regarding alcohol. What are your thoughts on rye beer?" "Rye beer, you say?" Thorn paused, a smile seemingly emerging beneath his thick beard. "To be honest, it is simply marvelous." "Oh ho!" Arno could hardly contain his excitement as he grasped Thorn's shoulders, his eyes sparkling. "I knew you would say that. You truly are my kindred spirit." "Ahaha!" Thorn bellowed with laughter. "I am pleased to hear you think so." Observing the camaraderie between the two, Shiwa and Sengo felt a sense of urgency and quickly interjected. "Wait, we have a question for you as well. What do you think of apricot mushroom wine? And what about turbid wine?" "Turbid wine too." Thorn turned to face them, scrutinizing the two, and then, "To be frank, whether it be rye beer, apricot mushroom wine, or turbid wine, I enjoy them all." This revelation ignited the Goblin's enthusiasm. "Oh ho ho, you certainly have discerning taste. Regardless of your character, your palate is undoubtedly commendable. I believe we can become friends over drinks." "Ha, indeed, my friend, we are quite compatible. How about we share a drink shortly?" "Absolutely. Let us go drink. Let us go drink." The four of them enthusiastically linked arms, their loud banter echoing as they exited the shop, leaving the once bustling establishment in a sudden silence, as if the earlier commotion had merely been a fleeting dream. These fellows, Allan shook his head in resignation. He seldom indulged in alcohol, making it difficult for him to comprehend their sudden camaraderie. Yet it was fortunate that they had an affinity for spicy strips, having purchased over 10 packs in one go. One might consider it a successful opening. However, what exactly was the efficacy of the spicy strips? Allan pondered, to be it the trio of goblins or the later arrival of Thorn. Aside from their enjoyment of the taste, they seemed to have no other remarkable impressions. Could it truly be, as he initially discovered, that their notable effect was simply that they did not upset the stomach? But that seemed rather mundane, hardly comparable to the allure of cola. It appeared that until the effects could be clarified, he could only market the spicy strips as a delicacy for the time being, which left Allan feeling somewhat regretful. "Allan," Ellie tugged at Allan's sleeve, her voice sounding rather faint. Allan quickly turned his attention to her. "What is it, Ellie? I feel a bit warm." "Warm?" Allan crouched down to closely examine Ellie's face, noticing that her once pale complexion had taken on a rosy hue. He placed his hand on her forehead, and indeed, she felt somewhat hot. Could it be a fever? Allan instinctively thought, but quickly shook his head. Vampires do not get fevers. That should not be the cause. Could it be? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hurried to draw the curtains, plunging the room in a dimness that he turned back. "Ellie, do you feel any better?" Ellie shook her head. Allan clicked his tongue in concern, observing Ellie's face growing increasingly flushed and her breathing becoming rapid. He felt as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Just then, "Let me take a look." A clear female voice chimed from behind, startling Allan as he turned to find a tall figure standing at the doorway. It was a girl with beautiful golden hair, her elegant long ears, reminiscent of a crescent moon, revealing her identity without a doubt as an elf. Who are you?" "Who I am is not of immediate importance. Let us first address the pressing matter at hand." The elven maiden swiftly approached, kneeling gracefully and placing her hand upon Ellie's forehead, her demeanor serious, akin to that of a doctor conducting an examination. Although the origins of this elven maiden were unclear, she appeared to be aiding Ellie, prompting Allan to instinctively hold his breath, wishing not to disturb her. "I see." Allan heard the elven maiden murmur, but before he could inquire further, she proceeded with her actions. "I shall treat her now. Please remain quiet if you would." Allan nodded, suppressing his urge to speak, and then beheld the faint, ethereal glow gradually emanating around the elven maiden. Resembling fireflies, enchanting points of light began to encircle her, as if responding to a command. Those lights gradually converged upon Ellie. Witnessing such a fantastical scene, Allan hesitated, questioning whether this was a reality within reach. Yet the lights lasted only a fleeting few seconds before dissipating like mist, merging into the air. Huff! The elven maiden exhaled a breath of warmth. Slowly withdrawing her hand, the Allan's eyes, It seemed as though she had invoked some form of magic. Theoretically, magic was omnipotent, yet he could not shake the worry for Ellie's condition. Is she all right? Do not fret. She merely has a bit of internal heat. I have alleviated it, and she is fine now. Just as the elven maiden stated, Ellie's complexion had indeed returned to a more natural hue, and upon checking her forehead, it was no longer warm. Allan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Truth be told, he had been on the verge of panic just moments ago. Through this experience, he could somewhat empathize with the parents who rushed their feverish children to the hospital. Once his tension eased, Allan realized his clothes were damp with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. But now was not the time to concern himself with such trivial matters. He turned to the elven maiden and earnestly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much for your assistance. As he bowed his head, Allan thought he heard a soft laugh from above. Raising his gaze, he found the elven maiden shaking her head gently, a lovely smile adorning her face. You're welcome, that I merely happened to pass by. And besides, my nature compels me to assist those in need. Inspired by that smile, Allan felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks. That it must be said, this elven maiden was undeniably beautiful. Her waist-length golden hair was intricately braided, and her sapphire-like eyes radiated intelligence. Her delicate features, a harmonious blend of allure and youthfulness, exuded an inexplicable air of noble yet dangerous charm. She stood just a tad shorter than Allan. Her attire, primarily in soft greens, lacked extravagant embellishments, and its simplicity only accentuated her presence. The sole striking detail was the mini harp slung over her shoulder, adorned with intricate totems that contributed to an aura of solemnity. While Allan scrutinized the elven girl, she in turn examined him from head to toe. Upon closer inspection, it seems your physique has seen some training, yet it appears somewhat neglected. Let me take a look, the elven maiden said as she grasped Allan's hands. Caught off guard by the touch of a girl he had just met, Allan's body tensed, and he found himself unable to utter a sound. Indeed, the calluses on your hands are beginning to fade. It appears you've been rather indolent. However, these hands are far from those of a common laborer. Their muscular definition suggests a different origin. As she kneaded and squeezed his palms, Allan's face burned with embarrassment, marveling at her keen observation. During this time, the elven girl continued her musings. Opening a shop in a place like this is one thing, but bringing a child along, if you aren't diligent, you could easily find yourself in trouble like just now. Her meddlesome nature was evident in her words. Although it felt a bit humiliating to receive a lecture from someone seemingly younger, at least in appearance, Allan could not argue and merely scratched his head in a feigned manner. The elven girl then cast a few glances at Ellie before quickly averting her gaze. Addressing Allan, I'm not entirely clear on your relationship, but your background must be quite illustrious. Yes. Have you perhaps studied swordsmanship? Allan's heart raced at her words. A strange sensation of being seen through washed over him, as her conjecture almost perfectly aligned with the lineage and experiences of his former self, Allan Bright. No. Allan wiped a cold sweat from his brow internally, quickly shaking his head in denial that he had previously stated his intention to live apart from his former identity. I was born into an exceedingly ordinary family. He paused, then inquired, Why do you ask? Oh, nothing much, just a bit curious, the elven maiden replied, a smile gracing her lips once more. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Elisa. Chapter 48, The Bard in Every Aspect. This elven girl who called herself Elisa was a forthright individual, and coupled with her meddlesome personality, Allan felt a gentle urge to warn her that such traits could lead to trouble in the outside world. Now, back to the main topic, confess honestly, did you give her something overly rich or spicy to eat? One must admit, the speed with which young girls shifted topics was akin to a spell. Utterly unpredictable. Allan had thought such behavior was exclusive to girls on Earth, but it appeared to be universal across all realms. However, the mention of rich foods prompted Allan to glance instinctively toward the shelf displaying spicy snacks. Could Ellie's discomfort be a result of consuming those spicy treats? Noticing Allan's silence, Elisa wore a triumphant smile, as if to say, I knew it. Captivated by her sunny disposition, Allan, perplexed, asked, Why can't Ellie eat rich foods? I just noticed this child has a constitution prone to coldness, making her unsuitable for excessively oily or spicy foods. Wait, how could you not know this? You're quite the inadequate adult. Reflecting on their conversation thus far, Allan realized Elise's remarks were rather sharp. Had she not possessed such a lovely face, she would certainly come off as rather annoying. Look at how worried you are. Don't fret. I won't charge you for my services. After all, I'm not a priest, but a bard. In contrast to Allan's stammering, Elise's tone softened. A bard? Allan paused, unfamiliar with the term. Should he admit his ignorance or pretend to know? He opted for a third choice, neither, nodding ambiguously for her to continue. Yet Elise seemed to see through him, tilting her head quizzically, her golden hair cascading down her shoulders. Ahem. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Allan realized he could no longer feign ignorance and cleared his throat awkwardly. What is a bard? He had intentionally downplayed his lack of knowledge, attempting to appear nonchalant, but Elise looked surprised, her eyes widening. After closing her eyes and maintaining silence for several seconds, this is quite troublesome. It seems I must demonstrate my skills, but I must warn you, the work of a bard does require compensation. Upon hearing the elven maiden speak of demonstrating her abilities, Allan's eyes widened in anticipation, his curiosity piqued. Although the prospect of payment made him slightly uneasy, excitement outweighed his apprehension. Observing their exchange, Ellie suddenly murmured, "How nostalgic." Yet neither Elise nor Allan caught her words. Elise removed the harp from her shoulder and began to pluck the strings, a clear, melodious sound resonating in the air. Allan understood her intent. She was about to sing. Indeed, the work of a bard was to tell tales through song. Thus, Allan and Ellie began to listen to the enchanting voice of Elise. The elven maiden, however, rather than mere song, it was more akin to a wondrous amalgamation of sounds. This thought occurred to him because he couldn't discern the meaning behind the lyrics. Perhaps it was the nature of the snack shop. But the language of this world seemed to be automatically translated for Allan's understanding. Yet for reasons unknown, the lyrics remained entirely untranslated. Generally, if a bard lacked skill, their lyrics would sound fragmented and devoid of meaning. And not only the bard's proficiency, but the audience's comprehension and discernment were also essential. Elise appeared to belong to a caliber of considerable skill, her foundation solid, producing a captivating tone and melody. Yet to Allan, who possessed neither taste nor refinement, her technical prowess rendered him only able to think, "What on earth is this song about?" However, Ellie seemed to be different. She appeared fully immersed in the exquisite sound, genuinely enjoying the experience. Thus, Allan feigned attentiveness as he listened intently as the song progressed. A wondrous scene unfolded. Glowing motes of light, reminiscent of fireflies, began to dance around Elise, each point of light swaying gracefully to the rhythm of her voice. The air vibrating softly, producing a harmony akin to a chorus. Witnessing such a dreamlike spectacle, even Allan, a musical novice, could not help but feel awed and murmured to himself, "Incredible this." Allan's abrupt exclamation shattered the ethereal ambience, startling Elise, and tears welled in her eyes, glistening like jewels. The surrounding light seemed to mirror her unease, swaying erratically as if in panic before dissipating into the air. "Has no one taught you not to interrupt a bard's song?" Elise exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Allan, taken aback by her extreme reaction, inquired what was wrong. "I can manage myself, so I won't be harmed. But if you were to do that to an inexperienced bard, the consequences would be dire. The worst-case scenario could leave them unable to express the emotions they had cultivated, possibly resulting in permanent damage to their psyche, essentially ruining their future. Do you understand?" Allan was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated such severe repercussions, but he quickly bowed his head in deep apology. "I'm so sorry. It was my first time witnessing such a scene. I got a bit too excited and couldn't hold back. Please forgive me. You truly know nothing, do you?" Sigh. "I feel like I can't even muster the energy to scold you," Elise sighed, her expression one of exasperation. "Well, even though you interrupted my song, payment is still required." She truly intends to collect payment. Allan thought, his expression blank. That it seemed she discerned his feelings, for Elise shrugged. "I need to eat as well." It was hard to imagine an elf making such a mundane statement. feeling a twinge of anxiety regarding the payment. Allan cautiously ventured, "So, how much should I pay?" "Well, the value of a bard's voice is traditionally determined by the audience, so it's entirely up to you." With that, Elisa crossed her arms, adopting a mock-serious demeanor as if to imply the decision lay in his hands. Allan fell into silence, gazing wordlessly at the elven maiden before him, that if one were to inquire which was more challenging, the tangible or the intangible, the answer was undoubtedly the latter. For instance, dining at a friend's restaurant. When it came time to settle the bill, if the friend said, "Just pay what you think is fair," it could lead to an agonizing dilemma over how much to give, considering your own perspective. This statement follows the same reasoning. Arisha must be well aware of how treacherous such sweet words can be, yet she nonchalantly resorts to such tactics. Allan cannot help but deeply feel that he has fallen under the spell of this meddlesome young lady. Chapter 49. Will you return? Previously, he had been concerned that the girl's demeanor might lead to misfortune outside, but it now appears that anyone who manages to evade misfortune at her hands is indeed fortunate. Allan dismissed his inner turmoil. It was time to ponder what amount would be appropriate to offer. However, therein lies the difficulty that if he offered too much, it felt like a waste. If too little, he feared being perceived as stingy. In other words, he had to choose between monetary value and social standing, which left him in a quandary. Thus, should he prioritize money or reputation? Allan grappled with this dilemma for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. How much compensation has Miss Arisha typically received? He decided to steer the conversation to buy some time and gather information favorable to himself. Yet, sometimes a lot, and sometimes very little, Arisha replied with a smile. Was it mere coincidence that her response provided no reference for Allan? This woman must be doing it on purpose. Allan longed to shout, but with no other options available, he resolved to take a gamble. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze fell upon Ellie beside him, and suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He could let Ellie decide. Although Ellie appeared quite young, she likely had received some level of education, albeit inferior to that of his homeland. Allan estimated that her proposed amount would certainly not exceed 100 common coins. Even if this sum seemed somewhat meager, the other party would surely not hold it against a child. Allowing him to avoid the stigma of being labeled miserly, that it was indeed a win-win situation, saving both money and face. Allan cheerfully reassured himself. What a splendid idea. He turned to Ellie and smiled, asking Ellie, "What do you think of this elf sister's singing?" "It's lovely," Ellie replied without hesitation. Allan had anticipated her response, having already observed her admiration from the sidelines. "That I'm delighted to hear you say so." A voice of gratitude chimed in. Allan glanced at Arisha, who wore an unguarded smile due to Ellie's praise, and continued, "Since Ellie enjoys it so much, how much do you think it would be appropriate to compensate her?" Ellie tilted her head in contemplation before extending 5 fingers to Allan's breath caught in his throat. He had forgotten this tactic. Instinctively, he glanced at Arisha, seemingly catching a glimmer in her eyes and a slight upward curve of her lips. "Oh no," a thought flickered in his mind. "Goodness, 500 common coins. You want to pay me that much for compensation?" Arisha exclaimed, her astonishment unmasked. It was needless to say that her expression was feigned. Even Allan could see through her facade at a glance. Yet in this context, he could not expose her deceit. How could this happen? Allan inwardly lamented, though he maintained a composed "Fade. Considering the beauty of your singing, I actually believe that amount is somewhat modest." Ellie nodded vigorously, uttering sounds of agreement, seemingly unaware that she had just committed a faux pas. "You are too kind. I never anticipated my singing would garner such high praise." "Thank you so much," Arisha beamed, her smile widening. In contrast, Allan's heart felt heavy with tears. The so-called cleverness had backfired, a classic case of being too smart for one's own good. "Not at all. Both Ellie and I are in awe of your vocal talent. This sum is rightfully yours." Allan retrieved 5 100 coins from the counter and placed them into Arisha's palm. Despite his inner reluctance, he concealed it well, as was the etiquette expected of a respectable member of society. "I understand, and I graciously accept your kind offer," Arisha said, tucking the coins in her waist pouch, clearly satisfied. "Well then, I must be on my way. Please wait a moment," Allan called out to the departing elven maiden. "Is there anything else you require?" Arisha paused, turning to face him. With the money secured, she was eager to leave, but Allan, maintaining his calm demeanor and the practiced smile of a host, replied, "Miss Arisha, I believe you have noticed that this is my snack shop, and today we happen to have launched new products. Might I invite you to sample them for free and provide us with some suggestions for improvement?" Although it was a complimentary tasting, Allan was confident that the reactions of other patrons would win Arisha over, be it cola or spicy strips. Once she developed a fondness for them, would she not be compelled to part with her coins? Indeed, he could not allow her to take everything for free. It was imperative that she contributed something, or else that 500 common coins would be in vain. That Mr. Allan, your generosity today warrants that I should comply with any request. However, I regret that I must attend to other patrons for my singing engagements, so I cannot linger here. That I apologize. Should there be another opportunity, I will certainly return. Observing Arisha's slight bow, Allan inwardly sighed at her lackluster excuse. It was quite flimsy that, of course, Arisha had indeed assisted Ellie, and Allan's gratitude was genuine. Thus, he would refrain from vocalizing such thoughts. However, while Arisha claimed she would return, based on her character, it was unlikely she would actually do so, meaning that 500 common coins would never be recouped. Allan pondered with a tinge of regret. Seeing Allan fall silent, Arisha appeared to wear a triumphant smile, preparing to step out the door when, elf sister, Ellie suddenly called out, prompting Arisha to halt once more. "What is it? Will you come again?" Arisha's expression shifted to one of surprise, her eyes reflecting not confusion, but astonishment. That it was evident to onlookers that Ellie's plea had stirred something within her. Noticing Arisha standing in silence, Ellie continued, "I wish to hear you sing again and learn more stories, so will you return?" Arisha gazed at Ellie. Though her face seemed devoid of emotion, for some reason, she sensed a hint of reluctance emanating from that expression. In this town, rife with prejudice and arrogance, it was her first experience of such a sentiment that a warmth surged within her chest, and Arisha revealed her signature sunny smile. "Certainly. I will return when I have the time." "I will wait for you," Ellie nodded. Chapter 50. Eating earnestly with her golden hair swaying, Arisha departed, her steps seemingly lighter, perhaps due to her newfound wealth. Phew, she's finally gone. Allan exhaled heavily. Although Arisha was a beauty, she had imposed considerable pressure on him in various respects, and her departure instantly brought a sense of relief, prompting his involuntary reaction. Unfortunately, this scene was precisely witnessed by Ellie. Does Allan not like that elf sister? Upon hearing Ellie's question, Allan forced a smile, while his inner thought screamed, "How perceptive!" He masked his troubled expression. "No, not at all. That elf sister is not only a great beauty and a wonderful singer, but more importantly, she possesses a kind heart and has helped us. That I truly like her." That, of course, Allan did not genuinely feel that way. He appreciated Arisha's assistance, but it hardly amounted to affection. Ellie squinted at him. "That you're lying. Eep. Why doesn't Allan like her? Her singing is lovely. Apologies for my complete inability to comprehend." Though Allan wanted to say this, he refrained from revealing his ignorance and instead explained his predicament to Ellie. "The moment she sings, we must pay. We do not have that much disposable income for enjoyment." Wow. This uncle becomes quite composed when it comes to money. Don't call me uncle. And where did you learn to speak like that? Noticing Allan frowning, Ellie averted her gaze, looking elsewhere. "Allan, isn't it time to open the curtains? No customers are coming in." That was quite a sudden topic shift. "Well, I suppose at present, the shop's glass windows were the sole means of displaying products to passersby. Keeping them covered was detrimental to attracting customers." Allan approached and drew back the curtains, instantly brightening the dim interior. "Ellie, what do you think of this light? Is it uncomfortable for you?" As Allan adjusted the curtains, he turned to Ellie only to find her on tiptoe, reaching for some spicy strips from the shelf, prompting him to exclaim, "Ellie, what are you doing?" "Well, it's obvious. I want to eat spicy strips." "That no. Have you forgotten what that elf sister just said? You shouldn't eat overly spicy food. And don't randomly consume items from the shop. That I just need to refrain from eating randomly. I'm eating earnestly." Eating earnestly? Allan was at a loss for words. "What I meant was that you should inform me before eating snacks." "Forget it. You probably won't listen anyway. Just remember to heed the elf sister's advice. No spicy strips. Hand them over to me." Allan resolutely snatched away the spicy strips that Ellie had painstakingly retrieved from the shelf, causing her to pout in displeasure. You're such a miser. This isn't a matter of being stingy. It's for your own good that in any case. Ellie can drink cola, but she cannot eat spicy strips. Allan placed his hands on his hips, adopting an expression that brooked no argument. When it came to Ellie's health, he would not yield, even if it meant being labeled a miser. What if I'm on the verge of dying from not having spicy strips? Are you still going to deny me? Ellie protested loudly, employing a tactic of unreasonable persistence that in response, Allan gently shook his head. Ellie, not eating meals can certainly lead to death, but abstaining from spicy strips will not. Allan is a miser. If it were Miss Sarah, she would let me eat spicy strips. Was this a tactic of fabrication? Allan chuckled softly. Although I am not acquainted with the Miss Sarah you speak of, I can assure you that even she would not agree. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that Allan had suddenly grown more handsome. Ellie began to flatter him, but Allan remained unmoved. I know very well how I appear. Flattery won't work on me. As her tactics were systematically dismantled, Ellie lowered her head in defeat. Allan suspected she was concocting new schemes and prepared himself to counter any tricks, yet this time felt somewhat different. Allan, even if eating spicy strips makes me feel warm, it's fine because I already know how to resolve it. Allan was taken aback, gazing at Ellie in confusion. How will you resolve it? I paid attention when Sister Fairy used magic to help me earlier, and I learned it. So soon, Allan was somewhat astonished. Theoretically, it was not impossible. Ellie's magical talents were innate, belonging to a naturally gifted type, and there was indeed a possibility of quickly mastering new magic. However, even with that, it was still uncertain whether Ellie had truly learned Elise's magic. After all, magic was an incredibly profound discipline, and no matter how gifted one was, it was unlikely to grasp it after just one glance. Moreover, when Elisa had used her magic, she had specifically emphasized maintaining silence, indicating that the magic was quite difficult, and even she needed to concentrate to wield it. Do you not believe in me? Allan, seemingly sensing his skepticism, Ellie inquired. Allan snapped back to reality, quickly shaking his head. I'm not questioning Ellie's abilities. It's just learning something after seeing it once seems a bit exaggerated. This is easy. Let me eat spicy strips, and then I'll demonstrate for you. Ellie proposed confidently. Seeing her demeanor, Allan narrowed his eyes. This was a trap, he thought. This girl was full of tricks. She might be using this as a roundabout way to persuade him to allow her to eat spicy strips. Just as she had done to get cola last time, that he couldn't fall for her tricks again. For safety's sake, it would be better to refuse. Just as Allan was about to shake his head, a sudden thought crossed his mind. What if she was telling the truth? If Ellie was not lying, and he did not believe her, would that leave a scar in her heart? Would their relationship suffer a rift because of it? To put it bluntly, would Ellie still trust him in the future? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Allan couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly, wondering when he had become so overly cautious. Agonizing over trivial matters for so long, it was quite bothersome. Yet curiously, he did not dislike this change. After careful consideration of the pros and cons, Allan decided to adopt a compromise that he feigned a deep sigh. Putting on a look of helplessness as he said, "There's no helping it. Since Ellie has said so, I will make an exception and allow you to eat spicy strips once more." Ellie instantly lit up with joy, but for safety's sake. "You can only have a small piece." Instantly, Ellie's expression tightened again. Allan, having previously noted the subtle changes in Ellie's facial expressions, automatically amplified these nuances in his mind to better understand her emotions. This had become almost a unique skill of his. Allan. Ellie seemed a bit dissatisfied, as if she had something to say. Knowing she was about to haggle, Allan resolutely shook his head that he could not allow Ellie to take advantage of him further. Giving her everything she desired would cultivate a sense of entitlement that would hinder her growth. Having experienced this himself, Allan did not want Ellie to follow in his footsteps. Chapter 51. As long as it's delicious, Allan cautiously tore off a small piece of spicy strip and handed it to Ellie, estimating that this amount should not pose a significant problem. "Here, eat it. But it's only this little. It'll all be gone in an instant." Ellie accepted the spicy strip, and although she appeared a bit displeased, she still popped it in her mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. Allan could empathize with Ellie's feelings. Children are at an age when cravings are intense, and the agony of having snacks yet being unable to indulge is the hardest to bear. Nonetheless, This was all for Ellie's safety, and it was crucial to discern the gravity of the situation. Thus, he simply told Ellie, "Keep it up," which left her looking rather dissatisfied, yet she had no recourse. The two sat in silence, allowing time to pass, each lost in their own thoughts. This silent interlude always seemed to stretch on, and when Allan looked up at the clock for the third time, the girl beside him tugged at his sleeve. "Are you feeling unwell?" Allan immediately leaned forward, his gaze towards Ellie tinged with concern. "Yes." Ellie nodded, her cheeks indeed beginning to show a faint blush. "Do you feel uncomfortable?" Allan asked with genuine concern. "A little, but I can bear it. How should I put it?" Ellie tilted her head slightly. "It feels somewhat like standing under the sun without sunscreen for 5 seconds. "Oh, I see." Allan forced a smile. This child had a peculiar imagination again. Although he was somewhat curious about how she had estimated the 5-second mark, now was not the time for such inquiries. "Can you resolve it?" "I'll give it a try." Ellie extended a hand and closed her eyes, her posture suggesting she was quite serious about it. Allan held his breath, intently watching her every movement, and soon something unusual occurred. With a faint pop, a gently swaying red flame appeared in Ellie's outstretched palm. Even compared to the weak flame of a candle, this flame was pitifully small, as if it could be extinguished with a mere breath. "This is—" Allan stared at the flame, realizing that its spontaneous appearance indicated a magical phenomenon. Could this be the heat Ellie was expelling from her body? "This is what makes me feel so warm," Ellie remarked disdainfully, confirming Allan's assumptions about the flame. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that the redness in Ellie's face had faded considerably. She appeared to be all right. Allan breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously feeling that he had made the right choice. This outcome indicated that Ellie had indeed not been lying, and thankfully, he had not dismissed her brusquely, that a sense of reflection washed over him. Taking care of a child was indeed an art, requiring constant vigilance that a single misstep could lead to irreversible harm to the child. Allan felt his experience had grown once more, enveloped in a sense of satisfaction. "Allan, what should we do about this?" Ellie then asked. Pointing at the flame in her hand, Allan gazed at the gently flickering flame. He was not so ignorant as to suggest blow it out or douse it with water. As the saying goes, one must use magic to defeat magic. How to deal with it was best left to the expert. Ellie's judgment. "What do you think?" "Ellie, douse it with water," Ellie replied without hesitation. "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Allan's expression froze momentarily. Can we do that? Is there a problem?" Ellie tilted her head. No problem. Let us do as you say." Allan weakly shook his head, realizing he had perhaps overthought it. Magic might not be as profound as he had imagined. For safety's sake, the two made their way to the bathroom, where water was easily accessible. Ellie poured the water from the ladle onto the flame, which sizzled violently until the entire ladle of water had been poured out, finally dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. That flame was quite fierce, Allan mused, as he sniffed the air, catching a hint of the spicy strips aroma from the dissipating smoke. Triggered by this scent, Allan suddenly recalled what the snack shop had said about the ingredients of the spicy strips. "The spicy strips I developed use peppers from the devil peppers of the lava sea, possessing extremely violent fire elements." Key word, fire elements. Allan couldn't help but ponder, could this be the additional effect of the spicy strips? As if to confirm this suspicion, the voice from the snack shop echoed in Allan's mind. "Well done. You found the answer so quickly. Indeed, the effect of the spicy strips is to bestow the consumer with fire elements." Although the riddle had been solved, Allan felt no joy. Instead, he was somewhat irritated, inwardly complaining, "Snack shop, why did you mix so many fire elements into the spicy strips? What good is this?" To Allan, the fire elements in the spicy strips served no purpose, and more importantly, it was because of this that Ellie had suffered, which he could not tolerate. However, the snack shop dismissively remarked, "As the saying goes, suitable talent for suitable tasks. You simply have yet to discover the proper way to enjoy spicy strips. There will always be someone who needs their benefits." Allan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Was it a lack of imagination? He truly found it difficult to envision how those violent fire elements could be of any use, nor could they serve as firewood. Why does Allan look so unhappy? At that moment, Ellie leaned over from below, scrutinizing Allan's face with curiosity. "It's nothing," Allan intended to say, but then reconsidered. Perhaps it wasn't necessary to keep everything bottled up inside, that he had grown accustomed to doing so when he was alone. But now that he had Ellie, it might be quite nice to occasionally vent his frustrations and share his woes with her. Thus, Allan changed his approach and inquired, "Ellie, what do you think of spicy strips? They're delicious. But spicy strips have caused you discomfort before? Don't you find them distasteful?" "Not at all." "Why not?" "Because they're tasty." After Ellie articulated her thoughts, Allan couldn't help but smile wryly. Such a statement could only come from a true foodie. Yet upon further reflection, he recalled that many past patrons viewed cola and spicy strips merely as delectable treats. Not everyone was drawn solely by their effects. Indeed, if something is delicious, isn't that enough? Why pursue anything beyond that? A sense of relief washed over Allan as he reached out to gently pat Ellie's head. "Thank you. Ellie, your words always bring me joy." Ellie tilted her head in confusion. "Although I don't quite understand why you're thanking me. You're welcome." She quickly extended her hand, and Allan instinctively grasped it. Whenever Ellie wished to express her affection, she would act in this manner. The two held hands, and Ellie nodded contentedly. You're the first person who understands me so well, Allan." "Oh!" Upon realizing he was the only one, Allan exclaimed in surprise. But then he remembered she was a vampire and likely had little social interaction with others. No, perhaps she had once had close relationships, but they fled upon discovering her true identity. Allan was curious about Ellie's past, but the same concern lingered. He worried he might touch upon a painful scar. Should he find Ellie a friend of a similar age? Allan pondered. Unlike him, friends likely had a broader range of topics to discuss. Perhaps they could help her untangle her knots. Finding this idea appealing, Allan made a mental note of it. Chapter 52. The Great Sage's Wish. In the outskirts of Snow Mountain Town, the soldiers' camp sprawled across a vast area, encircled by towering thick walls, with several watchtowers erected for vigilance. A mixed patrol of knights and soldiers was tasked with keeping watch. Looking up, one could even see airborne sentinels riding flying magical beasts, as well as mages utilizing flight magic for surveillance. This was the core area of the camp, and the elderly figure at the center of everyone's attention was none other than the kingdom's most formidable and illustrious sage, Quentin K. de Rofree. Under the close scrutiny of all present, Quentin extended his withered hand, preparing to cast a spell on a few straw dummies positioned in the corner of the square. He cast a sidelong glance at the soldiers beside him, their curious expressions igniting a flicker of pressure within him as he pondered whether he would meet their expectations. Allowing the soldiers to observe this magical experiment aimed to demonstrate his prowess, making them aware that his strength matched his reputation. However, the spell he was about to employ was a modified version of summon high-level fire elementals, a creation of Quentin himself. Yet, as this magic was not fully developed, failures could occasionally occur, and even he could not guarantee 100% success. Quentin sighed inwardly and redirected his gaze back to the straw dummies. For now, he would simply cast a fireball to warm up. Fireball, converting the magical energy within him into a high temperature that gathered at his fingertips. He then uttered the incantation, and a swelling fireball materialized at his fingertip, soaring forward. The fireball traced a straight trajectory through the air, striking the straw dummy dead on. The flames erupted instantaneously from the magical source, creating a vast wave of heat that engulfed the dummy and the surrounding earth in a sea of fire. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing but a charred straw dummy in its wake, showcasing formidable destructive power. Wow, incredible! As expected of Lord Quentin, absolutely astonishing. Quentin regarded the soldiers surrounding him, who were expressing their awe with a calm demeanor, internally scoffing at their exaggerated reactions to such a trivial display. Nevertheless, he intended to cultivate this very impression among them, and their reactions confirmed that his objectives had been achieved. Now, it was time for the main event. With this thought in mind, Quentin addressed the awaiting soldiers in a voice that exuded a profound and inscrutable depth. "Prepare a new straw dummy for me." "Ah, yes, right away." "Quick, fetch one." A soldier hurriedly brought another straw dummy and placed it on the still smoking ground. "Maintain your distance. Getting too close could be fatal." After warning the onlookers, Quentin approached the dummy. Extending his hand straight out, the magic radiating from his palm rendering even the sunlight dim in comparison. Summon Flame Lord. As if responding to Quentin's will, a massive sphere of light appeared before the straw dummy, generating a stunning vortex of flames centered around it. The fiery whirlpool spun relentlessly, ultimately expanding into a colossal magical entity over 3 meters tall. The Flame Lord. The Flame Lord extended fiery appendages resembling arms, each sway stirring a remarkable wave of heat, instantly transforming the area into a crimson purgatory, while the hapless straw dummy was reduced to ashes in an instant. Out of the corner of his eye, Quentin noticed the soldiers frantically fleeing to a distance, the scorching winds billowing his robe, and it would not be surprising if the intense heat caused burns. Yet, the magic would not harm its caster, and thus he remained entirely unaffected. Ignoring the cacophony of startled exclamations around him, Quentin silently counted the seconds, and upon reaching the 13th count, the heat began to wane. The colossal Flame Lord appeared to melt away in the air, its residual heat dissipating as well. 13 seconds. Is it? Quentin's tone carried a hint of regret. Compared to 6 months prior, this duration had only increased by 2 seconds, while the summoned Flame Lord's spell possessed extraordinary destructive capability. Its significant flaw lay in its brief duration. Against the formidable Frost Dragon, a mere dozen seconds was insufficient to bring it down. Indeed, this spell was Quentin's trump card against the Frost Dragon. The Frost Dragon feared flames, and only fire magic could inflict effective damage upon it. Thus, Quentin had specifically developed the Summon Flame Lord spell. However, as previously mentioned, the spell's duration was too short to guarantee a definitive defeat of the Frost Dragon. The Frost Dragon was incredibly powerful. When Quentin first arrived in Snow Mountain Town, he had led soldiers to confront the Frost Dragon, but once the battle commenced, he realized how rash and foolish he had been. They were at an overwhelming disadvantage, suffering a relentless onslaught, because their opponent was simply too strong. That it was only after the Frost Dragon had mercilessly slain many soldiers that Quentin finally acknowledged the futility of their efforts and ordered a retreat. Since that time, Quentin had remained in this border town, immersing himself in the study of magic. During this period, he perused countless tomes and engaged with numerous individuals, experiencing countless failures, all in pursuit of greater strength. What a pity. At least it should reach a minute. No, 30 seconds, yes, 30 seconds would suffice. Quentin murmured to himself, convinced that if he could further refine this spell, he would gain the power to defeat the Frost Dragon. Securing a place in the annals of history as an unparalleled magician, in truth, Quentin was not particularly interested in power. His true desire lay in leaving an indelible mark on history. His current status might allow him to be remembered a century hence, but it was not enough for millennia. Only by vanquishing the strongest creature, the dragon, could the name Quentin K. Rofree resonate through eternity. The soldiers observing could not hear his musings and naturally erupted in cheers, as though witnessing a splendid performance. Yet for Quentin, whose heart was tinged with bitterness, those cheers felt like mockery, prompting a faint, bittersweet smile. Quentin was aging. Although he had used magic to slow his aging process, he could not halt the passage of time. While he could still barely cope with the present, there would come a day when cracks would appear. Indeed, Quentin did not have the luxury of taking his time. If he did not swiftly discover a way to break through his limitations, he might perish before he ever managed to defeat the Frost Dragon. Under the fervent gaze of the soldiers, Quentin feigned nonchalance, gazing toward the towering walls, his eyes seeming to penetrate the thick barriers, staring into the town beyond. That town was a gathering place for individuals from all corners of the world. Surely, among them, there existed someone who could guide him, as long as they could help him reach a higher realm. Quentin was willing to pay any price they demanded. Perhaps it was time to visit the town again. While contemplating, Quentin reminisced about recent encounters, murmuring to himself, "It's about time to meet that father and daughter pair. I wonder what kind of gift would be appropriate." Chapter 53. The Swordsmith of the Wind in the Watchtower. The training ground. Huff, huff, huff. Sam gasped for breath as he set down the sword in his hand, trembling as he twisted open the bottle cap and drained its contents in one go. Pwah! A gratifying sound emanated from his throat, as if narrating the delightful essence of the beverage. Yet, Sam did not linger over the lingering sweetness upon his tongue or the wondrous sensations igniting his mind. Instead, he closed his eyes to earnestly perceive the transformations within his body. His breathing gradually steadied, and the pervasive fatigue that enveloped him receded as swiftly as the tide. The muscles, once sore from excessive training, now felt resilient and vigorous. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that his hands had ceased their trembling. A tentative clenching of his fists produced a crisp sound of crunch from the abundant power he now possessed. A sense of joy welled up within him, as he realized he had taken another step on the path aptly named becoming stronger, even if it was but a small one. That observed, upon returning from outside. Sam immediately immersed himself in his daily sword practice, dedicating the entire morning to it without wasting a single moment. Only pausing now. In the past, such a feat would have been inconceivable. Under normal training intensity, he could manage only 2 or 3 rounds before needing to cease, for continuing would risk muscle injury, rendering the effort counterproductive. Today, however, he was able to practice continuously without pause. Sam was acutely aware that all this was thanks to the drink in his hand, cola. Though it appeared no different from any ordinary beverage, this elixir possessed a miraculous ability to alleviate fatigue. Merely consuming a bottle would restore him to full vigor without any adverse effects. Thus, he need not conserve energy for patrolling, allowing him to focus entirely on his training. The extraordinary capabilities of this drink surely stemmed from the genius known as Allan. Sam mused, silently extending his deepest gratitude. For it was thanks to this beverage that his journey of self-improvement had become somewhat smoother. With a bit of time remaining before lunch, Sam intended to practice a while longer. However, at that moment, "You're as diligent as ever." Just from the voice, he could tell who it was. Sam turned swiftly to find a man clad in armor standing behind him. It was none other than Captain Carter. "Ah, Lord Carter." Sam immediately bowed his head in respect, to which Carter shrugged dismissively. No need for such formalities. Since this training ground was public, the two often encountered each other here. Normally, they would cease their activities and focus on their respective training, perhaps exchanging a few idle words, but today was different. "Sam, would you care to spar with me?" Upon hearing Carter's invitation, Sam's typically stoic expression nearly faltered. In the past, the two had never crossed blades, adhering to an unspoken rule, and even Sam, being merely a soldier, understood the implications. Yet Carter had shattered this unspoken agreement, and Sam found himself perplexed and astonished, though he did not allow it to show on his face. However, Carter, ever perceptive of others' thoughts, immediately discerned Sam's confusion and clarified, "Rest assured, everyone has gone to observe Lord Quinton's magical experiment today, so we shall not be disturbed." Sam glanced around. Indeed, the training ground was devoid of any onlookers. He had been so engrossed in his training that he had failed to notice this anomaly. "This opportunity is rare. What do you say? Is it truly permissible for you to train with me?" It wouldn't be considered training, merely a spar, for after all, compared to monotonous sword practice, engaging in real combat yields more substantial progress, does it not? At these words, Sam blinked in surprise that he had always believed that steadily accumulating experience through consistent training was the swiftest path to growth. Could there truly be a faster method? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "Can real combat truly make one stronger?" "Certainly," Carter affirmed with a nod. "When compared to swinging a sword aimlessly hundreds or thousands of times, actual combat fosters a greater accumulation of experience. Allow me to provide an example. Yes, have you heard of the Wind Swordsmith?" Sam had not heard of this name. Though half-orcs revered heroes, it was primarily among their own kind, leaving Sam somewhat ignorant of human legends. "I apologize, but I am unfamiliar with him. What manner of person is he?" "In truth, I have not encountered him myself. I have only heard tales of his exploits. From what I understand, he is a quintessential example of one who rapidly advanced through actual combat. Reputed to have engaged in no fewer than 1,000 duels, and within a mere 5 years, transformed from a novice into someone who could rival a hero." 5 years, Sam gasped, incredulous. Such rapid growth seemed implausible, even for a prodigy. It would typically require at least 20 years to reach the realm of heroes. "May I ask, Lord Carter, how much truth lies in this? Surely it must be embellished. In tales shared with others." Exaggeration often reigns supreme, with storytellers sometimes inflating their own accomplishments. However, Carter shook his head. These accounts are indeed authentic, as the testimonies of all whom he defeated are nearly identical, suggesting they are not mere fabrications. Sam was rendered speechless, the staggering reality leaving him at a loss for words. Difficult to believe, is it not? Indeed, it truly is. The fact that a man like Carter held such admiration for him indicated that the wind swordsmith's prowess must surely be extraordinary. Sam felt a profound respect, realizing that he had been unaware of such remarkable individuals in the world. Indeed, as the saying goes, seeing is believing. I have long wished to meet him in person, yet regrettably, the wind swordsmith is as elusive as his name suggests. Not only is meeting him difficult, but even his true name remains shrouded in mystery. One could say he is a remarkably humble individual. Lately, I have heard little of his deeds. Perhaps he has chosen to retire. Sam detected a note of wistfulness in Carter's tone, which he found perplexing. That shouldn't the absence of a formidable rival be a cause for celebration? In the half-orc tribes, only the strong earned respect, and thus everyone aspired to see fewer individuals stronger than themselves. Did humans not think in a similar manner? Pardon me, Sam suppressed his urge to delve further into this irrelevant topic. Now was not the time for such curiosities. The willingness of the kingdom's strongest warrior to train with him was an invaluable opportunity, and every moment must be cherished. That he exhaled deeply. I understand. I shall remember the name of that esteemed individual. Now, Lord Carter, please accompany me in sparring. Upon hearing Sam's words, a smile graced Carter's face as he nodded in agreement. The two made their way to the weapons rack, selecting swords that suited their size. For this was merely a friendly duel, and using unsharpened training swords would ensure greater safety. Once Sam felt fully prepared, Carter inquired, "By the way, you've just finished training. Can you still wield a sword?" "Not a problem. Thanks to the cola." Sam's energy had long since been restored, but he swung his sword through the air a few times. Observing his movements, Carter recognized he was not straining himself and nodded in approval. "Very well then, let us begin." In the instant Carter's words fell, his expression shifted, that a wave of trepidation surged through Sam, for he instinctively sensed that the kingdom's strongest warrior was about to reveal his true prowess. His body even experienced an urge to flee from the scene. Yet, Sam quickly dispelled such thoughts. What he needed to do now was not to succumb to negativity, but to utilize all his strength in combat against this formidable opponent. Striving to achieve any semblance of growth, with a resolute spirit, Sam propelled himself forward, charging ahead.